I welcome you to the audio program of this book, The Language of Change, written by Samuel Owoeye and read by the author. First, praise about the book. I must say I was absolutely taken by surprise by this book, most possibly by the author. I have to confess that I didn't expect to derive so much value from the contents of this book. I was wrong. It is full of practical and valuable life lessons. As a matter of fact, at a point I was thinking if I myself wrote this book or not. The thoughts are absolutely profound. I was thoroughly blessed by the play of words and phrases by the author. I must confess that the writer, Samuel, is genuinely gifted as a wordsmith. As I was reading, I strongly thought of giving it to my children to read. The lessons are sincere, candid, and truthful. Not too many books nowadays contain the level of benefits that this book contains. I'll proudly recommend this book to anyone to read and be blessed by. This is a generational book. I believe it will outlive the author. Kudos to you, Samuel. This book will speak for you anytime, any day. It is a sure legacy to your generation and the generations to come. I'm glad I read it. I want to try to find the time to read it again. Beautiful stuff. Good job. I'll be waiting for your next work. Much love. Dr. Sunday Adelaja, founder, Embassy of God Church, International Church, Kyiv, Ukraine. Second review. Change, as we know it, is a constant phenomenon, so deciphering and unlocking the language of change will be as vital to human existence as air and this change language, enhancing a positive and fulfilled hope of a better system of world order, be it in environment, communities, or nations, be it personal, collective, or in society, is what Dr. Sam Owoeye wants readers to grab in this very fascinating book. The language of change will change the language of your life for good as you enjoy your reading. Dr. Felix Otusile, Chairman, Nigerians in Diaspora Organization, Europe, Ukraine chapter. A very informative book about changes in life. I never read anything like this and I liked it. It was pretty good. After reading this book, I had a new goal in my life, cardinally changed my life in the better side. I want to thank the author of this book, Samuel Owoeye, for giving me the opportunity to read this book. Alex Muratov, Central Scientific Librarian, VN Karazin, Kharkiv National University, Kharkiv, Ukraine. The Language of Change, written by Mr. Samuel Owoeye, is a monumental expository work. The writer dealt with the various ways that one can make a change. For a medical student to find time to put this together honestly deserves commendation. A very thoughtful, detailed way to make a change in our daily dealings with others and our environment. Latif A.B. Owoeye, MD, United States. Dear Samuel, I read this book and was very impressed. It undoubtedly left a deep imprint in my mind and in my heart response. A book that inspires. If you need motivation, if you doubt your abilities, you must read it. Good luck to you in all your endeavors. I'm sure I will hear about your successes and achievements more than once in the future. Sincerely yours, Olena Petrenko, MD, Kharkiv, Ukraine. Alright, so now to the forward. I must begin by appreciating the brilliant author of this book, The Language of Change, for his noble ambition, resilience, thoughtfulness, forthrightness, commitment, and dogged determination to put across his private thoughts, all of which combine together in a requisite measure to make the writing of this book a reality. I salute Samuel Owoye's courage and attitudinal disposition of purposefulness, and unrelenting spirit. For these are the attributes an author must possess to write a book or any book at all. The title of this book is not only compellingly appealing, it calls the attention of all and sundry to the relevance and the inevitability of change in human existence, and the need to embrace the wisdom offered by change for living and survival in any given society. This educative and life-inspiring monograph may have been written on impulse, yet in pushing its central theme, the author apparently did an in-depth and meticulous search into the collective reservoir of the philosophical sense and a compendium of shared social thoughts of the people and the revered scholars. It is therefore correct to say that the author is standing upon the shoulders of giants in his quest to extend the frontiers of knowledge. The book probed further afield into the dynamics of change and holds us accountable for our failure to embrace or apply the phenomenon of change into our everyday life activities. It went further to give hope and a glimmer of light into the great possibility of success that awaits those who will venture to initiate change into any and every aspect of their lives. In a subtle way, the book hinted that we could find solutions to the numerous socio-economic, political, and cultural problems facing the society today, if we only embrace the uniquely ubiquitous phenomenon of change. May the rare breed and the likes of Samuel Owoeye continue to multiply, who, despite all ambitions, continue to write, and thereby further extending the frontiers of knowledge, and by default enriching our culture and our civilization. I commend the book to the readership of all. Iyaafin Grace Titilayo Itomori, the Deputy Governor, State of Osun, Southwest Nigeria. Dedication. This is my first fruit. I wholeheartedly dedicate this book to my Heavenly Father, the Father of all creation, for his love and unspeakable gifts. Now to acknowledgements. At first, I thank my eternal source of life and inspiration, the Spirit of God. Thank you so much for giving me the understanding and revelations. And finally, I want to thank and appreciate Mr. Kuro Yuri, the Director of International Education Legal Consultants, for his support towards the success of this book. I thank you all. Much blessings. Content. Introduction. My wisdom thoughts about change. Chapter 1. Change era. Chapter 2. The concept of change. Chapter 3. Change your impressions. Chapter 4. Change your expressions. Chapter 5. The cascade of change. Chapter 6. Forceful decisions and enforcing a change. Chapter 7. The lasting change. Okay, introduction. You can't understand the language of life if you don't understand the language of change. Quotes by Samuel Owoeye. All quotes by Samuel Owoeye. Introduction. Just after finished reading a bestseller book, I knew I was never remain the same. Something came alive in me that needed expression. Streams of thought flooded my mind that were difficult to eliminate. I've got something to share. I've had an experience I needed to share, coupled with the principles I learned that never change but could change situations if rightly applied. This book was born out of passion in me, a strong desire for change. Life demands change. Life enforces change. Whether we like it or not, or whether we want it or not, change is part of the fabrics of life. Change can be negative or positive. Negative change happens anytime, even without inducing it. Positive change happens only when we make it. If you've been doing one thing for a long time, then get ready for change. Change is inevitable. Change is irresistible. Everything on this earth, including the earth itself, is experiencing change. Change forbids anything to remain the same. Change moves on either side of life to bring up something new or different. Negative change, though rampant, has its advantage. It challenges us and helps us to appreciate positive change. Change entails becoming different in a particular way of life. Change takes place in every walk of life, and life could become as interesting as it is because of the dynamics of change in our world. Why we need change? Change is basic and fundamental need of every person willing to live and enjoy life. In the absence of change, stagnation is inevitable. Consequently, progress and development are inhibited. Change is essential in acquiring strength in difficult situations. Any person who is not willing to change is limited in personal development and success. Every successful individual out there is one who has dared to change and change things. We only see change outside when we have made it inside. People and situations around us respond to change that we make within us. Therefore, we can't advocate for change that we ourselves have not inculcated. Every instance of stagnation and intractable situations now call for a prompt and desperate change. Finally, we must all be advocates of change, for without change, success remains an illusion. This book will give you deep insight into what change is all about and how you can engage it to your advantage. Enjoy the reading. My regards, Samuel Owoeye, Kharkov, Ukraine. Okay. So now, my wisdom thoughts about change. Heralding change. Change is a commonly used word, yet rarely understood word. Commonly encountered word, but scarcely entreated word. Everything on earth, including the earth itself, experiences change. Change forbids anything to remain the same. 2. We had always thought that change happened only when we made it. But change is an unstoppable force that happens anytime, anywhere. You either make change happens or change happens to you. Either ways, change happens. The former gets desired results. The latter gets acquired results. 3. I hear people complain about governments, leaderships, and systems. They want them to change. They want them to make change, but they remain unchanged. You can contribute to the change you desire. Stop blaming people. You change and things will change. 4. Life is not only about what you see, it is about how you see. A situation somebody called a problem is the same situation another person called an opportunity. The difference is in their attitude. Your attitude separates you from the multitude. Change your attitude. 5. Don't complain about where you are, work on who you are. Your attitude defines who you are. Work on your attitude. 6. Can you see your life as a moving car? Where you were yesterday is not where you are today. Where you are passing notwithstanding, but where you are going far more outstanding. The situation around you are changing as you keep moving. Things are turning around for your favor and for your good. I see your life changing for better. 7. Your thinking affects your living. Your environment affects your thinking, cause that is where you get the raw materials for your thinking. To change your thinking, you got to change your environment and create a new one. How? By carefully selecting what you hear and see. Don't hear anyhow so that you will not see anyhow. Don't hear anyhow so that you will not live anyhow. And don't see anything so that you will not miss everything. Okay, 8. To make change, you must be consistent. Some change don't happen without a force of consistency. Don't stop making input. Don't be wary of well-doings. They are piling up. They will soon give you good yield. The truth is, while you are working, the change might not have manifested, but it has kick-started. Okay? 9. One of the most difficult jobs to do is to try to change people. No, they won't change. The best way to change people is to change yourself. Why? Because you are the mirror image of people. The change you want to see in people is the change you have to become. Proven. Okay, so 10. There can't be change without force. Newton's first law of motion vindicated that an object will remain in a state of rest or constant motion unless it's being acted upon by an external force. To make the change you desire, you must apply the force you inspire. Else, change will be a daydream. 11. If you're waiting for people to make change, then you might wait till eternity. Make change and people will join the train. Don't wait till you get what you want. Start with what you have. 12. Change is like two sides of coin that can fall on any side. You either turn into the side you want or it falls on the side it wants. It's either by choice or by force. Some have become victims of change, some have become victor by change. Decide the category you want. 13. It cannot be overemphasized that words are important raw materials for change. Mighty words come out of mighty minds and cause mighty change. I have seen giants and great men in history wrought remarkable changes through their words. Don't waste your words. Make change with them. 14. Change happens everywhere. Our body is not an exception. About 300 billion new cells are formed and 300 million old cells die in our body every day. At least 1,000 to 100 and 500 calories of energy are consumed every day for basal metabolism in our body. Our brain cells produce new chemicals when we sleep and get rid of toxins that cause fatigue. From outside to inside, visible and invisible changes take place in our body that keep us healthy and fresh. Otherwise, we would have become a bunch of weak and stinky entities. 14. Enemies of positive change are close pals of negative change. They make negative change happen unless you change them. What is against your success is in support of your failure. Among others, fear, procrastination, complacence, inconsistency, laziness, excuses, and unbelief are enemies of positive change. In another case, oftentimes we attach ourselves too much to people and things that we think we can make change without them. That is why we have to change that mentality. Your ability to make change is not given to any man but you. Now, I don't mean you shouldn't work with people or acknowledge them. They are important. What I'm talking about, what I'm saying is don't turn them to a barrier in your life. Have a mind that can set goal and accomplish it. There's too much fear of what people will say, what people will not say, and as if your life is people's life. No barrier to your success except the one you create in your mind. Start making change now. 15. Resistance to positive change is acceptance to negative change. Some people have become irrelevant simply because they refuse to change. Change either keep you updated or outdated. It is either make you better or worse. Change makes you change. Okay? 16. One of the benefits of change is that it allows something new or different. Life is not boring or monotonous. We change. Change allows things to be done better and differently. Innovation and creativity work with people who have the mind of changing the status quo. You may meet things the same, but don't leave them the same. Okay? 17 or 18. People make different investments. Some investment in real estate, some invest in false estates. The greatest investment is the one you made in people. Whoever wants to live great in life will live less of himself and more of his self. Change your investments. Okay? 19. Somebody said only God will change Nigeria. God said only you can change Nigeria. Joseph didn't say only God can change, only God can save Egypt. Thomas Jefferson didn't say only God can change America. Mikhail Gorbachev didn't say only God can save Soviet Union from communist grip. Heroes like Winston Churchill, Martin Luther King Jr., Abraham Lincoln, Nelson Mandela, people who have marked their names on the sands of time, didn't say only God can save them, but took responsibility and deployed their gifts and abilities that God has given them with proper application of principles that makes things work, but not dilly-dallying around and saying only God will save us. What will change Nigeria is not in God's hands, it is in our hands. Until we change Nigeria, no miracle will happen. Okay, 21. The platitude of only God will change Nigeria is killing people's creativity and blindfolding their eyes from seeing what God has put in them and around them to make use of. A lot of resources and business ideas are aborted every day because we are waiting for God to intervene. Instead of asking for what we already have, let's receive wisdom to see and make good use of what we already have. Okay, and make good use of them. Okay. So 21. Pray for the good of Nigeria, for they that love it will prosper. Prayer has been grossly abused by the religious bigots. They pray selfish prayers, which will not make things work. Prayer is not a religion, it is a principle. Change is inevitable with the weapon of prayer. Let's pray for our leaders. They will change direction and lead us aright. Let's pray for the people and let's not curse. Prayer with diligence will always produce massive results anytime, any day. Are there people who are excited with me about the situation of Nigeria, not because we love to see problems, but because we want to solve problems? Come on, this is the largest black nation in the world. The problem in the land are symbols of blessings. The problem allows us to be needed. Otherwise, our gifts, talents, abilities, and skills become useless. Let's think of the problem we can solve. Let's think of the value that we can add. A light from you can spread all over. Don't wait for anyone. You are the one Nigeria is waiting for. Go make the change. Above all, let's take the nature of love. Let's love people. Let's love our leaders. The change we desire is in us, not outside of us. Our thinking affects our living. Let's think good about Nigeria. Let's talk good about Nigeria, and we will surely live good in Nigeria. Lasting change starts from individuals, not from politicians. Great men in life have voracious appetites for problems. They eat them like food. They can't even enjoy life without problems. Not because they like problems, but because it's only problem that can bring out who they are. Oh, what an attitude. Oh, what a life. Let's stop talking about problems. Let's start working on solutions. Let's stop talking about what we don't have. Let's start using what we have. Let's stop talking about where we are. Let's start knowing who we are. That will get us what we want and where we want. Our attitude defines who we are. If you are ready for change, let's start the journey. Chapter 1. Change era. If you will not decide what will happen, somebody else will. Chapter 1. On January 1st, 2012, the federal government of Nigeria announced the removal of subsidy on petroleum products. It was a shocking and sudden news. It was not expected. Just at the beginning of a new year, what could have happened? People asked. Masses protested. Unions went on strike. Almost every sector in the country was paralyzed. The first 7 days of the new year was announced public holiday. I had prepared to resume second semester in my university. The sudden news changed my plans and I had mixed feelings. Immediately I thought of how I would maximize the time. Perhaps another holiday might not come until the end of session. I had spent 5 years in medical school but still at a preclinical level. There was a delay with accreditation. I planned to study my books, meditate over some things, and get answers to certain disturbing questions. At the end, I got the answer. I had a conviction. It has to be a great move that is strategic. This was about lack of accreditation of our medical school that has brought delay with our medical training. I was the president of Medical Student Association. We had written several letters. We had made several contacts. We were waiting for response. Perhaps at that time there was a challenge with communication. So many rumors were in the air, but I was expectant of good outcome from the situation. It was on Wednesday morning. I had prepared to go school. My phone rang. One of my colleagues was calling me. "Hello, President, where are you?" he asked. The voice sounded rather briskly. With so much questions in my mind, I answered, "I'm home, ready to go school." "Did you know what is happening right now?" he asked. I said, "No, I don't." He said, "Okay, hurry up. Let's meet at somewhere now." I was dazed. Okay, so what was happening? What could have happened? Who could have done something wrong? Many thoughts flooded my mind, but I summoned courage, hurriedly took my bag and left for the place. When I got there, I found out a fragment of our colleagues had moved to the government secretariat. To do what? I asked. He said to demonstrate on delay with our accreditation. Lion share demands lion heart. I quickly went to school to inform my other colleagues of what was happening. We all moved and went to meet our other colleagues at the government secretariat. This was an act of desperation for change on what was happening about our accreditation. We had waited for 2 years. It was quite unexpected and unprecedented by student body, especially medical students for that matter. It was peaceful and orderly. Eventually, we met with the deputy governor. That brought light into the situation and lifted burdens off our minds concerning the issue of accreditation. To make change, you must know what you want. We knew what we wanted. No more delay with our studies. We want to move forward. Several options were given to us, but we opted for the one we thought was good. Despite opposition and skepticism, we stood our ground till the end. I must say a big thank you to a man with large heart and passion for what is good. In person of the governor of the state of Osun, Ogbeni Ralph Adesoji Aregbesola, is one of a kind. Considering the need to procure good education for the youth, he wouldn't mind buying it from abroad for the betterment of our future. Our matter was resolved with our transfer to one of the best universities in Ukraine to complete our medical training. There were so many hurdles and obstacles on the way in the process of getting the visa and sending our documents to the university for the transfer. But we never give up on the way, but made sure that we pulled it to the end. At a point, it looked like the whole project was going to dissolve and mockers will laugh, but God did a surprise. It was a surprise indeed. To make a change, you must know what to change. When you desire to make a change in any situation, what you should first find out is what you want to change. It is not enough to know that something should change, but it is important to know what to change exactly, because not all change is relevant. When I came in as the president of the Medical Student Association, I knew I needed to change my mentality. For the first 2 weeks, I couldn't believe I was a president. Not because I couldn't handle the position, but because I've not set my mind to do it at that time. I had always thought of myself as being a leader anywhere I am, whether people recognize me or not. It doesn't matter. It is a knowing, It's a knowledge. Yeah. So then, that period of my presidency, I took responsibility of solving the current problems with us at that time. The change I desired started from my mind. I believe that no matter the challenges we faced, we will summon all of them. We will surmount all of them and bring them down. I became a desperate optimist. Eventually, all the mountains were brought down and problems solved. The change inside has brought the change outside. The result became evident and undoubtable for people to see. It was such an experience. Nothing moves except you move. Oftentimes we want change, we want things to happen, we wait for things to happen before we do what we're supposed to do. No, it won't happen. Things around are waiting for you. In the 1994 midterm elections in the US, Republicans led by Newt Gingrich took control of Congress for the first time since 1954. Gingrich and his allies ran a masterful campaign that revolved around the contract with America, 10 promises that the GOP vowed to enact if they took power. Their victory opened up the Republican Party to more conservative elements and shaped the generations of Republicans who have dominated Capitol Hill since that time, even during the period of Democratic control. But the outcome of that election was not just important in terms of who controlled the majority of Congress, but also because it launched an era when conservatism will make the legislative branch, rather than the White House, the base of their power. Through legislative control and partisan tactics that had once been considered impermissible, the post-1994 congressional Republicans made it much more difficult for liberal ideas to succeed in the United States. Tangible change in life wouldn't just happen on its own. People make it happen. There are situations around you, they need your attention, they are due for change. Don't expect any change if you won't change. Don't wait for anything to happen if you won't make them happen. Even if you wait for change to happen, it won't be what you desire. So better to make the change, to make things happen, and know it's going to be what you desire. Make the move, take the bold step, make that call, meet with that person. Change only happens to those who make it, not just to those who want it. Positive mindsets attract positive change. On a certain evening, I was at the backyard of the apartment where I lived some time ago. I was in a discussion with my neighbor. I told him I needed to meet with the governor or deputy governor on some urgent matters. How possible? He asked, knowing that these people are very busy and have numerous people to attend to. How will they have time to attend to you? He added. I said, oh, that's not a problem. That's not about how busy they are. It's about how desperate I am to see them. So I made up my mind that no matter what happened, I will see any of them very soon. Weeks after, I had an audience with the deputy governor. That was a breakthrough. It initiated a cascade of change that brought huge success. My positive mindset had brought good results. I realized that it's not about people's attitude to us that matters, but it's about our attitude to them that counts. You may look at someone and say the person is good, and another person looks at the same person and say they are evil. Then you will begin to judge that can good and evil go together? No, they can't. Then what happened? The point is, every human being is neutral on earth as far as your life is concerned. You are the one that determines whether someone will be good to you or not. What makes someone to be good to you might be what will make that person to be indifferent to another person. Therefore, our attitude towards people and situations is very important, even than the situations themselves. Change. What makes things work is teamwork, not slim work. Don't complain. Complaints are negative expressions that affect good life. They are associated with negative emotions. Complaint is a statement that something is unsatisfactory or unacceptable. But why is complaint unnecessary? If you look at a situation and it's unsatisfactory or displeasing to you, reacting or making complaint about it is not going to solve the problem. It's just a reaction to the situation, which will do nothing or even worse on the long run. But there's something that can be done. There's a role that you can play in it that can make things better. There's no how difficult the situation is that we cannot change, that we cannot get solution to it. If you're not the leader or president of a nation, the common thought is that all the responsibility to make that nation better lies in the court of such leader. If something went wrong, we could easily point the blaming finger on the leader and say he or she was the cause of the trouble. But what have we done to make things better? There's a role that every individual has to play in the progress or development of any system. What makes things work is teamwork, not slim work. A tree doesn't make a forest. Anytime you talk about forests, you know it's a collective term in a single word. Don't leave out any tree because it is an important part of the forest. Now, if one of the trees is made the head of the trees, he dare not say he's the only one that made the forest. One out of hundreds of other trees. That's pride. Therefore, development of any system lies in the hands of every member or unit of that system, from the lowest to the highest. No matter how small your contribution is, it has added something to the system. A gigantic building that you see is made up of small bricks. Somebody will wonder how come these small bricks are the ones that form this gigantic building. That is the power of unity. That is the power of coming together. No matter how small something is, it's just a matter of time that it will become enormous. Ordinarily, when you are looking at the seconds of time, it doesn't make much difference vis-a-vis your calculation about time. But do you know that the seconds are counting down your life? This is not a curse. It is just the truth. If you're not sure, add 60 seconds together and it will give you 1 minute. 60 minutes will give you 1 hour. Just 24 hours will give you a whole day. 365 days will give you a whole year. Decades and scores of years will give you a whole lifetime. So from seconds, you could realize how your whole lifetime is spent. So every second of time is part of your life. Make every moment of your life count. Don't live your life in complaints and acrimony. Procrastination will lead you nowhere. Procrastination is not just an enemy of time, it is an enemy of change. Many great positive changes would have happened if not for procrastination. If we don't address some situations now on time, things might go worse and could become more costly to handle or solve. People that have had experience with procrastination will tell you that the consequences are not always good. Have you ever had an assignment or an important task to carry out and it just keeps lingering for a long time because of procrastination? It's not every time we feel like doing some things. I mean, it's not all the time that we are in the mood to get the job done. A student preparing for an important exam may not feel like reading, but the exigency of the situation will compel him to prepare for it unless he wants to fail. If we understand how important or urgent what we are doing is, then the scale of procrastination will fall off our eyes. Once we make up our minds to do something, our feelings notwithstanding, we will get it done. Sometimes I get amazed at things that I do when I thought initially that I didn't have the strength at the moment to do it. But the moment I made up my mind to do it, it became done. Now, instead of postponing and waiting for another time to do it, I've already got that done. Tomorrow never comes. What you can do tomorrow, you can do it today. Don't allow procrastination to rob you of your blessings. Whenever you have the opportunity to do something, do it immediately without looking for excuses not to do it. Procrastination after a long time could be an habit that may be dangerous to one's life. It will become like everything, one always wants to look for reasons not to do it at that time, at that moment, and keep saying, I will do it tomorrow, or I will do it next tomorrow. But the point is, tomorrow has its own tasks and responsibilities. The more you keep postponing, the more you keep piling them up, and the more they become heavy burden for you to handle. So it's better if you have small tasks to do every day than one big task to do in a day that can break you down. Don't ridicule the small assignments. Do them. Don't wait for tomorrow. Take that step now. Meet with that person. Make that call. If you always put that sense of urgency or instancy in your mind, you'll be amazed at how productive you will be. Change. Remove procrastination from your mind. What you can do tomorrow, you can do it today. Fight against discrimination. In the US, for much of the 20th century, unions, private employers, and government agencies affirmatively discriminated based on race, until through workplace protests, public demonstrations, and political negotiations, African Americans compelled Congress and President Richard Nixon to adopt affirmative action policies. In the late 1960s, the Philadelphia Plan, inspired by a set of local initiatives in that city, set federal hiring benchmarks for proportional representation of African Americans in many skilled and white-collar jobs generated by the government contracts. Though the idea was challenged, in 1971, the Supreme Court declined to hear an appeal, thus allowing the policy to stand and encouraging the growth of affirmative action. Every sphere of American life transformed as a result. For college classrooms to corporate boardrooms, African Americans entered the middle class in record numbers, while white women and immigrants of color from all around the globe also moved from the margins to the center of U.S. corporate culture. And the immediate and lasting impact of affirmative action has fueled nearly 40 years of conservative opposition and cries of reverse discrimination, which remain at the heart of American political culture today. If they had procrastinated, that change might not have happened that saved many from discriminative attacks up to today. If you're waiting to be comfortable before you make a change, you might be on a long thing. If you want situation around to suit you or things to be in place before you take the move, you might not have that opportunity again like you have now. Missing the moment might be expensive. Shun every distraction. Put excuses aside and make the change now. The universality of change. Change is universal. Okay? It happens everywhere in our planet. Humans contribute a lot to change that happen in our world. Human activities especially contribute to the continuous change in the ecosystem. We wouldn't have probably had food anymore to eat, or clothes to wear, or where we can rest our head if not for humans that are making change that impact lives. All this ensue as a result of change that human beings keep making in our world. Change is a wind that blows everywhere. Whoever is not ready for it will be blown away. It will not always happen, but you can always make it happen. Okay? It will not always happen, but you can always make it happen. You will not always be happy, but you can always make yourself happy. You will not always have money, but you can always make yourself rich and have money. People that dominate life don't live by luck. They make things happen. They cause things. They know the cause that brings about an effect. If you're a student, you know you won't always feel like reading. If you're a medical doctor, you know you wouldn't always feel like attending to patients. Or if you're a pastor, you know you wouldn't always feel like praying or preaching to the congregation. Or if you are a civil servant or government worker, you know you won't always feel like going to the office. But all of these are our responsibilities. They are our duties that people expect us to do without compromise. Then, here is your feeling that is in between your integrity and responsibility. What you have to do is to shun that feeling and go ahead with the right thing to do at such moment. Your decision overrules your feelings at any point in time. If good feelings that will motivate your spirit will not always happen, then make it happen. Induce it, and before you know it, your emotion has conformed with your decision. Okay. Make your own impact. This is not the time when you will be waiting for somebody to do something for you, to do something before you will do what you're supposed to do. It is time to make your own impact. It's time to change lives around you. Use your gift, use your talent. There are people and situations around you, around us that need our attention. We have what they need. We know how to solve the problems. But hitherto, nothing has been done. I challenge you to start making your own impact right now. Help that person. Encourage someone. You might not know where that will take you in future. You might have forgotten what you did to people, but I tell you, people will never forget what you did to them. It's like a man that defecated and decided not to dispose it. He might have forgotten what he did, but the person that carried the shit will not forget. You see that? That is the way life is. Take note of the impact you're making right now. When you make impact, you make a change, because impact is change. Break the cycle of failure. There's an existing cycle. It is called the cycle of failure. This cycle blocks creativity and it hinders innovation and makes human mind useless. This cycle turns humans to almost a robot, following the same routine of life without any change or new things. Let's dive into it and understand what this cycle is all about. As a young growing child, I attended nursery and primary schools. I didn't escape kindergarten class. I was there with my co-toddlers. After my primary school education, I entered secondary school, and I finished junior secondary schools. I had a 2-year delay before I gained admission to your institution. I started studying medicine. Then there's never been any tangible change from the way I met the system and the way I left it. It has always been the same, and I was wondering if all of us passing through this same system have the same life or same destiny. That we follow the same curriculum, attend the same classes, opt for the same course and discipline, and ended up not fulfilling our individual unique destiny. I wonder if we all have the same curriculum of destiny, or if we will all function in the same field of life. The purpose of our educational system has been defeated, as many don't care anymore about how to develop their minds or acquire important values, but how to get a good certificate and start making money. The subject of individual self-discovery and capacity building is gradually fading away, as the focus has now been shifted from unleashing what we have for the service of humanity to looking for what we can get from humanity through jobs that are not even part of us or what we desire to do. The focus has really been on money and money alone. I'm not advocating for abolishment of our school systems, neither am I saying any money is bad. I'm saying there should be room for change and individuals give expression and good capacity building. For instance, there's so much theoretical knowledge in our schools without practical application. Those studying courses related to politics should be allowed to use their political knowledge within political circle. Those into computer technology and communications should be given practical problems to solve. Those into arts, theater, music, agriculture, economics, food and nutrition, and lots more, health, should use their knowledge to solve practical problems and not just holding certificates without any tangible achievements. I know this has already been happening in developed countries over decades, but for developing nations, there's still a long way to go. It's not enough to be sound in knowledge. Let's use our knowledge and skills to create a better life for ourselves. The lowest level of learning in life, change. The lowest level of learning in life is repeating what somebody else has said. It doesn't give room for your own creativity, and that is what we have in most of our halls of Ivy. Let fulfillment be your goal. Fulfillment is not about making millions of dollars or having so much material possessions. Money can contribute to fulfillment, but money is not fulfillment. There are so many millionaires and billionaires in our world today who are not fulfilled. They feel unsatisfied and unhappy despite their money. Fulfillment comes from living a purposeful life. A reason is attached to your existence. You see that? You were not just created for no reason, even though somebody may be pursuing money. But you should define your purpose. That is the reason why you're here. There are people who are struggling to live and make ends meet, but there are also people who are living their best life on earth. The difference is one is living on purpose and the other is living outside purpose. Living in purpose makes provisions available. No need to struggle for anything. You are adding value to the system without compulsion or coercion. The type of work you are doing notwithstanding, but what is important is that what you are meant to do, you're doing what you are meant to do. Everybody may be doing the same thing, only those that are doing it for purpose will stand out and outshine others. Why? Because that is what they can do best without stress. While others are struggling, they are flourishing. While others are striving, they are thriving. The secret to living a successful life, to living a stress-free life, fulfilling life, is to live a purpose-driven life. Cutting-edge leadership. I had always wondered why some countries in the world will be categorized as developed and some other ones as undeveloped. Then I realized what the problem was. People in developed countries have developed minds than those in undeveloped or developing countries don't have. For developed countries, they are the ones leading in economy, power, healthcare, technology, science, research, manufacturing capital goods, innovations, and creativities. For undeveloped nations, they are the followers, the slaves, the buyers, the consumers of expensive goods from developed countries. They discuss primitive issues, noise everywhere, corruption everywhere, and all kinds of celebrations everywhere. And of course, abject poverty everywhere. There's no time to think. There's no time to be creative. It's activities all over. Jumping, shouting, fighting, sexing, and all kinds of animalistic behaviors. And I wonder if these ones have ever sat down somewhere and thought of their lives and future. I wondered if there could be some quietness, that there will be some moment of reflection. Why is there suffering in the midst of plenty? It is because people cannot see and they don't know. It is that time people in undeveloped countries woke up and think of how to make their lives and future better and not celebrating mediocrity as the norm. Change. You won't know how to lead if you don't know how to think. Life is a transaction. I have come to understand that virtually everything in life is a transaction. A transaction is an act of exchanging values, and you can gain or lose from it. Life is about exchanging values. You could invest your time in something meaningful, or you could waste your time in something meaningless. Whatever you exchange with your time is what you will get back in returns. One of the major factors that differentiate the rich from the poor is time. The former converted his time to money, the latter converted his time to poverty. A student studying in the university is on transaction. He paid his school bills to get some values from the university. It goes beyond certificate. Otherwise, he would have stayed at home and wait till he graduates and come to collect his certificate. But it's not like that. There's a need to get more values. There's a need to get more some exposure, to get some exposure, to do some research works, to participate in conferences and recreational activities, to acquire some skills, etiquette, character, values, like problem solving skills, leadership, entrepreneurial, communication, and learning skills. Don't just be dogmatic, explore into other aspects of life. There are people you meet in the university that you may not be able to meet again in life. I know there will be some elderly people who wish they could come back to be students so they can maximize the opportunity that they had when they were in school. But that could no longer be possible, you see. So many have been living their life from the losing end, trading away values with barely nothing in return. It is high time we change our attitude on how we see and make use of opportunities. For life is all about transaction. Okay. Chapter 2. The concept of change. The only force you can use to make change is change. Only one thing that I have seen that forces itself to happen in life is change. I'm pretty sure that a lot of us are familiar with the word and have had several experiences in our lives that occurred as a result of change. But there is a different perspective to it. We had always thought that change is what occurred when we want it, and it's always positive in a way. Change is an event that will always happen whether we want it or not. A lot of things had happened today alone that brought change. Sometimes we experience change with our time schedule, plans, activities, events, and even people around us. From small things that we care less about to big things that we care more about. We care much about. We kept experiencing change countless times. A life that doesn't allow change will be stagnant and will not experience something new. One cannot remain static in a position throughout life. There's an adage that says 20 kids cannot be friends for 20 years. Because things just have to change and everyone will step out to different levels of life. You see. So let's bring it home. Human body, for instance, experiences change every minute of life, both positive and negative. As old cells in the body are dying, new ones are replacing them. Balance between these two makes one remain healthy, a state we call homeostasis. Factors in the environment always enforce change, whether in the right or wrong direction. But the body inbuilt system of health maintenance avoid negative change which could result in disease. What can only make change in the direction you want? Which can only make change in the direction you want. You can only make change. Okay, excuse me. But the built-in mechanism, but the built-in system of health maintenance avoid negative change, which could result in disease. You can only make change in direction that you want, but should know that it's bound to occur. In another illustration, information about the account of creation also make us to understand these truths about change. After God created the heaven and the earth, what followed was not nice. The earth was scattered, everywhere was chaotic. What happened? A change has occurred. I'm sure it wasn't God that put all those negative changes there, but it happened. Change is meant to occur whether on the positive or negative side. God had to reverse that change and make another change. To make positive change, you've got to change negative change. You have two options of selecting between positive and negative. The choice is yours. Only positive change requires effort. Negative change has more than enough forces to bring it to pass. Everyday things is taking place. Everyday change is taking place. That is why there must be constant effort to reverse negative change and promote positive change. Change Change happens every time, whether we know it or not. Alright. What causes change? To understand this, let's use the Newton's first law of motion, which states that an object will remain at rest or in uniform motion in a straight line unless an external force is applied. Every object in life is in two states, viz., motion and rest. What brings about a change in the state of an object, living or non-living, whether moving or at rest, is force. Force is the factor that brings about change in any settings of life. Our understanding of force may differ, but the fact is, whenever you have change, know that force has been applied. Force exists in different forms. It could be physical, mechanical, artificial, spiritual, and so on. Sometimes people think some things work spontaneously without anything affecting it, but nothing is never spontaneous. Let me prove that. Let's use spontaneous reaction as an example. A reaction is said to be spontaneous if it occurs without being driven by some external force. But the point is, what makes the reaction spontaneous was absence of external force. Then, what about internal force? Of course, it's present. In essence, what makes a spontaneous reaction occur is the presence of internal force and absence of external force. Hence, internal force drives things to action and affects the spontaneous occurrence. Therefore, a reaction or event could be spontaneous, but change is never spontaneous. A force has to be applied. Force can be expressed in different ways. This depends on what context we are talking about. The following have force expressed through them: energy, power, belief system, thoughts, ideas, attitudes, words, and so on. When any of these is applied, change is bound to occur. In any settings of life you want to experience change, get the appropriate force for the appropriate change. You can make change in your environment. You can make change in any aspect of your life. To make change, you've got to understand how to apply force. Change. Newton saw change before he changed. Now we must change before we see change. Appropriating force for change. Depending on which kind of change you desire, there's a right force for the right change. If you want to make physical change, apply physical force. If you want to make internal change, apply internal force. The mistake we make oftentimes is that we don't know which type of force to apply in a situation to make a particular change. For instance, to experience improvement in your academics, you need an internal force. Knowledge is internal, so the force must also be internal too. You must have the zeal or desire to study, otherwise that would be a waste of time. Sometimes we don't feel like studying, but because you understood the importance, you will generate the force that will put the information in your brain. Eventually, there's a change with your academic performance because of increase in knowledge. Reading this book now might not be what you have luxury of time to do, but you still carve out time to read. Means you desire to gain knowledge from this book. For every change you made, know that the appropriate force has been applied. The force, the object, and the change. Force is always available and accessible. It holds our world in place and is present in the entire universe. Force can drive static objects into motion. Force can put moving objects into rest. There are certain physical forces that are important for our living on Earth. Some of them are gravitational force, electrical force, magnetic force, frictional force, and so on. Imagine if there are no forces around you today. Living will be difficult. Force of gravity keeps you seated on a chair without floating on the ground. Force of friction keeps you walking on your two legs without losing balance. There are internal forces in your body that keep the organs in place. They prevent sagging or prolapse of your organs by gravity. Force brings about all the changes we can see in life. Men have invented artificial forces that work against natural forces. Forces are laws. They happen everywhere when appropriately applied. The force of aerodynamics overrules the force of gravity. The force of flotation overrules the force of sinking. The force of electricity makes appliances work, drive heavy gadgets and machines, causes electric bulbs and halogens to glow. The force of automobiles use fossil fuels to move cars and heavy vehicles. All these and many more have made life easier and comfortable. Change. Don't expect change if you have not applied force. Don't apply force if you don't want change. Nothing insists not to change except the dead. Some people, though they are living, are practically dead. Why? Because they've refused to change positively. That's why they will have no option than to experience negative change. A leopard doesn't change its spots, but spots change on the leopard. Only dead can change by itself. Only dead can't change by itself. It remains unchanged until external agents act on it. Dead has no relevance. Change keeps us up with times and seasons of life. Some people's lives have become obsolete and irrelevant because of absence of positive change, while some other people have made massive headways in the affairs of life because of the presence of positive change in their lives. They have changed their mindsets, their opinions, their ideas, their attitudes, their behaviors, and so on. They have become new persons. Nothing wouldn't have been done on this earth if change was not possible. Change makes life spicy and enjoyable. This happens because we've learned and keep learning how to make good of every change that happens in and around us. Objects of change. An object can be animate, living, or inanimate, non-living. Every object has a force in it. For any object to be living means it has life. Life is a force. That's why a life can experience change anytime, because it has force in itself. Force inside living objects could be in the form of energy to run life and its processes. Every living object has potential energy, energy at rest, and kinetic energy, energy at motion. Any of these energies can cause change. A lot of things that happen around us are a result of change. Starting from humans to animals to plants and to bacteria, all have energy or force in them that brings about change. Non-living objects don't have life. Therefore, there's no internal energy or force to drive them to action. However, this non-living object depends solely on external force or energy to function. We experience this with our gadgets, computers, phones, and other machines. When we recharge them, we can use them even without power from electricity because they have stored some energy in them that can run their activities. Therefore, we can boldly say energy or force makes things work. Energy runs life. Word is a force. Word is one of the powerful agents of change in our world today. Our world will be functionless without word, because there won't be any means of communication or interaction among creatures. Word is a force, especially the spoken word. We release words every day to ask for what we want, to talk with people and make requests and make whatever change we want. Words are essential components of change. Without words, there can be language. Words are the building blocks of any language, and language in turn is the wheel on which communication rides. Without language, communication will be difficult. What makes communication easy is because we have words to express what we want in a particular language. Words are powerful. Words, therefore, are important ingredients of change. Humans have spoken words to cause numerous changes in our world today. Though they could be expressed in different languages, words, when released, are potent force that can bring about change. The legacy of words. We use words every day. Hardly is anything we can do without words. We can do without words. What you're reading right now are my thoughts that I put down as words. You can understand my thought from the words I put down. When we speak words. When we hear words. Even when we make non-verbal expressions, we understand them by words. Words are powerful. Most of the change we have seen in our world today happens through the agency of words. If you have an idea, it can only be communicated through words. If you have a vision or anything you've got inside of you, you can only communicate it through the agency of words, whether written or spoken. Many great men that have died still have their presence with us. Why? Because they put their work and legacy in words, written or spoken. We make impact through words. We influence and affect lives through words. In every field of life, words are engaged. We use words in schools, in the place of work, in business transactions, in different quarters of existence. In any functioning system, communication is present. Communication can be done without the use of words. Information can be passed down from generation to generation because of words. Words are important raw materials of life. The wrong use of words. Wrong use of words can be dangerous. We get offended by the use of by words uttered by somebody. We also get happy by words spoken by somebody. Words affect our feelings and emotions. Words affect our actions and behaviors. In fact, the origin of life is words. We form our thoughts from words. Our mind is a platform where words are molded into thoughts, and thoughts into feelings, and feelings into actions. Repeated action will become our new habit. Words determine which direction our lives go. Negative words are piercing like painful sensation. Some people have changed negatively because of the wrong use of words, maybe by themselves or by people around them. Many parents have sown wrong seeds of words into the lives of their children, and now they have results of whatever wrong words they have spoken. Wonder why some people have turned out bad in life even though they have privilege of living good life. It is because wrong words inside them have become their mindset, which has set their life on a wrong path. The right use of words. Words are sweet when spoken right. Words could be source of encouragement, motivation, admonition, happiness, peace, and joy. Words uttered rightly could save somebody from danger. It could save someone from attack. We use words to educate people. We use words to change people. There are so many people in the world today that experience change because of words, written or spoken form. An experiment conducted by some scientists demonstrated the fact about the power of words. Two plants were nurtured in a closely monitored system. We have plant A and plant B. There was an interesting experiment about the impact of words on plants. Two weeds of the same size, identical in appearance, were put inside two similar containers. The container A has label around it of negative words. Container B has label around it of positive words. Then the two containers containing the weeds were put under ideal conditions to receive the same amount of light and water. 2 weeks later, the plants were brought outside and the result was mind-blowing. The first plant with negative words labeled had become shriveled and sickly looking. The second plant with positive words had grown and seemed vibrant and healthy. The question is, how did this happen? According to the findings made, it was discovered that everything transmits energy, including words, written or spoken. Negative words attract negative things. Positive words attract positive things. Like begets like. From the experiment, we can see that words carry energy, written or spoken, and that energy can change situations or things. Do not let any unwholesome thought come out of your mouth, but only what is helpful for building others up according to their needs. that it may benefit those who listen and excerpt from the scriptures. Word management. Words are so much diversified that they are innumerable. The type of language determines how much words are present. Since our subject matter is to understand the language of change, then it's expedient for us to know how to manage our words. Words are resources, words are assets. There's need to know how to manage words if we want to make positive change. We can send our words on errands. We can make the change we desire from anywhere we are to anywhere we want. The distance and physical barriers notwithstanding, but because we know the value of our words, we know how much effect our words can make even in our absentia. Then there's need for us to really value our words and not to release words that are not needed or necessary. Sometimes we are tempted to talk a lot, especially when we are with people that we freely talk with or to, and whenever there are too many words, most likely blunders and mistakes will be present. Now, this doesn't mean we shouldn't freely communicate with people. It simply means we need to consciously communicate and mean every word we utter, even if it's to express some humor or laughter. Until you started valuing your words, people will not value your worth. Your worth is in how you value and stand on your words. Change. Better to pray with your words than to play with your words. I love that. Changing power of words. The value of words cannot be overemphasized. Again, so many things have changed in life because of words. In fact, an account of creation gave us the understanding that things were created from words that proceed from the mouth of God. By faith, we understand that the words were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. They are written words and they are spoken words. Spoken words, when released, have potent force to make change. From the account of history, many great giants and world leaders have made remarkable change and impact through their words. Though they've left the world, their words have become assets that many celebrate. These words, force, come to us in form of sound waves and enter our ears. In our inner ears, it's processed into electrical impulse that is carried by neurons to the auditory center in our brain. Interpretation of the sound waves is done and we understand what was communicated. The information we receive is processed in our minds and has the capacity to change us, to improve us, or to deprove us. Make your words count. One of the vital things that I will ever learn in life is how to value my words. People respect and dignify highly successful men, not only because of their achievements, but because of their words. Their words have become quotable quotes in the hearts of men. What makes the difference between a wise and a fool is their words. The use of your words determine how matured you are, how intelligent you are, and how vast you are. Some people have placed themselves on high pedestal of life because of how they manage their words. They are careful on how they use their words. They are not apologetic or sympathetic. They have crossed the border of being at the mercy of life. They know how to turn their words to values and treasures. They can influence lives with their words. They can make millions of dollars with their words. I had always wondered to know why some people's words will make so much effect and some other people will sound like a timber sound that makes no meaning to people. If I were to make money with how many sensible words I say per day, I wonder how careful and meticulous I will be with the use of my words. And this is actually the fact of life. It doesn't have to be what I can see now, but every time I utter a word, it makes effect and will surely produce results. Change. Words are seeds. Don't waste them. The quality of brevity. There's quality in brevity. That means when something is few or is in small quantity, it most likely will have value. We don't see gold everywhere, but we see sand everywhere. The fact that gold is rare makes it expensive and in high demand. The same goes for our lives. Some people have made their lives so unique and special that people make demand for them. They look for them and, of course, pay for their presence. Great minds make themselves expensive. Small minds put themselves everywhere. You find them everywhere that you lose value for their presence. There's quality in what you make expensive. People will give value to what you make valuable. Make your words valuable. Make your presence valuable. It doesn't mean you're proud. Some people have not understood the difference between humility and ignorance. Humility is not you trying to please everybody or make yourself everywhere for people to know you love them or care about them. It simply means you know who you are and still put yourself to submission under authority. When you select your words, you become more perfect with words and make less mistakes. More so, good people will be attracted to you and loquacious ones will while away from you because you won't have time to be talking trivias. So you've got to know what to do with every moment and make the best use of it. Some opportunities only come once in a lifetime. Don't miss them. Change. Your life is in your words. Your living is in your speaking. Number your words. Have you made an attempt to count the number of words, how many words you utter per day? Have you ever thought that someone could pay every word you utter because it carries so much value? I challenge you to begin to value your words. The amount of value you attach to your words determines how much effect it has. Many people open their mouth anyhow and blab continuously from morning to night without getting tired of it. But their words don't make much effect because they are too much and irrelevant. There are people who are blessed with gifts of words. They are naturally outspoken and expressive. If you're such, that's a treasure for you right there. Develop that gift and turn it to good products. There are people that make money with their words. Entertainment, motivational speaking, preaching, teaching, singing, newscasting, journalism, moderating events, and MCs of events and all that. At different areas you could launch yourself and bless people with your gift instead of making yourself nuisance or talkative. The way you package your words is the way people are going to value them for you. Even though you can talk very well, don't talk anyhow. Next time you want to go into conversation with somebody, make up your mind not to talk too much or digress. Know what you want to say and go straight to it. And when you're listening to the other person, listen attentively. Don't use that time to be thinking of what you want to reply. Be patient to select good words from what you are listening to. It shows your concentration to what a person is saying and the value you place on their words. Respect people's words and people will respect yours as well. Change. A word that will make effect will not have defect. The lost is not a loss. What you lost is not a loss. There can be replacement and of course better one. What you lost is reversible, but a loss is irreversible. It's irreparable damage that makes an indelible mark in your life. Sometimes some lost are beneficial because they allow better things to come in and replace them. You may not know you have access to some things if the old is still with you. You have the second chance. Things can still be done. It's all about your attitude. Set your mind as a flint. Most times we get distracted by things in the environment and the people around us. Things that we see around us affect per time what we think and process in our mind. If these are negative, they have negative effect on our minds and will produce negative life. To be around someone you don't like or flow together with could be a serious burden on your mind if you don't know how to keep your mind focused. Why? Because people around us create a kind of energy and atmosphere that affect our thought and mind. You may not always be in an environment that you desire per time, but you can train your mind and body system to conform to what you desire per time. You could stay with other students in the hostel. You could be working with somebody somewhere. You may not be able to influence who is going to be with you all the time, but you can sure decide who is going to influence you, which is more important. This could happen sometimes in one of the phases of our lives. But then, all these are good because they are temporary in a way. Now, to consider a higher, more committed form of relationship is marriage. In this setting, your partner has become part of your life that you can't throw away or decide to leave anyhow. Though some people divorce, but it doesn't dignify them. It's frustrating and devastating to see married people now divorced. Excuses notwithstanding, being together is better than being separated. Now, for spouses that have conflicts, the mind is disturbed and cannot concentrate on something else than thinking about what is bothering them. At such moments, the mind is unproductive because of the state of unrest and troubles inside. So what should be done in such situation is to find a solution to those problems as soon as possible. One of the basic facts of life is that distractions will always come. They will never cease from coming. So is troubles. So is also troubles, worries and fears. But what makes us live good life is when we decide to deal with those things and disallow them from affecting us. If we make mistake, we should learn from it. If we take right step, we should get better at it. What makes us enjoy life is when we keep learning, keep improving, and keep getting better at good things despite the challenges. Convert your potential energy to kinetic energy. There's an energy you have inside. There are treasures that are resident inside of you. They won't manifest until you bring them out. There is an energy at rest inside of you. A full tank brand new car may have the potential of running hundreds of thousands of kilometers, but unless somebody starts and drives it, it may not express that ability, though it can run 1,000 miles. Unless you open your mouth to speak, you may not get what you want. Unless you make that phone call, you may not get what you are looking for. You've got to make up your mind to achieve whatever you want. Things that you don't do will remain undone. Things that you don't say will remain unsaid. Recognize the energy at rest in you and learn how to put it to work. Otherwise, you may be suffering what you don't have in the midst of what you have. End of chapter 2. Okay. Chapter 3. Change your impressions. You can't successfully change your outside if you've not changed your inside. This chapter entails making change about yourself. Many people desire to change their environment, change people around them, but have never had time to change themselves. Anytime you want to change outside, start from inside, because nothing changes from outside unless it has happened inside. Of course, change from inside depends on internal factors which you have influence on, whereas change from outside depends on external factors which you may not have influence on. Tangible change is always a matter of choice. Your life might not change the way you want unless you desire it and take steps towards achieving it. Desire gives you the force required to change. I learned that from Crystal Bean's story. Here's what she said. 3 years ago, I was laid off from my first publishing job at age 26. My husband and I had to move out of our apartment to the next city over to stay in the house my grandparents built in the 50s. I was on a number of medications for back pain and depression. Daily life has become so complicated as a result that I needed uppers to combat the downers, sleeping aids and antidepressants. I was miserable. I spent a year slowly tapering the meds with no help from my doctor, who had consigned me to a life of pills, and finally checked into a doctor's facility to get off the last of them. The next year was very hard as my body adjusted to being on nothing for the first time in years. I struggled with strange symptoms and syndromes, but nothing was as horrible as being on them was. I learned to breathe and accept I couldn't find work for quite some time. I started volunteering at an organic for profit kitchen. I gained confidence and met people who didn't judge me for what I'd been through. I also started working with local newspapers on their directories of businesses. I spent my days taking photographs and interviewing business owners in my community. I got the opportunity to work in my own city on the directory. The editor liked my work so much he gave me a stab at writing freelance articles. A writer my whole life. This was my first published work. I was tickled pink. Now I worked for the paper part-time and I'm focusing hard on a goal of full-time freelance writing. If if you would have told me a couple of years ago when I was deep in that I will be learning kettlebell sports, kettlebell sports, writing for a paper, developing my freelance writing chops, writing music again, submitting poetry, and completely involved in my local community, I wouldn't have believed you. I had none of these things in the dark times. There was no overnight transformation for me. It was a slow shift. I learned how to breathe instead of popping a pill, and my life grew from there. I knew there were a lot of people who are stuck where I was, laid off, maybe on medications, not doing what they came here to do with their lives. I love to help people, and I'm here to do so with my writing. Currently, I'm pain and depression free, sober, and doing what I've always wanted to do due to a slow, gradual paradigm shift back to my true nature. I've made friends and opened my mind to life again. Christine's being. One of the major lessons I learned from Christine Bean is her attitude towards the challenges. She had good impression about life, despite all the pains and difficulties. No matter the downs of life you found yourself, you can make change if you so desire it and work towards it. I challenge you to start from where you are. Start with what you have. Start where you are, not where you want. A lot of us always want things to take shape before we make the move. We want something to happen before we begin to make things happen. You can start from where you are and not where you want. When you start from where you are, things begin to take the shape of where you want. It's always like that. You won't want to wait for change before you go ahead and initiate a change. You can't change outside if you have not changed inside. A change inside will initiate a change outside. Where you are is present, so it's relevant to now. Therefore, procrastination is eliminated. Where you want is future, so it's dependent on what you do with your present. So make the move. As you make the move, things that you want will fall in place. It's a response to your action move. No matter how small the steps look like, take it. Where you are right now might not be the best place to be, but not the worst place to be as well. It's understanding about who you are that changes where you are. Don't wait to see things happen. Where you are right now has offered you the opportunity to start doing something. The change starts from inside. Understanding first that where you are right now is a good place to start. Not too much requirements. Okay? So you have met the condition required to desire a change from inside. Sometimes I had always wanted to take some steps and make a change, but wait for things to happen outside when I have not made it things to happen inside. I had always concentrated on outside as a determining factor to initiate change. Because of this mindset, I had suffered limitations outside that originated from my imagination inside. The moment I changed my mindset, I saw things were not as bad as I thought, and I could actually do a lot with my capacity than waiting for external conditions to be met before I took the right step. Change. Where you are is present. Where you want is future. Use where you are to produce where you want. or use what you have to produce what you want. Rest your mind. An unrestful mind is an unproductive mind. There are a lot of people today who are always bothered with one thing or another. Their mind is never at rest. They are either worrying or about one thing or getting frustrated about another thing. Every now and then, their mind is always in a state of disharmony. Since such minds will never be productive. Why? Because every productive mind must always be at a state of rest and peace. That doesn't mean everything will be alright around you, but everything must be alright within you. You may not have power over what is happening outside, but you sure have power over what is happening inside. What happens in your internal environment determines what happens in your external environment. To rest your mind is an habit that you must inculcate and express by yourself. There are so many activities during the day that engage our minds and make us more or less unproductive. Every second, distracting thoughts never stop popping up in our minds to put us in an unstable state. Now, the fact is you've got power over your mind. Decide the kind of thought you want to allow in your mind that will make you productive and not destructive. The law of abundance. Growing up in an environment like mine could make one forever live in abject poverty because of their mentality. They always think they are limited by everything around them. But the understanding I got from nature is that there's an important law that is at work. It is the law of abundance. Take a look at the plants, animals, stars, seas, air, and other blessings of nature are all in abundance. The plants in varieties with different beautiful colors, and human beings even find hard to come by. Animal species are too numerous to name that scientists have not finished discovering new species. The law of abundance makes everything surplus. There is more than enough to cater for every creature, including human beings. A lot of us have been so limited in our minds. We think there's lack, there's no money, there's no this, there's no that. All this culminates into putting limitation on what we do. There could be scarcity with things made by human beings, not the ones made by God or nature. The resources God puts on earth cannot be exhausted by us till eternity. We have more than enough. One interesting thing about this law of abundance is that there's a system at work to keep this abundance. Plants keep multiplying even without human intervention. Animals keep proliferating like no man's business. God made the process so sweet that even human beings and animals cannot be tired of reproducing and replenishing the earth. It's amazing how a lot of human beings have not come to realize this law, and they keep wallowing in lack and abject poverty. The law of abundance is ever working and answer to those who believe and put it to work. Convert your soft copy to hard copy. If you've ever had a dream, you should not remain in dreamland forever. Nobody can see your dream like the way you have seen it. You've got to convert your dreams to reality. That is the evidence that you had a dream, and it will keep it. Nobody wants to know your dream. They want to see it in reality. Convert your soft copy to hard copy. All those ideas, plans, vision that you've got are waiting for implementation. You can't keep having dreams without bringing them to manifestation. Life without result is frustrating. It's boring. Some successful people keep having results that can convince people that they are successful. They don't struggle for life, they live life. Okay, so we can see that even when you print something from your computer through your printer, so the soft copy is the document, the file you have on your computer, and the hard copy is the paper you have in your hand. So the conversion of your soft copy to hard copy is simply using your mind, the power of your mind, to implement your ideas, to go into action and do something important with your life. Okay, that's what that session is talking about. Okay, so next section now. Acquire or learn new skills. This is important to upgrade yourself. You wouldn't have to remain at one point for long. Life is beautiful when we are making progress. We enjoy life when we remain relevant and valuable, despite changing time. When you learn new things, you become better and your capacity increases. Your understanding and approach to things change. Learning new things could be physical, psychological, social, or even spiritual. No aspect of our lives should be taken for granted. You wouldn't know the importance of what you have until you are in need of it, especially when it's desperate. For instance, you can learn cooking and become a better chef. Even if you are not selling food, your cooking skills will definitely benefit some people, especially your family. In addition, acquiring new skills will upgrade your financial status. It will also upgrade your social exposure and interaction. You will meet new people, join new groups, and have new network and connections. Change. If your living does not solve problem, your dying will not create problem. If your living does not add value, your dying will not take away any value. Solve problems. There's no point living if there's nothing to do. Some people have been living on earth as though they are not alive. They beg to live, they struggle to live. People can't see any impact they are making. Just seeing their physical body, but have died inside long time ago because nothing is coming from within. But the fact is there's something to do. Problems in life cannot be exhausted. There's a problem you're meant to solve. There's a solution you're meant to give. You add value and become someone of great value when you solve problems. How do you solve problems? The first thing is for you to know that you have the capacity to solve problems. Next is desire. A burning desire, a burning energy that gives you what it takes to get the job done. Next, identify a need or a problem and get ideas on how to solve it. Sometimes it could be in line of your job, your career, your passion, your likes, your dislikes, your hobbies, your vocation, and so on. With this, you can get ideas to solve problems. People respect you when you solve problems, not when you create one. For great people, their living solves problems and their death create problems. For poor people, their living create problems and their death solves problems. How? When a rich man dies, people feel it and regret his death. His death is a problem for those that benefit from his riches. He is an asset. He adds value to the society. The death of the rich is loss of an asset. The death of poor is removal of liability, which will make things better. Don't be a liability, be an asset. Don't suck value, add value. The law of attraction. The law of attraction says you always attract from the universe whatever predominates your mind for a long time. This law is at work. Take note of what you're thinking most of the time. They will soon manifest in the physical by the law of attraction. If you always have negative thoughts, your life will be negative. If you always have positive thoughts, your life will be positive. You always attract what you think. You attract who you are. What you think is who you are. People of your type are attracted to you, not only by your conscious selection, but also by your thoughts and mindsets. Many people complain, they murmur, they condemn, they criticize, and do all kinds of negative things, and keep wondering why things are not moving in their lives. The answer is simple. They attract who they are and their predominating thoughts. Take the law of attraction to your advantage. If you want to attract good things and see them manifest in your life, then let your predominating thought be good. Scrutinize your thoughts. Don't allow negative thoughts to stay in your mind. Let your thought be positive and your life will be positive by the law of attraction. Leadership from the inside. Oftentimes, when we mention leadership, our attention is always drawn to leading people and all the external activities. But there's an internal aspect of leadership where you are dominates. Okay, so but there's an internal aspect of leadership where who you are dominates where you are, alright? If I'm a light, then darkness cannot dominate where I am. Leadership starts from the inside and then manifests on the outside. In fact, leading right is a product of living right. Have you taken time to know who you are before knowing where you are? Have you had time to discover yourself before discovering other people? We know virtually everything about where we are, but nothing about who we are. We know the latest news, the details of people around us, but little or nothing about what is within us. Can you set goals for yourself and achieve them without any external influence? You don't need to be carried away by external affairs and activities when things have not been put in place inside. Real leaders are not hypocrites. They simply manifest who they are no matter where they are. Change. Leadership starts from who you are and then manifests where you are. Overcoming the barrier of I don't feel like. I know some of us have got used to saying I don't feel like doing it, I don't have the heart to do it, and all of that. Sometimes I'm tired, I'm not interested, I'm weak, I can't do it, I don't know it, and all kinds of excuses and things that we say. But there's something you need to understand here. Feelings operate on the level of the lower brain that we call the limbic system. Okay? By the way, animals are dominated by their feelings because of their larger limbic system. But as for human beings, we have higher brain called neocortex that controls the lower one. That is where decisions, judgments, and formation of discrete thoughts are carried out. When feelings want to dominate what we should do, then you need to engage your higher brain to decide what you should do at that moment. Only people with dominant lower brain will be saying they don't have control over their feelings. The point is, you may not put away your feelings, but you can control it, especially when it's going the direction you don't want. For instance, if you're invited to a special occasion as a guest speaker and you have honored the invitation, on the day of occasion, it doesn't matter if you don't feel like going. All you have to understand is you've made up your mind to go to the occasion. One thing about feelings is that they appear when certain neurotransmitters are released in the brain, and these chemicals usually function within minutes or rarely hours. So you can be sure that some feelings that you have right now might not be there in the next few minutes or hours after the chemicals have evacuated from your system. Therefore, always let your decision be the determinant of your actions and not just your feelings or emotions. Change your attitude. Attitude is a manner of thinking, feeling, or behaving that reflects a state of mind or disposition. It is a summation of your thought processes, emotions, behaviors, and actions. Attitude is everything. When you change your attitude, you change your life. Your attitude determines what happens to you in life. A problem is not a problem if you have right attitude. What somebody sees as a problem is what another person sees as an opportunity to maximize and bring something good out of it. The most striking feature between a winner and a loser is attitude. One sees success before he succeeds, the other sees failure before he fails. Let your attitude be right and your life will be right. Enjoy what you have, not what you want. Many people are always looking at what they don't have and get covetous with other people's things. They complain of where they are and how everything is working against them. But do you know that it's not about what happens to you? It's about how you respond to what happens to you that matters. It's not about what you don't have. It's about your attitude to what you have. Many of us don't value what we have. We like to go for other people's items than to appreciate what we have right with us. I know sometimes we may need help from people and get things from them, but never let the mentality of always asking people for something be in you. It is not good. You see some people, every time they always ask from people, oh, borrow me this, borrow me that, give me this, give me that. It's just almost like their mindset, right? but say this is not good. It will always make you to be human dependent and lose your respect. You may not always have what you want, but the truth is you sure have what you need. Enjoy what you have while you are waiting for what you want. Alright? Change your emotions. Emotions are expressed feelings, expressing on the body what comes from your mind. Predominating thoughts in the mind after a while are stored in the subconscious mind, the component of the mind that stores and gives out information without much effort. Whatever is programmed in the subconscious mind leads one's life, because those things come out before one knows it. They have become part of life. Things like behavior, attitude, habits originate from the subconscious mind. Emotions are they associated with all of these. Some people confess they don't have the power over their emotions. They might not want to get angry for a particular cause, but can't just do it because their emotion is already engraved in their mind. It takes an effort to reprogram the subconscious mind. How do you change your emotions? You change your emotions by reprogramming your subconscious mind. That is where your emotions emerge from. Start by working on the thoughts that predominate on your mind. Your thinking pattern towards people around you goes a long way in determining how you will relate with them and their response to you. Oftentimes you think some people are bad. We have this cynical, erroneous interpretation of people's actions and behaviors to us. But in real sense of it, the situation starts from us. We determine how people relate or with us by our thoughts about them. People are good if you're good. People are bad if you're bad. After all, you might be part of that people in another setting that somebody else will talk about. So your own attitude alone goes a long way in determining what people say, think, or behave towards you. Your emotions start changing once your thinking starts changing. Okay? Change. Your thinking patterns affect your living pattern. The factory of the mind. Information about human beings cannot be exhausted. New discoveries keep popping up as the days go by. Human mind is an established factory where raw materials of diverse thoughts are produced. Of all instruments and machines in the world, it's only human mind that has the capacity to generate, process, and analyze and give out thoughts. Everything that was invented or created started as a thought in somebody's mind. A thought could be expressed as an idea, opinion, information, or vision. Don't allow negative thoughts in your mind, lest they hinder good ideas. If negative thoughts are already in your mind, remove them by quieting your mind and engage your tongue with positive confessions. Your mind is a powerful tool that you can use to change anything if you practically know how. Part of what you are learning from this book is that you learn principles and guides about the mind that guarantee results. Don't settle for less. There's higher tendency to follow the usual trend. It could be normal to do what others are doing or repeat what somebody else has done. So on the long run, there's no difference. Alas, every one of us is made unique. We all have individual qualities and identities that make us original and unique to who we are and what we do. If you're doing what others have done, you are living below your nature and even below your means. If you repeat what somebody else has invented or manufactured, you are denying your own creativity. In this case, I'm not saying you shouldn't look at others and be motivated. You can study what somebody else has done and learn the principles that worked for them. Learn from their successes and failures and get better with your own life. But it will really ridicule you to follow the usual trend and make your creative and innovative abilities useless if you don't explore into what you've got inside. I challenge you today to start engaging your creative mind to work. Come up with new ideas, come up with something, new concepts, new strategies, new way of thinking, way of doing things, So look for problems and solve them. Find out ways to add value to your environment, both the people and the things you can see. Enough of wasting time over mundane things. let's invent our lives in things that are more productive and life-changing. You are rising to the top. Expectation is the origin of manifestation. Oftentimes we get so familiar with things that we lose value for them. Whatever things we're doing, there should be an expectation in terms of results or outcome we want. But a lot of us don't put our minds on it. We are overwhelmed by activities and process that we can't precisely figure out how we want what we are going what we are doing to be. Without expectation, there can't be manifestation. Expectation is the key that opens door for manifestation. It is when we have expectation that we can have desire to achieve what we want. Okay? Higher mind makes you to live higher life. Until you advance your mind, you cannot advance your life. Higher mind produces higher life. We have heard times and times again that as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Upgrading your life starts with upgrading your mind. There's no need to complain about a leader who doesn't know how to solve a problem. He doesn't know much. If you're under such leadership, the solution is not to complain. The solution is to find a way to help your leader. It could be in form of advice, it could be in form of doing things that he will appreciate and learn from, and other strategic ways. When you add value to your leader, you add value to yourself. This is a good mindset. A man's life is productive and has many results when his mind is productive. Change. People will not celebrate your living if your life has not impacted their living. Oh, great. I'm an agent of change. My life is an epitome of change. I know change happens to everyone. Only few have capacity to make change the way they want. I have seen that many people desire change. It's not enough to desire. We need to meet the conditions required. Ever since in my life, I've observed I've been an agent of change. Not self-praise or self-gratification, but people need to know your results and not just what you say, but the results you have. My experience in medical school was rather an intriguing one. The journey started interesting and fascinating, but got to a point where important decisions have to be made. We've been delayed for over 2 years because there is no accreditation for a medical school. When I came in as a leader of medical students, I decided I was going to make change, and eventually I did. The result made the state of Osun government to give us scholarship to continue our medical training abroad and to become great doctors. Okay? The latent period is a patient period. There's a time when it seems nothing is happening. There's a period when it looks like the effort put in seems to yield no result. I tell you, something is going on. Things are working on your behalf. There has been times when I almost gave up with doing some things, but just within twinkling of an eye, things changed. I was astounded. I learned important lessons. I understood that the fact that what I'm expecting or asking for has not appeared doesn't mean it's not in the process. It is in the making. Work is going on. In those situations when it seems nothing is going on, patience is required so that what is coming will not be aborted. I remember one of the things I learned in physics about change of state of matter. If you have an ice, solid state, and you want to convert it to water vapor, gaseous state, you need huge amount of heat. When heat is applied on the ice, it doesn't melt immediately. It takes time to absorb heat before it starts melting. That heat that is used by the ice without a change of state is called latent heat. Though nothing is showing externally, but something is happening internally. The latent heat, though, seems insignificant. It's important for melting of the ice. It's just a matter of time. The heat is breaking the internal bonds holding the water molecules in the ice together. As a matter of fact, patience is required when you want to melt ice because there's no how much effort or large amount of heat you put in that can make the ice melt immediately. It needs some time. Though it can be faster according to the amount of heat applied, it can be immediate. It's a very, very important lesson to learn, even about life, something we also call a gestation period. Like there's always a time between your what you're doing and what you're seeing. Very important concept. We can also see that with the law of nature, with the law of planting, sowing and reaping. When you plant seeds, you cannot have the harvest immediately, but you need some time for the seed to germinate and grow and become plants and begin to yield fruit and give you the harvest, right? So that principle is applicable to many things that we see in life. All right, great. So so it needs some time, right? So we're talking about the latent heat. Yeah, so the highest can be met immediately. It needs some time, though it can be faster according to the amount of heat applied. It cannot be immediate. When a woman is pregnant, at first nobody could see anything on the outside, but definitely something is going on the inside. It's a matter of few months that her tummy will begin to bulge out. It doesn't end there. You might not see how the process, the growth, and the development of the baby is going on, but you should know that when the time is due for delivery, a complete human being will be born. But nothing was seen outside except the gradual enlargement of the tummy. It tells us something. The most important changes in life happen on the inside and not outside. People are always carried away by what they see. Always carried away by what they see. Would have to change their mindset, because tangible, lasting change happens on the inside and not outside. Therefore, when you are going through stuff and you're doing all you could, putting all the right attitude and efforts, believe change is going on. Things are happening. This understanding is needed as you experience some situations that look like delay or stagnation in your life. I see you making progress. Alright, change. Nothing happens in your life that has not happened in your mind. Very important. The greatest change. It happens inside of you. It's in your mind. The greatest change is what your life needs. Is what will change everything about your life. Some changes have occurred, but it seems things still don't fit. The present change has not brought the desired satisfaction yet. What you need is the greatest change. Let's consider for a moment what the greatest change is all about and why it is the greatest. The greatest change is the change that influences every other change. The change that affects your life. It is a change that makes things work. The greatest change is the one that happens in your mind. By this I mean your subconscious mind. Many people don't know their life is a reflection of their mind. Nothing happens in life that has not happened in your mind. When you change what happens in your mind, you automatically change what happens in your life. This cannot be overemphasized. At times, we get so bothered with what we experience in our lives, things that have happened to us, and we always wish to change those things immediately. Can I tell you, they are the result of fruit from your mind. You can't change your life by changing only your actions. You can't change your life by changing only your habits. You can only change your life by changing what happens in your mind. Things that you think about often, the dominating thought in your conscious mind will be engraved in your subconscious mind. A lot of us are yet to tap into the power of our subconscious mind. We just think it's for thinking and making plans or other common functions. We don't know our mind is a world on its own that needs to be explored. There's so much to be told when it comes to the issue of the mind. Your mind is one of the greatest assets you ever have on this planet Earth. Let it not shock you that you have only lived life up to the level of development of your mind. Or better put, your life has only got to the level that your mind has attained. So you live out whatever is in your mind. That is where you have the blueprint, the roadmap or masterpiece of your life. To make a lasting change in your life, you've got to consciously work on your mind. Whatever changes you make in your mind is what will be evident in your life. Powerful. The power of your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is that creative part of your being that attract resources from the universe to establish your innermost desires. There's an untapped inherent power of your subconscious mind. It doesn't select or logicalize information, unlike your conscious mind that receives and logicalizes information from the environment. Whatever is deposited in your subconscious mind from your conscious mind is what is engraved in it. The subconscious mind is the room where a whole lot of information are stored, including those from your childhood. These information are put together to form your experience, your memories, your belief system, your emotions, your actions, and your behaviors. Your subconscious mind controls vital processes of your body and determines the direction of your life. Your subconscious mind never stops. It never sleeps nor slumber. It's always on the job. When you go to sleep, your subconscious mind is actively working, putting past, present, and future events together as images that sometimes come up as dreams and visions. Imagination also ensues from the pictures and images formed in your subconscious mind. Your mind is a soil. Consider your mind as a fertile soil where seeds are planted and grow. It's a platform for turning seeds into trees that will eventually become a forest. Thoughts are seeds. When they are planted in the mind, they germinate and grow. They become giant trees that may be difficult to remove after it has been rooted and established. Likewise, certain habits that result from a thought that came into your mind might be difficult to get rid of after it has been established, though not impossible, but quite tasking or energy demanding. Your mind is so powerful that thoughts that you nurture in it, no matter how difficult or realistic it may be, if it stays long enough, it will germinate and bring forth fruit. Just like the way you put a seed inside the soil and allow it to stay for a while before it germinates. You allow the seed to stay inside the soil, it remains undisturbed, allowed to blend with the condition inside the soil, and then it germinates. Thoughts that you allow to stay undisturbed in your mind get established and become part of your life. They become your mindset, your new habits, your feelings and emotions, and all of that. The mind is a fertile soil, which simply means whatever you plant there grows and grows very well with all the nutrients required, supplied. When you wonder about things that happen in your life, when you are concerned about some feelings or emotions that you're always expressing or you don't want in your life, check the thought that dominates your mind. You make the change from the thoughts, not the feelings or the actions. To totally cut down a tree and prevent it from regerminating will require it to be uprooted. You don't destroy a tree by just cutting down the leaves or just the stems or the vines. Neither do you remove it by cutting the stem or the branches or wherever part of the tree. It's just a matter of time that the tree is going to bring new stem and branches. Therefore, to destroy a tree totally, you've got to go down to the root and disconnect it from the soil. That is it. You've done the job. To get rid of habits, to get rid of the habit that doesn't require habits don't require you change it with another habit. Okay, to get rid of a habit doesn't require you to change it with another habit or express a different feeling to it. You simply go down to your mind to remove the thoughts that always produce that habit and plant a new thought. Planting a new thought requires some time. Okay, you allow it to stay there long enough to make the change you want. Some psychologists have proved that thoughts that you allow to dominate in your mind for at least 21 days with expressed habit will remain and become part of your life. To be in a hurry to make a change will not give a lasting change. You need to allow the new thought to stay in your mind long enough, undisturbed, before it can germinate and bring forth harvest or expression. Powerful. The change you want outside starts from inside. Deep understanding about change at this age and order of the day is important because that is where solution to whatever problem that arose comes from. I have heard people complain. I have seen people putting blame on every person other than themselves for their failure and misfortune in life. Little or nothing do they know that they have sole responsibility on what happens to them. They think people could cause them damage, they could attack them, they could attack what matters in their life without their own consent. But that is not true. You have the absolute right over everything that pertains to your life. Some school of thought and belief systems have succeeded in giving people wrong ideology about what has responsibility over their life. Consequently, such people live their lives depending on other people for survival. They beg for food, they beg for clothes, and live at the mercy of life. When they've actually got all it takes to succeed by themselves without looking on any man. That will not mean you free yourself from people. You take responsibility over what concerns your life. The change you desire won't manifest outside if you've not made it inside. Great minds don't have problems, they only have value. To have means you are in possession of something. It means it's your portion and you're responsible for it. For great minds, problems are not their personal possession, but something just to work on. Why is that important? A lot of time we choked our minds up with issues here and there, problems now and then, to the extent that our minds have not even rested or calm for once, but always bothered with issues. Such minds can never be productive or sound-minded. A normal mind has capacity to be creative or innovative every day. The point is the mind is never free anytime. It's either you have good thoughts flowing through your mind and make you productive, or bad thoughts flooding your mind and prevent you from being creative. Okay? Change. Great minds meet needs. Small minds create needs. Consistency enforces change. Repetition is key to change. If you keep eating on something, you should know that there must be a change. When you see a blacksmith eating a spot several times, a change is about to take place. Practice makes perfection is a regular saying. The practice is a constant, continuous action. The perfection has to do with change that has taken place over time. Someone may not know he can be perfect at doing something until he starts to do and engage the force of practice. Before you know it, he's already perfect with it. There are things you don't force yourself to do anymore. You do them subconsciously because you've got used to doing them. At first, you need to overcome the barrier of making a change, putting things in order and getting things better. And now, you're perfect at it. Nice job. Consistency is putting constant effort on something to get the desired result. Change is inevitable with consistency. Every second of life makes change. Change in seconds causes change in minutes. Change in minutes causes change in hours. Change in hours causes change in days. Change in days amount to change in weeks, which leads to months, years, and a lifetime. Change happens with time. Change functions with time. Without time, there can't be change. Time enforces change on every creature on earth, including human beings. As we increase in age, change happens in our body. Some are reversible, some are irreversible. You wouldn't know you are living or growing until you started seeing changes in your body, from childhood to adolescence and to adulthood. You become matured physically, mentally, socially, sexually, morally, and so on. All of these are changes that happen with time. Life wouldn't have become interesting if there were no factor of time. Time makes change possible. Stop the fear. Fear is not only enemy of change, it is an enemy of destiny. Fear destroys human strength, abilities, and potentials. There are all kinds of fear, from known to unknown. Fear is a human response to threat and danger, but not a good state to stay. Nobody is exempted from the feeling of fear. But when fear comes, how do you undo it to make sure it doesn't harm you and your future? When fear is allowed in the mind, it entangles and mesmerizes it that it can't function well. When ideas or solutions about a problem should come, fear will disallow them. Fear destabilizes the mind. Fear puts the mind in a state of unrest and anxiety. Such mind will be unproductive because there's no good atmosphere to produce good thoughts. Most times, thoughts produce fear. To get rid of fear, get rid of thoughts that produce fear. Apart from the thoughts, lesion in the limbic system of the brain can produce fear. Such fear can be removed when the part of the brain affected is treated. Don't let your blessing be stolen. If it can be done today, why do you have to make it tomorrow? Because tomorrow may never come. Today is the only opportunity you have. Make good use of it. Don't let the enemy of procrastination steal your blessing. Each day has its own blessing. If you procrastinate what you should do now, you only pile up your work, which may become burden for you in future. Do what you're supposed to do now and let it be out of what you should do. This makes you responsible and productive. Alright, so end of chapter 3. So now we get ready for chapter 4. Chapter 4. Change your expressions. If there's change in your heart, there will be change in your acts. Okay? Great. A lot of times, situations come to frustrate us. External forces want to overwhelm us. Where you are should not determine who you are. Your present location should not determine your future promotion. Your source will always determine your resources. Change where you are. Don't remain where you are. Move on. Life is in phases and people are in sizes. Don't be engrossed by your present phase. Find things to learn and progress. Stagnation is not good. Sometimes you like to remain at a state we feel like, oh, we've come to a place of rest. But there is still more places to go. There's still more lands to acquire. There's still more things to do. One of the greatest enemies of change is complacence on past success. When you're resting on your laurels, on your past laurels. See, it's not a good thing. Don't be satisfied with where you are, even if there are people behind you. There are also people ahead of you. Now, this is not to create competition, but a sense of progression. You must always cultivate the habit of moving forward, no matter where you get to. There are still more things to do. Take a step ahead. Who you are should always determine where you should be. There are places you don't find kings, not because of pride, but because of who they are. We always determine where they are. Kings dwell in the palace. The moment the king is out of the palace, the building is no longer a palace. It becomes a normal residence. Location should not define you, but you should define location by your identity. Remember, your identity gives you dignity. Don't sell your identity to non-entity because of scarcity, because that will spoil your integrity. Oh, that's a nice rhyme. Don't sell your identity to non-entity because of scarcity, because that will spoil your integrity. Where you are is external. Okay? Who you are is internal. You must let who you are influence where you are before where you are influences who you are. Where you are includes people and things around you that could benefit or not benefit your life. Who you are should determine everything about you. Your family, your friends, your acquaintances, your job, your likes, your dislikes, your hobbies, your actions, your motives, and so on. So all of these are very important, so you got to work on them. Okay? So change where you are, not who you are. Okay? So change your action. How have you been behaving since? Your action has a way of influencing your life. When you change your action, you change your life. Your action tells a lot about your personality. Your action is an expression of what is inside of you. What is impressed in your heart is what is expressed in your acts. You don't need to complain about people's actions. You may not have control over that, but you have control over your own actions. You could decide to behave right. You could also decide to behave wrong. but choose to behave right because it will benefit your life. Action speaks louder than voice. In other words, you communicate more with your actions than with your voice. Some people waste their time talking from morning to night, trying to impress people with their words. When people already know the kind of person they are, you don't impress people only by your words, you impress them by your actions as well. People know your values and standards by your actions. Personalities that people esteemed highly are those that make their words conform with their actions. Change your strategy. I remember in the early days of my food business, I tried to reach out to as many people as I could. I gave out my contact and expected people to start calling me. I received so much nice comments about the food. People loved it. Oh, I was so happy. Man, so I relaxed, expecting people to contact me, to start calling me. I waited and I waited. Nobody called. What happened? I asked. Then I decided to go meet people in their different homes, hostels, and apartments. The result was so amazing. I was stunned. It was as though people were waiting for me to come. But they promised they're going to call me. I asked, why didn't they call? Then I realized that if people are not doing what they promised to do, if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, I should go ahead and do what I have to do, in my capacity at least. If they are not calling me, I will call them. That is the point. A lot of time we are there waiting for people to call us, to do something for us, to go somewhere for us. But if they are not doing it, we sometimes get upset and disappointed. Can you go ahead and do what you have to do, what you have in your capacity to do? At least with this, nobody can stop you not to do what you have decided to do except your own self. So this gives us the privilege of not living at the mercy of people in life. The important thing here is for you to understand that your action is for the action to be initiated. You see, once you start, people can join you. But while you are there waiting for people to act, don't sit down and then keep watching and expecting. Nothing is going to happen. You see, nothing may not be done at the end. Nothing may be done at the end. So you've got to be always proactive in anything that concerns your progress. Take steps and people will come to give their support and contribution once they see that the work has already started. Very important lesson I learned in my business. Very important. And I think this is applicable. It's an important principle that you got to apply to every aspect of your life. You got to understand that things work only for those that work. If you don't take action, nothing is going to work. Nothing is going to happen. You see? Very important. Okay, so to the next session. Talk with higher minds. There's a kind of conversation you have with some people in life that changes your life forever. These people are value-adding people. No single regret of relating with them. 10 minutes conversation with them is like 10 hours. They've got important stuff in their minds to share. They have priorities. They know important issues of life to talk about. While others may talk the ephemerals and peripherals, they talk deep things and insinuate esoteric conversation and communication. They have creative mind. They can help you to solve problems. They can talk to you. They can talk you out of difficult situations. While others cannot see hope in a situation, they can see light just at the end of the tunnel. In short, they are desperate optimists. In no doubt, working with people like this, of this nature, will definitely step up your life and your game. Working with wise will make you wise. Working with the fools will also make you foolish. In my life, I have always desired to talk with great minds. I get inspired and motivated. I've learned wisdom from these minds. I've gained experience from these ones. Most times, the decisions we make in life are influenced by people around us. Even the way we live our lives and the kind of results we have in life are predicted on the kind of people that we rub minds with. If you want to make a new friend, make a good friend. Don't make the mistake of choosing a wrong friend. It will wrong your life. A friend can promote, a friend can demote, a friend can support, a friend can betray. Better to get someone with good hearts that you can relate with without restriction on your spirit. Two cannot work together except they are in good terms, except they are free. Except they agree. If you want a good friend, Be a good friend. If you are a good friend, many people will want to be your friend. Alright? Don't give up yet. Sometimes ago, I had to quickly get some items in the supermarket late in the night, in the evening. I was amazed at what I saw on stepping outside. Snow has already accumulated everywhere. Just few hours ago, I was outside, and it wasn't that much. You hardly notice the snowflakes falling, but making so much effect on the ground. I wondered how small things could make big changes. The Environmental Emergency Service even had to start packing some of the accumulated snow before it ensued into snow floodings. That was a big lesson for me. Dear friend, I'd like to tell you that those efforts you're making have not wasted away. They are accumulating. They will soon manifest. Don't give up with your good works. Don't stop making that input. They are piling up. They will soon give you good yields. The change might have not manifested, but it has kick-started. Believe and accept it. Greatness is yours. Change. Your desired change might not have manifested, but it has kick-started. Great. Your result matters. It's good to have knowledge, but that is not good enough. That is not enough. It's good to acquire skills, but it won't fetch you money if you don't know how to package it. You may know how to do something well, but if you don't know how to get results, you might be frustrated with what you know. Knowledge without application is useless. Make sure you know how to get results. If your result approves or vindicates the knowledge that you have, it is your result that proves or vindicates the knowledge that you have. You may claim you have knowledge. If you don't have results, people will not believe you. You can be applauded for your knowledge, but you only be rewarded for the knowledge that you apply to get results. Your result matters. It proves so many things about you, even including what you do with your time and in your privacy. Results are evidence of applied knowledge. Of course, it's not all that have results follow the right way. Then what will separate the result from the wrong steps and what will separate the result that was got from wrong steps and the one that was got from the right step? The former will not be able to stand the test of time, whereas the later will do and even multiply. If you wonder why some people have good results today and it disappears tomorrow, it's because they follow wrong steps to have results. You see, to have that result. Therefore, it is not just enough to focus on having results. It's also important to focus on following the right way of having such results so that it will last. Alright? You need some patience. I know you want the result fast. I know the time is not on your side, but you can wait a bit and exercise a little more patience. Sometimes we are in a hurry to go somewhere, we are in a hurry to do something, we are just in a hurry to get things done, to get that reply and all of that. But one thing we must learn about life is patience. Sometimes we are even pressed by people and situations around us to do some things, without even waiting for the right time to do them. And when the result comes, we face it all by ourselves without involving those people that even forced us into it or rushed us. No matter how urgent a situation might be, if you don't have the capacity to handle it or you think it's not yet right time to attend to it, don't be prompted to take action. Otherwise, you face the music all by yourself. On the other hand, if it's an important situation that requires your attention at the moment, do your best to attend fast to the situation, but not to compel other people to do what they don't want to do. You see, you may not have power over external factors, but you sure have control over yourself to decide what you want and how to respond to situations in life. Okay, great. So change. What is impressed in your heart is what is expressed in your acts. Right approach to life. We've learned so many things. We've been taught a lot of things by our teachers, our parents, our guardians, our friends, our colleagues, people, and so on. Many of those things have conditioned their minds on how to respond to situations. How to do things, how to behave in the society and all that. But do you know that our approach to life is very important vis-a-vis what we get in life, how we live? Some people have been taught life is difficult, and whatever they want to get from life must be through difficult means. Other people have been given erroneous mentality about scarcity and lack in the world. There's economic meltdown, there's problem, there's calamity, there's insufficiency, there's embezzlement, bad politics, bad government, all kinds of challenges and misfortune that does not make life worth living. Oh my God. With all these kind of tenets and misconceptions, it will be difficult for such individual to approach life with ease and get the best out of life because they've been taught wrong things all along. So, though there are challenges in life, but none of them has your name on them. None was customized for you, meaning that there are no new challenges. There are only new approaches to them. So don't live a difficult life because they say life is difficult. It doesn't mean you're taking life with levity, but simply gives you the right approach to life. See, when you see things from a different perspective, not the way everybody is saying it, like, okay, things are just difficult, you have to struggle to live, to enjoy your life. No, it's not going to work. You got to have a different perspective, different mindset, a mindset that sees problem as something to work on, solve a problem, you see. And looking at it, you see, many people from Africa have been wrongly conditioned on how to approach life. Any small challenge, they will connect it to witches and wizards in their family. What an English person, what another person will see as an opportunity to tax his brain and come up with something innovative is what someone in Africa will see as a problem and say, oh, the whole world is against him. It is a mindset which, after a long time, on the long run, affect the kind of result that is going to get in life. Why must somebody think everything is working against him? Why must you just be thinking that somebody, somewhere doesn't want you to prosper, or someone is against your success, or is accusing, or you're just there? Why are you just accusing somebody that doesn't even know what is going on with your life? You see, but it's because you don't know it. It's because you don't know that nobody has power over your life except you. Nobody can bewitch you or can put spell on you without your consent. You see, this is very important to note. It's all about what you're thinking. It's about your mind. It's about how you condition your mind, your belief systems. You see, that's what we're talking about. So you've got to understand that the right mindset is important for right living. You think right and things will begin to work right for you and you will live right. Right? Very important. Okay, next. Test for a true friend. Friendship goes beyond to know each other and mere greetings and exchange of pleasantries. We've got different definitions to friendship and there are various types. Okay? However, the basis of any friendship is agreement. Their attitude and behaviors must agree, if not at all, at least some. There must be a basis for congruency, a factor that makes you correspond in character or nature, or even some qualities. If you are looking for a good friend, check yourself first if you are one, or can you be a good friend. Sometimes we desire some things in people that we don't have ourselves. An acid test for a true friend is love. Any person that claims to be your friend and does not express love is not your true friend. One of the major expressions of love is giving. The person can give his time, his energy, his resources, his money, even integrity on your behalf. The person can forgive, can be patient, selfless, and not proud or bumptious. Now, this doesn't mean until you find all these qualities, the person is not a true friend. No, you will see some traces of all these qualities, if not obvious, at least some of them. The important thing is love, which is expressed from a sincere heart. I encourage you to be a true friend, and you will surely find true friends around you. You are attracted to who you are. Be the person you want in people. Increase your capacity. A 2-liter bottle cannot contain 4 liters of water. If we try to do it, the extra 2 liters of water will be a waste. This is similar to the capacity of our minds. Sometimes we find it difficult to believe some things, not because we don't want to believe, but because we just don't have the capacity yet. While it's easier for some other people to believe that same thing because they have the capacity for it. Being a leader will entail continuously increasing your capacity. You have more challenges to face, you have more responsibility to handle, and so on. You need to increase your capacity to condone people's faults, errors, and mistakes. You need to increase your capacity to tolerate people's actions and behaviors. People are not the same. You got to understand that. People are different. You may find it easy to like one person and find it difficult to like another person. Even sometimes you want to express more love to one person than the other. That others could even notice, and then the love is not shared equally. But as a leader, you've got to learn how to love people genuinely and unconditionally, their attitudes and behaviors notwithstanding. Very important thing to learn, in leadership. That's what helps with building a team, having a teamwork, right? Very important. Get excited. Excitement is a feeling that puts you on a high key. Makes your spirit high. It gives you some energy and whets your appetite to work. You should always get yourself excited. It keeps boredom away from you. You won't even know how it feels if you are always, high-spirited, if you always keep your spirit high. I get myself excited by a lot of things. First is my achievements and goals. Things that I have done get me excited to do things that I want to do. My achievements motivate and keep my spirit high to accomplish my goals. When I ask some people how their day was, and they answer me, with frown face, frustrated, and it was boring. And I wonder really? I wonder how that could be. I was always thought, maybe they don't have what to do. They don't have goals or visions in life, or have they not had any achievements or good things to reminisce on about their life and get engaged with something productive? Seriously, to be candid, I had always wondered, while I'm looking for more time to add to my own 24 hours, that is the same time somebody is complaining is useless or unproductive for them. So they say it's boring, the day was so boring today. I just sleeping, waking up, just couldn't find anywhere to go. But I think now when I'm interacting with people more, I'm beginning to understand why people feel bored. Just because of some of the things I'm sharing now, that many people don't have goals, they don't have things they are working on in their lives, something more important in their life that they can put their attention, they can put their time into and get some value from it. So alas, if you really have something important to do, then you won't complain life is boring. Okay, very important. So stop praying and start working. The importance of prayer cannot be overemphasized. However, we need to understand the role of prayer, prayer plays when it comes to making change. Prayer is a spiritual activity that gives us access to tap into divine power for making exploits. Prayer makes divine resources available like vision, strength, ideas, abilities, spiritual gifts, and so on. Prayer also gives us the avenue to know the mind of God concerning situations. We are not in the dark as far as any issue of life is concerned when we engage the altar of prayer. However, prayer is not everything. Prayer will not replace the work you're supposed to do. Prayer will not acquire the skills for you. Prayer can tell you what to do, but it won't do for you what you're supposed to do. Know when you should pray and when you should stop praying. Some people will spend hours praying for miracles to happen when God has put the miracles in their hands to work. Multi-million ideas are in your mind that you need to work on to change your level. God knows what you need before you pray. So it's not your prayer that is going to inform God about your condition. As many religious folks pray with that mindset today. They just always pray as if they are telling God what he's supposed to do or what he doesn't know. There's no need for competitive, repetitive long hours of prayer. After such long hours of prayer, I say for such people, they are physically tired and cannot do anything again unless they are refreshed. So they go to sleep tired. You see, the time that they should be using for working, they are using it for praying. No wonder there are so many prayer warriors who are still worried about life. They are the poor ones around. We can't use prayer to bend principles or to change principles. No, we cannot. Those that know principles and follow them diligently are the ones that will have results, because principles are respecter of no persons, just like the way God is respecter of no persons, because God is principles. Very important. Prayer is one of the principles that is needed for success. Other factors are also needed. You see, they are also there. So don't do only prayers at the expense of other principles and requirements for success. Very important. Where others will not, love will win. Perhaps you might have tried all the methods you know, but none has worked yet. You try to please people, talk gently with them, and even go extra mile to sacrifice things for them, but it just seems nobody is seeing what you're doing or appreciating it. Where all these methods you could have used has failed, love will win. Love is the only key that doesn't fail. I'm not talking about the love parents show their children or the ones between siblings, neither is the one between lovers or any kind of relationship. I'm talking about unconditional love, the love that you express, not because you want to gain something, but because you want to give something. We've experienced love in different capacities shown to us by people close to us or distant from us. However, until you show this level of unconditional love, even in your relationship, perhaps between husband and wife, you might not be able to enjoy the best in your relationships. Love is a magnet that attracts other traits or qualities. When love is present, you will easily find joy, peace, laughter, patience, forgiveness, selflessness, and other good qualities. Love makes life good. Love makes us to see good in people. We overlook faults and shortcomings. We get less upset and forgive easily. That doesn't mean we won't be angry or tolerate what is not good. It means when we are in love, we will do everything in love. We will correct people in love, and it will be easier for us to forgive. Change. Love is a personality that has a special identity. It is a nature that gives us a culture. Great. Leadership is a responsibility. Many people think leadership is about occupying positions and enjoying the benefit therein. Oh, sorry. Leadership is far more than that. I hope it won't shock you that every one of us is a leader in different capacities. How do I mean? Leadership, simply put, is the ability to influence people. You can influence people through your ideas, your opinions, your success, your achievement, your results, resources, your position, your status, and so on. Position is just one of the platforms that give you opportunity to lead, but leadership on its own itself is not limited to occupying positions. Leadership is a mindset, a mental status that gives us the understanding of being responsible. To start with, you're responsible for your life. Everything that happens to you has your involvement. The moment you're grown up, you're responsible for everything that happens to you. You see, that's like the age, from graduating from a minor to an adult. You see, and then you become a mature person to handle issues by yourself, right? So no complaint, no shifting of blame. This responsibility mindset is what makes real leaders to be servants. Leaders serve. They know what to do and they do what they're supposed to do. They don't wait for miracles. They do the miracles. They are agents of change. Without them, things can continue to go wrong until they arrive. Leaders are selfless people able to make sacrifice at any time and bring best out of people. They bring out best in people. Okay, great. Responsibility is a weight. If you don't have strength, you might be weighed down by responsibilities. Okay? Responsibility is a weight. Yeah. You need strength to carry it. How is it a weight actually? Responsibility, how is it a weight? How is it a weight? I'm not talking about physical weight here. It is a load in the mind. As a leader, you've got to take time to think about things, to solve problems, to make plans, to generate ideas, to carry out your project and, achieve some tangible success and all that, do some important decisions, make some important decisions. Over time, some people have become burdened by the loads of responsibility. To think, plan, and organize things is difficult for them. But this thing is what we have to do. Some part of it is innate, others are acquired. Learn what you can learn, what you have to learn. Know what you have to know. Responsibility is the ability to respond to situations that present themselves to us in form of problems, difficulties, tasks, and assignments, duties, and functions. So it is all about service to humanity. So responsibility is a weight that we got to have strength to handle in our mind, mental strength, mental strength, emotional strength, psychological strength, and all that. Very important to handle responsibilities that we face from time to time, daily in our lives. Okay, very important. Put your energy together. Energy is the ability to do work. To work effectively and efficiently, you've got to put your energy together. That means absolute concentration and attention is needed for a successful leadership. There are so many distractions around us. There are things around you that may want to sap your energy and drain away your strength. Harness together your resources. Put together your energy. That will make you achieve more. You will have results faster and better. Some people have been trying to have results after putting in some level of effort but notice no change and they become frustrated. They are doing so many things at the same time. Their energy is not directed to one thing at a time. So they ended up being inefficient and unproductive. To have maximum result, you've got to put your energy together and focus on one thing at a time. That doesn't mean you're weak. It's a principle. You've got to concentrate on one thing at a time. Though human brain can do many things, but not simultaneously. Therefore, your efficiency comes with your ability to put all of your energy together in one thing at a time and have tangible results. Don't worry if your practice has not become perfect yet. Though you've been trying for a while now, but it hasn't worked out. Don't give up. It's accumulating. It will work out. Every attempt you have made to make the change is needed. They are raw materials and building blocks for change. There can't be change without attempt to make it. Then the attempt will let you know what it takes to get the job done and become perfect with it. If you're learning new things, it takes time to become perfect at it. So change happens in your brain neuronal system to conform to the new pathway created by the new things that you're learning and doing. So with time, you become perfect with what you're doing. So you got to do it, and if you don't stop doing it, you become perfect with it. So change is induced by you simply keep practicing, keep doing what you're doing, and then you become perfect. So I see your change on the way. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Cascade of Change. One step at a time, initiate one change at a time. The cascade of change. The moment a change is initiated, the process has begun. Many times we foresee challenges, we look at the difficulties ahead, the troubles and oppositions ahead, that we get distracted. We don't concentrate on what we have to do. We don't focus on the energy and ability we've got inside of us to get the job done. Little or nothing do we know that the moment we take a step, several other steps ahead will fall in place. That will make the journey to achieve our goals easier, better, and faster. Don't break the chain reaction. There's a process that has been initiated. Don't break the chain reaction. go forward, move forward. As you're going through this book, something is happening within you. Changes are going on in your mind that will change your life. You're gathering momentum for an uncommon change. Don't break the chain. How can you break the chain? Perhaps you've got, perhaps, perhaps you've just been you've just been challenged or charged up or prompted to take a bold step that will bring you that desired change. Don't stop there. Go ahead and take that step. You can just take that moment and then just go take that step right away without waiting for next minute. Don't procrastinate. Don't say I'll do it tomorrow. No, tomorrow never comes. Make the call now. Meet that person now. Go to that place now. Though you may have 1001 excuses not to do it, what you're supposed to do now, but no excuse is genuine for failure. But every explanation you give for success is acceptable. So maybe you're tired, maybe you're hungry, maybe you want to sleep, maybe or to do something to fulfill a urge. Don't be deceived by your feelings. It's your decision that matters. Your feelings will soon blend with your decision. And as a matter of fact, your flesh doesn't always want you to achieve something something tangible in life. You see, it doesn't want success really. Your flesh, because it's always working against you taking actions and doing what is right for your life, but it's your decision that's gonna win the game if you determine in your mind. So it will always want your flesh will always want you to go against you working for your success, but just to enjoy pleasure and have rest and go and sleep and all that. But don't give in to that. Make your decision and follow it, not your feelings. If you want something badly enough, you will get it. A research has shown by some of our scientists that desire is a force that pulls resources anywhere and everywhere from the universe to the recipient. There are unlimited resources in the universe, so they cannot be accessed unless force is applied. That force comes from your mind, the force of desire. It automatically turns you to a magnet that pulls all the resources from the universe. Until we understand that everything we need to live a prosperous life is locked up in the universe. There's so much abundance in the universe that we cannot even exhaust it. So you see plants everywhere, you see animals multiplying like no man's business. What of the air, the sunlight, the space, the soil, the water, the minerals. There's just so much. Other resources are all there evidence. They are all evidence of abundance in our world, in nature. All this poverty or scarcity mindset, you see, some of this poverty or scarcity mindset that some people have about resources, that they are limited. That is not true. Looking at what we just discussed about nature, about what we can see in nature. So why is it that petroleum engineers are still finding places where there are crude oil, despite so many places where they've found already? Don't you know that before? Don't they know that before? Of course they don't. You see, because more discoveries, more new things, more treasures are going to be found. You see, that is the point. We cannot exhaust them because they're just, so unlimited. And for human beings, we are limited in our knowledge because we only know what we know now. But that doesn't mean that is all we know or that is what's available. You see, because there's still so much more that we need to know. So you are not limited with the resources. You are only limited in your mind. That doesn't mean that that's all that's available. I mean, like, what you can see is just all that is available, but you can access as much as you want if you so desire it, and if you are ready to give it what it takes to have it. It's all of us living on earth to desire. If all of us living on earth so desire to become all millionaires and multi-billionaires, it will happen for every one of us without anyone being shortchanged or being robbed. Nobody is holding your resources. Nobody is responsible for your success or failure. Take responsibility and deliver yourself from failure. Change. Mind the thoughts in your mind before the thoughts in your mind bind you. That's interesting. Maybe I can say that again. Mind the thoughts in your mind before the thoughts in your mind bind you. The ball is in your court. Everything lies with you. Your destiny lies in your hands. The ball is in your court, not in your neighbor's court, but in your own court, not even your politician's court or your government or your parents or whatever. Now, the point is, until you begin to take responsibility for your life and stop blaming people for your failure, your greatness or success in life will only be in view. Everything that has happened to you either has your involvement, whether you accept it or not. Things may happen that you don't like. That doesn't mean you can't change it or make it better. You can change that situation. You can solve that problem. That is why it all starts with your desire. You've got to desire change. You've got to resolve in your mind that you are responsible for anything that happens to you from now on. You see, and you take good care of your thinking, mind your thoughts, and dominate your mind, and let good thought dominate your mind, because that will just be a matter of time. It will manifest in your life. Whatever you're thinking about now will soon be part of your life. You see, that's the working principle of life. It makes the difference between the rich and the poor. It makes the difference between the wise and the fool. So it makes the difference all the way, between the leader and even the follower. I see every man as being the same. For me, nobody is superior than the other. And so what essentially makes the difference is their minds. What A is thinking about that is different from B affects everything about their lives. Essentially, it affects the way they say things and respond to it. A situation that Mr. A sees as a problem is the same situation that Mr. B sees as an opportunity to make wealth, to make some money, you see, to put some cash in his pockets and add some value and impact lives. So don't look for any prophet or soothsayer. You are the greatest prophet of your life. Speak good words into your life. Be consistent with it, and you will see things changing for better in your life. You see your life changing for better. All right? Make the move. You've been asked several times to take that step. You have been told to make that move, but it seems difficult. It's as though they're just like some barriers ahead. There's some difficulties ahead. Things are just hard. You can't even take a step, or you can't just make that move. But until you make a move, it will look difficult. You see, you've got to overcome that force of inertia. And a good example is when you're driving a car or inside a moving car. You look ahead on the highway and you saw at far distance stream of water. We call that mirage. Something that looks as though it exists, but it does not. While the car is moving, you may be thinking of how to pace down and cross over the waters. But the truth is, you will never reach that water because it does not exist. You see, it does not exist. It only seems as though it does. On approaching the place where you think the water were, behold, it's as dry as normal land. What happened? It is an illusion. An illusion, that may want to distract you or discourage you from moving ahead or achieving your goals. While you're still far away from the mirage, if you are not an experienced person that knows about it, many thoughts about the streams of water may begin to flood your mind. You could start thinking of how the water got there, what happened around that caused it, how you can escape through it, and all of that. But all of these are not necessary. Just keep moving. When you move forward, you will soon realize that it does not exist. It's an illusion. In the same vein, some problems or obstacles that you think you have in your life, but they don't really exist. They are also illusion. They are mirage. Make the move and continue to move. You will be surprised at how things you see as problems will dissolve right before your eyes. Powerful. Put yourself in people's shoes and put people in your shoes. This is a two-way condition that makes you undo and respond to situations of life appropriately. There are two hands, receiving hand and the giving hand. I may not know how it feels until I find myself in that situation. I might not even understand what to do until I find myself in somebody's else situation. It is easier to correct people. It sounds better to criticize people for something when you are at the receiving end. But when you are the receiving hand, then you know how it feels to receive correction or criticism from people. I'm not saying we shouldn't be corrected or criticized. As a matter of fact, they are needed for life. I'm saying when you are the one correcting or criticizing people, You should put yourself in other people's shoes. So you will know how it feels. You will empathize and do little of sympathizing. You see, it's also easy to encourage people when they are in difficult situations. Then, when it's your turn, you hardly remember to put to work things that we have taught people. You see, and it's easier to to talk to people, to challenge people, to encourage people, to do all kinds of things to people, right? Yeah, it's easier to advise people on what to do and all that. But when it comes to our own turn, you see, it's hard for us sometimes to even put those things to work that we know. So well, if we keep both sides of life in mind, we will get better at how to solve problems and how to relate with people, how to handle issues and situations and all that. Very important, right? Progress is not about moving fast, it is about moving well. We have seen people that have started a race faster than the others. At the beginning, they are ahead of others, they run faster, they do things better, they're just making progress, right? But surprisingly, they didn't come out first. Sometimes it could even be one of those that started late behind that will eventually come first. Because winning a race in life is not about who started first, but it's about who ended first. You see? So don't be distracted or disturbed when you see somebody running faster, making so much money, achieving all manner of things, buying houses, buying cars, just acquiring material possessions and all that, or even gaining promotion and all those things. You wouldn't know whether they are doing well or they are doing right, or what they are doing will make them great or fulfilled in life. Again, fulfillment in life is not about how many things you've acquired, or how many houses you've built, or how many cars you've bought, or all those things, yeah? But how many purpose you have fulfilled in your life. That is what fulfillment is all about. What are you actually in alignment with your purpose? Are you doing what you're supposed to do? You see, are you in the right direction? You wouldn't say a snail is not making progress if it's moving in the right direction. A squirrel might be running fast, you see, because it's one of the fastest running animals in the world. But if it's in the wrong direction, I tell you, it's not making progress, but regress. Progress is moving in the right direction, the direction of your goal. Some people only care about moving or doing activities, engaging themselves in, just engaging yourself in something, whether favorable or unfavorable, legal or illegal, as much as it's bringing something or got you occupied, is not the right way to live and enjoy life. It will eventually lead to frustration. You wouldn't want to be frustrated in life. You see, better to do right things at the right time, even if it seems things are moving slow. Once it's in the right direction, you should know that sooner or later, your result will manifest. People may not celebrate you now because of what they cannot see, but just as a matter of time, they will soon see and appreciate what you have done. Change, winning a race, is not about who started first, it is about who ended first. Don't do it in bigs, do it in bits. Okay? Don't do it in big things. Do it in bits. That's in chunks. Okay, so you may have many things you want to do, but limited time and energy. The task may look so gigantic and enormous, putting threat to your ability. But okay, you can break the task down to bits, to chunks. Do them bit by bit. It's like someone has a bowl of pounded yam. Okay, he can swallow everything at once, but can engage his hand or spoon to eat the food in bits. Before you know it, he has pulled down the mountain of pounded yam, you see, in his plate. It might be a big problem for him to swallow everything at once, but since his stomach has the capacity to hold the entire food, but it will cause him so much havoc. You see that? So better to do big things in bits, for in no time the bit will become big. Doing things in bit requires more energy, stress-free, and it's even easy to be done. You don't have to be choked up with the factor of time. it's better to get big things done in bits for a longer time than not to do it at all. And then even when you do it, you become frustrated. When you do big things all at once, you may not be able to do it eventually, and you become frustrated because you're not achieving the results, and you're not doing it well. So it's better you do big things in bits. So you go ahead and do it in bits, and I see you making progress. All right, know what you know. Some people may want to frustrate you with what you know. They want you to begin to doubt yourself and get yourself confused. They want you to lose your confidence. Don't allow them. You see, know what you know. I remember those days when I was in medical school, when we were being assessed by some of our professors in medical field. When they ask you a question and you got it right, they will go further to test your confidence, whether you're sure of what you know or just a guesswork. When they see that you are not sure, they count it as you don't know. That's interesting, actually. Life is not just about what you know. It also requires confidence in what you know. That is what will bring results. Challenges will come and test our knowledge, you see, and test your knowledge, test what you know. If you doubt, the challenge will remain. But the moment you exercise confidence and stand firm on the truth, you will be amazed at how those challenges will disappear. So, the answer to life questions is not only in what you know, but also in confidence of what you know and your ability to insist on the truth. That is what faith is all about. Know what you know. The real knowing, the real knowing gives you confidence. Excuse me. The real knowing gives you confidence of what you know that no man can sway you away from. Oh, now I remember that the scripture that says, "Do not throw away your confidence, that are a great recompense." That's a great reward. Do not throw away your confidence, because your confidence is what is going to give you rewards. Very important, very powerful. All right. So gain. Okay. The next thing now is vain is the help of man. Vain is the help of man. It means man cannot be your source of help, though it could be a means or channel of your help, but not a source. Very important. Now, God wants us to understand and acknowledge the fact that He is our source, for no man is capable of being your source. Therefore, whenever you're putting your trust and reliance on man as though he is your source, then you are in for disappointment, and you can be sure that it will be unproductive. Someone that you trusted today to give you $1,000 tomorrow might decide to die before tomorrow. You wouldn't want to kill yourself because that happened, but move on with life. Man could fail you because it's limited. It may not even be that the person died. It may just be like the person, something changed. The person may not want to give you that money again. The person may give you 1,001 excuses. So different things can just happen, So not just to put your trust in man, you see, because man can fail you anytime. So you wouldn't want to put your trust in man, but you got to move on ahead with life and, do your thing, because only God that cannot fail you. I can't count how many times men have failed me. I cannot count it. Countless times that people have failed me. I'm not saying this to berate people or to talk people down, but just to understand this concept you're talking about. That you don't have to put your trust or your reliance on human beings. Understand that people are channel of your blessings. God uses people, but people should not be your source. That's what we're talking about. Not even depending on them for anything, but just fulfillment of promise or agreement. I mean, this is not like depending on somebody, right? But sharing my own experience now that not like I'm depending on somebody, but just somebody made a promise, right? We had an agreement and then supposed to fulfill that promise, right? But that even the person cannot do. That even people cannot do. Like based on agreement and promise, right? So now, this made me understand that whosoever put trust in man will have himself to be blamed. You see, this doesn't mean that we should be cynical or skeptical about people's actions or promises. It doesn't mean that, we should not believe people. You should believe people, but understand where your source is. where your help is coming from. Very important. It only means that we should expect good from people, but if otherwise another thing happened, we should not be annoyed or disappointed, but accept them with love and cheerful hearts. Very important lesson to learn in life. Get prepared for the future. The future you're aspiring for starts from here. Nothing will happen in the future if you fail to do something now. There's a need for preparation. There's a need to put things in place before you see change you desire. A change doesn't come outrightly as an isolated event or happening. It comes as a product of accumulated efforts. Don't look for shortcuts. It might eventually become long cuts. So invest your time in what is right. Follow the process, one step after the other, and you will eventually reach the end product. Okay? Change. Nothing will happen in the future if nothing is done now. Look for ways to help people. There are several ways if you look around on how you can help people. Nobody yet has ever rejected love expressed from a sincere heart. Instead of expecting something from people, can you think of how you can help someone? Can you add value to someone's life? Okay, so you will be surprised that the change you are looking for will come like a dream of the night if you can actually take this simple step, yet very powerful. When you give value out, you will surely have your return, even in multiple folds. A lot of people have been mentally conditioned to always be looking for helpers, somebody who will assist them, somebody who will bail them out of their situation, somebody who will just do something for them. They call it miracle, call it some divine helpers, right? But little or nothing do they know that they can be a blessing to someone. They can help other people. You see, they can be answer to somebody's prayer. In a system where there's so many parasites, it will just be a matter of time. The system will soon collapse. Why? Because whatever you're sucking or drawing, nutrient from, and you don't add value back in return, will soon dry up. The present economic recession in some part of the world is an example of this. There are too many parasites in such nations. You see, people like politicians are looting money all over the place. Even other people, or normal people that are not even politicians, that are also taking things from the government property, taking public funds and all that. Or even cheating on other people. People who are just taking from the system and not adding any value to the system. You see, even their so-called civil servants, they are not even serving anything. They are servants, but they are not serving anything. Many will just go to the office, do normal routine work, and go back home. There's no time to think on how to improve the system. There's no time to generate ideas, to formulate, good plans that will improve the nation, that will improve the state, the economic state, and other sectors of the system. That will just bring, some progress, make things go forward. So people are not just thinking about this; they're not working on this. So what everybody just waiting for is just salary at the end of the month. Get their salary, get their arrears, their allowances at the end of the month. You see, receiving money that wasn't worked for, right? No wonder there is so much underdevelopment in such places. You see, because there's no how you can do, because there's no how you can do good with such money. Because now, when people are not adding value to the system, but they are taking value from the system, it's just going to be a matter of time. They're going to collapse, they're going to crush the system. And there's not going to be development in such place because people are just draining the system. They're just draining the resources. Many people have become mentally lazy because of this routine life. There's nothing new, really. There's no innovation or creativity. It seems as if many people are just living a robotic life, right? Living a humanly programmed, stereotyped life. They go to work, go to office, do work, and come back home, sleep, wake up, eat, just doing that kind of routine life, right? Alas, one of the distinguishing features that separate human beings from animals, Alas, one of the distinguishing features that separate human beings from animals is the ability to think, the use of cognitive faculty. Now, if this is not done, there's no how human beings can be different from animals, you see. However, many people have reduced themselves to living life below the standard of normal human life. So, when there's nothing new coming up in their life, they are not being creative, they're not being innovative. So, it's just like living the usual life, like a routine kind of robotic life, similar to that kind of life of animals. Our world should have improved more than the way it is now. Things should have even gotten better than the way they are now. Perhaps if we have good number of people who are adding value to the world, no matter how little, I tell you, this world will be a better place. The change that we are looking for is inside of us, every one of us. Until we unleash them, nothing will happen in our external world. So you see that very important concept to understand, that we've got to all take the bull by the horn. We've got to, put all hands on desk, on deck, and bring change to our world, bring change to our environment, to our society. Very important. Right mental conditioning. We have heard it times without number that as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. But what does this really mean? What does it really mean? So let's make it a little bit deep. As a man thinks in his heart, he's talking about a functioning mind, the heart. So normally, a man should think in his mind. Okay? However, we know every second, different thoughts flood and flow through our mind, both good and bad. But that is on a passive note. Thoughts can be flowing through your mind and not thinking about them, and you're not thinking about them. So thinking is an active process where you engage the conscious part of your mind and your memory. Whatever you're thinking about that can last enough in your conscious mind will get engraved in your subconscious mind. Whatever enters your subconscious mind has become part of your life. While the conscious mind is logical and objective, it makes the decision, do the thinking, but the subconscious mind is the creative and subjective part that doesn't reason things out, whether good or bad. So it accepts whatever is being given from the conscious mind. Look into your life and you will realize that your life now is a reflection of what you programmed in your subconscious mind. The word "as a man thinks in his heart, so is he" again talks about the fact that you are what you think. Sometimes you face the riddle of not immediately seeing in the physical whatever we are thinking in our conscious mind. It is not your conscious mind that does the job. It is only process whatever you want in form of thought and transfer it to the subconscious mind. Please note that it is only thoughts that last enough in your conscious mind that will be engraved in your subconscious mind. That is the principle behind you doing something over and over again. That's the principle of repetition. Trying to retain it in your conscious mind, repeating it, and after some time it becomes part of you. At that moment it has entered your subconscious mind. The same thing happens for your thoughts. If you keep good thoughts in your conscious mind long enough, it entered your subconscious mind and you begin to see things in your physical life. You begin to see the results in your physical life. So why? Because your subconscious mind has the creative power to materialize whatever is in thoughts or soft copy form to hard copy form. So your subconscious mind is more or less like a printer that prints the documents that your conscious mind deposits into it, and get into the physical realm that we can see. So it has this magnetic force of pulling resources and materials in the universe to the accomplishment of your dreams. Start tapping into the resourceful power of your conscious and subconscious mind. All right? God does not determine what happens to you. God does not determine what happens to you, but you. Let this not shock you. I know for a religious bigot it may be a blasphemy. Oh, but let me explain this to you. Why is God not the determinant of what happens to you? This is because God has already decided what should happen to you. while you're living your life now as present events, God has already lived through your life, even to the end. Therefore, anything that happens to you now, he owns no blame for it. He is good, and everything he does is good. That is why he created you. That is why he made your life good and beautiful. So he had already planned to make your life good. You see that? So who makes it a reality? It is not God, but you. God plans, but you execute. You determine how the plan will go. You determine what happens to you, whether what God has said will come to pass or not, whether it's going to become a reality or not. Therefore, let's drop all these religious ways of shifting blame to God as if he was the one that caused the problem. You see, anytime something happens, we're always thinking about, God. It's God that caused it, it's God. God, why me? Why this? God, why this? God, why me? All kinds of questions, right? And sometimes when maybe somebody dies, we say, oh, God has taken him back. God has taken back what he has given us. All kinds of things. So, but that is not true. That is not true based on the explanation we're giving now. God has done everything that has to be done. You see, very important. He has played his own part of the deal. Play your own part too. You see, very important. Take up responsibility. I have heard many people say some things, if you don't specify if you don't specify to God what you want, he may do you evil or allow evil to befall you. That is far from the truth. Seriously, as a matter of fact, God is a father, a loving father, far more than your earthly father. So tell me a father on earth who that has children and wish evil for them. I tell you, such father is evil himself, and perhaps those children might not even be his own biological children, because I understand that every father, no matter how evil they are, will still wish good for their children, right? So it takes serious effort for any earthly father to disown their children, not to even talk of killing them, and even that in a way might even be an act of love or passion, for expressing that towards their children when they wrong them. It's still like love or passion they have for their children, right? So how much more your heavenly Father, in whom the Bible says there's no hatred or darkness in him at all. There's no evil in God, and that is why he's always desired good for his children, including you. So he had already done all the good things for you. He had already helped you. He had already planned your life. So he said he knows the thought that he has towards you. You see, they have thought of good and not of evil, to give you a hope and a future. So he knows the thought that he has for you. So he's planned good things for you. Yeah? Now, but for you to be sure, he had mentioned it, that the kind of thought, the kind of father that he is. He said he has good thoughts. You see, he mentioned that to you so that you will not be skeptical. Because when he tells you, okay, I know the thought I have to you, for you, you'll be like, okay, but I don't know the thought. So you tell me the thought. Now, he's telling you the kind of thought that he has for you. He said they are thoughts of good and not of evil, to give you a hope and future. See, all you need to be assured of is that future is great and beautiful. And he told you that to give you a hope and future. So he has designed your future. He has planned it already. So he has made it beautiful. So what you have to do is to work it out. Work on it. That is the easiest thing to do, actually. People that understand about planning will tell you that planning is one of the most difficult things to do when it comes to working at a project. I mean, when you want to execute a project, when maybe you got some goals to achieve, you understand that a major part of the achieving the goal is planning, because it is your plan that's going to determine the step-by-step action you're going to take to achieve that goal. So now, if God has done the planning, and then it is just for you to execute that plan. So you see that's like the easiest part of the work to be done. You see, however, the planning has been done on your behalf. God has done the planning. So all you need to do is just to work out the plan, know the plan, and carry it out. See, so why disturbing yourself trying to set a new plan for yourself? You see, trying to set a new plan for yourself When you know that you already have a good destiny in God, you know that God already planned beautiful life for you, He has already designed a good life for you. So why not knowing that plan in terms of knowing your purpose now? You see, why not knowing your purpose, why you're here, what you're supposed to be doing here? Because all of that is in your fulfillment. You see, so why are you disturbing yourself trying to set a new plans for your life, when the best one has already been created for you? For most people, it is confusing and frustrating to be making plans about a future that they don't even know nothing about. They don't know anything about the future. That's even the funny part of it. You have no idea about what's going to happen tomorrow. You don't know how tomorrow is going to be. But how about you let the person that already know the beginning to the end of your life? Why not letting that person now who has a master plan, who has the blueprint, why not letting him show you what is in stock for you, what you've got? That is in terms of your purpose. That is knowing exactly why you're here. You see, very important. So so perhaps you might, such people now, people just try to make their own new plans, try to work things out that they don't even know how the future is going to be and all that. But they might have made such plans in the past and then none of them have actually worked, you see, because situations beyond their control came up and then, it overtook and disrupted their plans, right? But for as many that believe and accept God's plans, actually, they are living their best life on earth, on a platter of gold. No struggles, no troubles, no problems. Even when problems arise, they handle those problems, right? So because they are working in their purpose. This one is not even a religious doctrine or religious thing. It's just to understand, like, everybody's got purpose on earth. Everybody got something to do here, you see. And one beautiful thing about it all is that God's plans cannot be disrupted by any circumstance or situation. Very important to know. You see, that is talking about your purpose there. The moment you accept it and you begin to walk in it, you are 100% sure that they will come to pass. Wow, what a blessing and what a life. Change. God planned what should happen to you. You decide what should happen to you. You see, on the long run, your decision determines whatever happens to you. God owns no blame. Very important. Catalyst of change. Catalysts, as described by scientists, are substances that speed up the rate of chemical reactions. They have a way of moving reactions faster and easier that in their absence, it will be difficult for some reactions to take place. Catalysts do not remove the barriers that would not want reaction to occur, but what they will actually do is they will reduce the power and make the reaction take place faster. They are catalysts for change, you see. They are factors that when they are in place, they speed up the rate of occurrence of change. Some people have wished for a change long time ago, but it looks as if nothing is moving or the process of change is slow. It's because they've not applied the catalyst of change. You see, the moment the catalyst is applied, change will be visible as quick as it should. Among others, catalysts of change are the zeal, your boldness, your faith that we mentioned before. Boldness, faith, confidence, tenacity, courage, strength, and so on. You see, these are forces that when rightly engaged, they bring about change speedily. Because when you have faith can help you with achieving your result. When you have the desire, when you have the passion, and you just go all out to achieve that goal, to make that change, to make it happen, of course, you're going to have it speedily. Get your own catalyst of change and begin to use them to your advantage. The dynamics of change. Through this book, we've given different definitions about change, but just a reminder, change, again, is what happens that make something become different or alter the former state to a new state. Dynamics has to do with a force that stimulates change or progress within a system or process. Change, as it were, is the event itself, while there's a propelling force behind it, which is the dynamics. It will be difficult to make change if we don't understand the dynamics of change, which has to do with appropriating the right force to make the desired change. Sometimes, making a change becomes difficult after several inputs of efforts. However, some changes don't occur immediately. Some take some time before they take place. A man that strongly desires his wife to get pregnant must exercise some patience even with uninterrupted sexual intercourse, because it takes some time for fertilization, for implantation, and for growing of the fetus to take place. So while he's doing the work, while he's doing what he's supposed to do, he will soon see the result if he worries not. So force will make change happen, but must be applied and retained to see change manifest. So wanting a baby now cannot just be like what will happen overnight. It needs 9 months. You see, for a woman to get pregnant and go through the gestation period before she will put to bed, right? Very important. So that's what we're talking about. We've got to understand the place of time and the gestation period. Life requires energy. To live, you need energy. Life is driven by energy. Living is not a passive process. With all the activities involved, it's either you sign in with energy available or sign out with energy absent. To make a change, we establish that you need force, which in a way could also denote energy. Energy is the ability to do work. Work is a product that comes out as a result of input of energy. Likewise, change is a product that is experienced when force is applied. We know living involves a lot of changes. Life is all about changes. For every second of life, in fact, not only human beings, but to the smallest creatures living on earth, change is taking place. Life processes like growth, development, maturation, differentiation, proliferation, respiration, excretion, feeding, and so on, all processes that involve changes in the system. Therefore, to run life, energy is required. To make change, energy is as well required. Now the question is, where do you get this energy from if you want to make a change? Very good question. Just like the illustration about life that I've been giving, we know we get physical energy from the food that we eat. Also, to make a change, which essentially starts from your mind, you get energy from the food that you ingest into your mind. That is the point. The information you put into your mind. Get the right information into your mind that will make you to make the right change in your world. Very important. So that's why you need to be careful of the information you put in your mind. So what you read from books, what you listen to. So all this information coming into your mind, they are actually food that can allow you to make change. And as a matter of fact, just the way somebody can eat poison as food, can eat food that can cause problem in their body, the same way too you can take some information that can be a poison to your mind. You see, I think there's a part of the book where I discuss that. All right, so change in our health system. All over the world has been a serious threat of non-communicable disease around against human health. Food misuse has been the major culprit. Obesity, overweight, coronary heart disease, heart attack, and so on are top-class diseases in developed countries, whereas in developing countries, it is protein energy malnutrition, such as kwashiorkor, marasmus, and other nutrient deficiency states. So for developed countries, we call those disease of affluence, while for developing countries, we call those diseases of poverty, poverty-related diseases, right? Okay, so now, but I've been training in medical school for almost 10 years. The system of training is such type that focuses students' minds on knowing about diseases, the cause, the effect, the diagnosis, the treatment. But less attention is paid to promotion and maintenance of good health and disease prevention. Like focusing on preventive medicine, right? Most people don't usually remember doctors when they are sick. In fact, they don't remember doctors until they are sick. You see, and they are close to death. That's when they remember doctors that, oh, I need to go to the hospital, right? But why? Because they know the kind of drugs the doctor are going to prescribe for them, even after paying for consultation to see the doctor. You see that? So it's rather unfortunate that doctors who should be custodians of good health have been so distributors of drugs. It's serious. Because now doctors are just prescribing drugs every now and then. They are not focused on people's health. It's just about treatment of disease and infections. I'm not saying drugs or medications are not good when they are supposed to be used and when they are needed, really. But we shouldn't depend on them or try to reduce their intake as much as possible. That's what we should focus on. We should try to reduce their intake. Because there's no drug that doesn't have side effects or contraindications which are detrimental to the body. The liver, kidneys, and some internal organs are damaged with long-term effects, with long-term intake of these drugs, right? This is time that we need massive orientation and awareness to people about their health and the effect of too much intake of drugs into their system. We need change in our approach to healthcare delivery, and the concept of prevention. Many people don't have the privilege of coming to the hospital for treatment and prevention of common diseases. So many of our doctors are just staying in their offices, in the hospital, waiting for their patients. There's need for us to reach out to our people in remote and village areas. Our primary healthcare system is not effective. The last research that I did about the efficiency of our primary healthcare system showed that people in villages and communities are not even enjoying the benefits of these primary healthcare centers, despite the little facilities that are available. That was observed in southwestern region of Nigeria. Although people have their own responsibilities, the medical practitioners should encourage them in doing so by reaching out to them and educating them about their health, and not just waiting for them to come to the hospital before they help them with their health status. Until everybody begins to take their health as personal responsibility and not government or any organization's responsibility, there will still be serious setback in our health sector. A lot of people complain about the government, things that they've not done, the road that have not been fixed, the hospital that have not been built, the electricity that have not been supplied, and so on. But such people fail to understand that they also have a role to play in all what they are talking about. They've not taken their own responsibility before accusing the government. It's high time we woke up to our responsibilities and make our lives good by our decisive actions. The end of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Okay, no, it's not. Chapter 6. Forceful decisions. Enforcing a change. We've only changed our world to the extent of the change we've made in our minds. Forceful decisions. Enforcing a change. One of the best things you could ever teach yourself is how to carefully screen every thought that runs through your mind. It is one of the most important things to do. The mind is not just responsible for activities going on in your body, it is also responsible for activities going on in your life. Whatever is imprinted in your mind, as we've established, will be expressed in your life. Your mind functions like a printer that converts soft copy to hard copy. Your mind is connected to every part of your life. When you make decisions concerning any aspect of your life, your mind is actively involved. When you face different life situations, the next is for your mind to start processing different thoughts that will either solve the problem or multiply the problem. It's then your responsibility to make sure that you only select thoughts that will help in solving the problem and not otherwise. In a situation when you have to choose between two bad choices, what will you do? So many people find it difficult to focus or rest their mind, not even for a second. It's bizarre thoughts all over. In this chapter, you will learn how to control your thoughts and get good results with retaining good thoughts. Change. If your mind is not changing, your life is not changing. Enforcing a change. We've got to a point when we need to learn advanced wisdom on how to make change. Let's not forget that a change is what happens every time. Most times it is the undesired ones that take place. Weeds grow normally on a free soil. A soil cannot stay empty of plants for a long time. It cannot stay empty without plants for a long time. Things have to grow on it, whether it is wanted or not. Until you plant the desired crops inside the soil, expect as many weeds as can conveniently grow on the soil. In the same vein, good changes don't happen unless you make them. Negative changes are everywhere, but positive changes are not everywhere. They are induced. They don't happen on their own. A special force has to be applied or is required. Have you been in a situation when things seem not working? Everything around looks stagnant. Such a time is when you are desperate for a change, just to let something happen. Let there be a change. In such a situation, you need to make some decisions that will enforce a change. Several months after we were told we would travel abroad to complete our medical training, we didn't leave the shores of the country until a force was applied. I remember how we were waiting for the university abroad, where we were transferring to send the invitation letter for processing our visa. Nothing did we know that the university has not received our document for processing the IVs. We later found out that the documents were still within the shores of the country. We were shocked. Who could have done this? We wondered. Later we had to resolve the matter. We had to resolve that and made sure new documents were sent, and the university started the IV processing again. This was around the time when we should have started lectures in that university. We waited for another couple of months before all the IVs finally got to us. Thereafter, we started the battle of getting visa. The initial plan was for the consular at the Ukraine embassy in Nigeria to come to the States, that's the state of Osun, but that wasn't possible. So we left for the capital of the country, Abuja, the old students. We spent few days there, went in individually for the interview with the consular, and were expecting good results. Since it's government project, little or nothing did we know that we have created a platform for opposition to attack and carry out their schemes, but they never succeeded. The way forward. At times we are so much inundated with challenges that we don't think of solution. We talk problems, we analyze problems, but we don't see solutions. Albeit the challenge is in our attitude. The way we see situation we call problem. They say too much analysis leads to paralysis. We may get mentally paralyzed when we analyze situations too much. Let's talk about solutions for a bit. Let's move forward. Worries, anxieties, complaints, and making blames will not solve any problem in any way. It won't even improve the situation, but rather it's going to worsen it. The consular of Ukrainian embassy in Nigeria came out with our interview results. Less than 50% were granted visa. That was shocking. It was never expected. But what happened? Okay, so we saw what happened. Then people started talking. What could have happened? Didn't he know we were government students? These and many more questions we couldn't find answers to, since we were not opportune to meet with him. Then, what next are we gonna do now? We have to reschedule another appointment with him after we have gone back to our far distant homes waiting for the visa. What are we going to do now? That's a question that most of us ask, especially when we are in a fix, a situation when we think there's nothing in the capacity we can do, a situation that has denied all forms and efforts and human wisdom. In such case, change is difficult to make, but there's still something else that can be done. When we ask the question, what are we going to do now? That means we are ready to take responsibility. We are ready for a change. We are ready to play our own part of the deal. The good omen is that it will always yield good results. Or the reality is it will always yield good results. For every success achieved, there is always an input of responsibility. First, let's examine the situation and find out what we have to do. Sometimes what we have to do might be simple, but if we don't do it, we may be frustrated. It's good to know if such things have happened before, so that we could learn from or find out if it's applicable, if it's application of knowledge to solve a problem. Whichever way, when we know what to do and do it, we get solution and move forward. Okay, so that's like understanding first the situation, and then when we understand the situation, then we can look at if the situation has happened before or not. If it has happened before, we can learn from the past situations, pick the lessons. It could be from other people that have experienced that situation, learn from them. How did they solve the problem? What were the mistakes that they made? So just learn from the past and apply that into the present, and let that help us in getting solution to the current situation or problems that we are facing. Change. Decision is prerequisite for change. Whatever decision you made in your mind is what will propel you into action. When a situation becomes intractable, if a situation refuses to change your approach towards that situation. An intractable situation is usually protracted. It's usually unexpected and wondered if there could be a solution at all. Perhaps you might have been in such situation before. What do? Especially when you've asked and there still seems no solution or change. Sometimes we think things are not changing. We think our efforts are not making effect, but if you can wait, you will see results. Patience and persistence is the key. The race here is not for sprinters, but for marathon runners. People will remain patient, undaunted, and persistent with their approach, despite all odds against them. What have you decided? This question is important for a tangible change. One of the important powers that human beings have got is the power of volition, the power to make choice of whatever we want and make decision in any situation. Your judgment faculty is engaged to carry out that, and it's absolutely a conscious action. You've got to be resolved in your mind what you have decided. Sometimes we are in a dilemma of which decision to make and what to do, but you can't carry out an action or make a change without resolving on what to do. Behind every action is a decision. Decision is a prerequisite for change. Whatever decision you've made in your mind is what will propel you into action. Your system always works in the capacity of your decision. For instance, if you have decided to go buy something in the supermarket early in the morning the next day, your system immediately supplies everything required to get it done. Despite unforeseen forces and circumstances, the moment you have decided, the force within you is enough to handle the external forces. The mistake we make most times is that we think we have made a decision when we have not actually done that. It could just be mere wish that any flimsy excuse can wipe away. Decision most times is tied to our integrity or personal standard or values. It affects the way we think we are strong enough and have control over our own life. Successful people care about decisions they make per time. They set standards for themselves through the decision they make and make sure they keep to them. To make a tangible change, you need to decide it. It doesn't just happen on its own. Decision makes you overcome the limiting and opposing forces around you. If you had already decided to go to the supermarket the following day or the next morning, it doesn't matter if the temperature that morning is minus 20 degrees Celsius. Because you have decided to go, you don't see any barrier or obstacle on your way. In fact, you see them as a normal event. Decision is important for a change. The moment you take a decision on making a particular change has already happened in your mind before it even happened in your hand. That's on the outside. So change has already happened inside before it happens on the outside. We established that in the previous in the past chapters. Identify your weaknesses. A common proverb says the most difficult person to be deceived is you. That is, even if you are deceiving or lying to other people, you know what you're doing, though others may not know. Then some people might be so gullible enough not to know when they are even deceiving themselves. There might be some weaknesses that you know you have or people have told you about. Then you have to work on them. When you identify your weaknesses, you can leverage on people's strength in that area to help you. Nobody is 100% independent. There's a need for fellowship, companionship, and healthy relationships. You wouldn't enjoy your life if you are aloof. You can't live your life alone. Some people are connected to your life. Therefore, celebrate them and live with them peacefully. People help us to identify our weaknesses. They form our external mirror. They tell us some things we perhaps might not have seen ourselves. Our countenance, our attitudes, our reactions and responses are all things people around us can perceive and then communicate to us. Although I'm not saying it is always 100% true, sometimes there could be some bias or sentiments. Then there are still some iota of truth and something that worth considering of whatever we hear people close to us say, especially if they are our friends, family, or colleagues. Now, how do you identify your weakness or weaknesses? Or should we even start from the basis? What is weakness? These two questions will be answered sequentially. Let's start from the second. A weakness is whatever quality, attribute, or characteristic you are deficient of, but it needed for success or achievement of important goals in your life. This doesn't in any way make you disadvantaged or defective. It just required that you know them and improvise ways to make your life easier and better. There are people who your weakness is their own area of strength, just as your own strength too could be other people's weaknesses. Identify people who can create leverage for your weakness. That doesn't mean you're dependent on them. It simply means you bring out the importance of relationship or connecting with people. They will also have areas you could create leverage on with you. They could create leverage on with you. That is life. It's all about complementing each other, appreciating each other's differences, and sharing burdens and blessings together. I had never seen anyone that lived successfully on earth alone, all by himself, without being affected by other lives or affecting other lives. The first question, how can you identify your weakness, is, like I said earlier, by close assessment of yourself and people around you. They are your external mirror. Hear people's comments and carefully observe yourself to note things that you should work on. You will keep getting better with life. Take a bold step. Sometimes when we remember our weaknesses, we get discouraged to take bold steps that will launch us to the next level. To take a bold step, you need to gather your confidence, know within you that you can do it. It's not a cliche, it's a personal thing to you. You can do it. Let it be programmed in your mind. Those that have done it did not have two heads. They are not special people. They are people of your like passion, of your like mind. Therefore, the sky is your platform. Make the move. Take the step. Do the work. You are on your way to the top already. I'm happy for you. Okay? Don't make God your backup plan. Make Him your only plan. I hope it doesn't sound preachy. Oftentimes, when we pray to God, we are skeptical about how fast He will respond to our request. So before we pray, we've figured out alternatives in case God's answer delays. Right in our minds, we know we are not giving 100% attention and trust on God. We are only being religious and to fulfill human righteousness. But this always frustrates God's plans for us, because He wouldn't just know how to help us. Since when we pray, we are not giving total commitment and reliance on Him. He allowed us to pray around with our wisdom, which will soon become foolishness. On the long run, we come back to Him after all the roads have been blocked. But then, all this wouldn't get God angry. They will only make us frustrated. Don't make God your backup plan. Make Him your only plan. Okay? The force of faith. Faith is one of the vital forces ever known. It is highly potent. It can produce anything and everything. Change is inevitable when faith is at work. There's no impossibility as far as faith is concerned. Why? Because before anything happens, faith has already seen it happen. So if normal men think something is impossible, faith says it's possible. It doesn't matter if it hasn't happened before. The moment faith accepts it, it becomes a reality. The mind is a major stumbling block of faith. Hitherto, a lot of us have not given faith maximum expression. We have not allowed this force to fully manifest itself. We do a lot of calculations and analysis that corrupt or contaminate our faith. We become so skeptical and cynical that we can't produce the smallest result from faith. All we know is until it happens, we don't believe it's real. Albeit, a lot of things are passing us by. A lot of opportunities are being wasted because we have blocked our eyes from seeing possibilities. That's not good enough. Sometimes the experience we've had in the past and the environment we live play negative role to our being optimistic in life. What you need to understand is that whether you choose to believe something good or not, it's not going to take away anything from you. Instead, believe will only add value to your life with the results that you will get. Choose to believe and accept every good thing that is pronounced to you, no matter how it seems impossible, no matter how impossible it might look like. Overcome every impossibility in your mind. Change. People who have great results in life are people who have removed the barriers and roadblocks of impossibility in their minds. Change in your field. Everyday change takes place in different fields of life. Yours is not exempted. New discoveries, new ideas, new procedures, new styles, new trends, different things, and so on, are things that substantiated the fact that changes are taking place in your field. Now, you've got to update and upgrade yourself to be relevant. Whoever misses out of his position to maintain it will find it hard to regain it back. To stay relevant, it requires work. Lazy people will soon be thrown out of the show. Get more knowledge, acquire new skills, add more value to yourself, and you will see yourself flying high in your career and become globally competitive. Change your name. Changing your life also involves changing your name. How do I mean? I will explain that to you. To change your name means you change the way you see yourself. Your description about yourself connotes a name. Every name ever mentioned has a description or meaning attached to it, whether good or bad. You might have over the years made wrong description about yourself, talking about your self-image, your self-esteem, or your self-value, or even your self-worth. And this could have consequently affected your productivity in life. You can change how you interpret your life. To change your name means to change the meaning you give your life. Why is that important? Because it affects the way you handle life, situations, and what happens to you. You understand perfectly who you are and what you have. You don't need to fight for the position of who you are. Neither were you voted in. Your status or position doesn't expire. Also, understanding about what you have is important. There are so many people who are asking for what they already have from people. They think somebody is holding their wealth. They think someone somewhere has to determine their success in life, or even government or some politicians or whatever, But until somebody makes the right decision, until somebody makes the right decision, their life cannot get better. All these are fallacies of the highest order as far as your life is concerned. Nobody is withholding your money. No politician has embezzled your money. It's lack of understanding that makes us think that there's a general money that people holding top political positions are looting away. And if everything has been taken away, there's no hope for the rest of the people in the nation. No, that is not true. Nobody's looting your money away. Your money is with you. You need to understand the perspective I'm coming from, actually. Now, you may ask, okay, but how can I see all the money you are talking about? Where are they? Again, they are with you. They are in your mind. Your mind is the greatest asset that you have. What the real rich people have is not money. The real thing that rich people have is not money. It is their mind. Otherwise, the money would have vanished long time ago. Or if it was stolen from them, that would have been the end of their wealth. But that is not. Because the rich will always get richer and the poor will always get poorer. So, how do you utilize your mind to make you rich or acquire the money you want? All the resources you will ever need in your life are within you. No need to fight anybody. What you just need is understanding of how to access and materialize what you have. Again, what you have is what you have. It hasn't entered anybody's account, and it will never, unless you allow it. We can keep singing it as a song by now, that whatever change we want outside begins from inside. No tangible change will ever come from outside to inside, but any lasting change only comes from inside out. I challenge you to examine your life, to look at how things have remained stagnant for a long time, just like following a cycle or routine that doesn't receive anything new, but same old ways of doing things. Break out of the confinement and make tangible change that will take you out of that confinement and move you forward. Progress is your life. All right? Every day comes with new package. Every day is special. None of the days repeats itself. Each of the days come fresh and new. Nobody has ever seen it or passed through it before. It's new. Not even the fact that you have days of the week like Monday, Tuesday, till Sunday, and then you have that repeated all over again. That sometimes confused, and we just think, oh, last week Tuesday, last week Monday, last week Friday. Every day is new. no matter they have a name or not. Every day, every blessed day that we open our eyes to see is a brand new day that has never happened before. It's not like Monday. Okay, the day that we call Monday is similar to the last week Monday or previous Monday or whatever. Every day is ever new, ever new. Very important thing to note. So for the fact that each day is named doesn't mean the days are being repeated. Yeah, just like I explained now. No, not at all. It's never true. And don't you have that mindset, because there's a way that mindset should change one of having the blessing of a new day. Each day unveils new blessings. Therefore, we must maximize the opportunity we have to see the breaking of a new day and receive its full blessings. As a matter of fact, part of the blessings for the new day is new ideas, new knowledge, new creativity, new skills, new strength, new capacity. If you fail to receive the package for that new day, you have missed the blessing for that day, which will never come back to you again, because the time doesn't go back. All you can do is to maximize the new ones that will start coming your way. You don't have to do anything to prepare a new day. You are not in charge of anything. You have no duty putting anything in place for the new day. All you have to do is just to prepare yourself for the new day, and that's all. It's amazing. I'm sure if any of us human beings was to be in charge of putting on the sunlight every morning, I mean, imagine someone is in charge of the sun. A day will come when the person might forget to put it on, and people would have cried out before he would remember to put it on. Maybe the person overslept, or he just forgot, or something happened, or whatever. So how much can we say about different natural processes that take place on earth on their own, or that have been supernaturally configured to function at their own appropriate time and have never eluded or exceeded their time, but everything is going accordingly and orderly. That is the divine power of nature. Now, it's a blessing for us to partake of the blessing the nature has provided for us, only if we can just set our minds right. Understand that each day comes with new blessing. So don't miss your package. Change the name of your situation. What you name your situation is important. A situation somebody sees and called a problem is the same situation that someone else sees and called an opportunity. The difference is in the way they see the situation, which determines the name they give that situation. I challenge you to change the name you give the situation that has been giving you tough time, and it seems as if it's going to become part of your life. It's because of the way you've been seeing it, and therefore giving it the wrong name. What you see negative will appear negative and have negative impact in your life. The same goes for positive. In the present situation of the world, when many are seeing serious economic recession and financial breakdown, that is the same situation where some are flourishing and becoming more financially buoyant and becoming richer and wealthy, not by dubious ways, but just following principles that work for anybody on the planet Earth. The point is, it's not about the situation, it's about who is passing through the situation. Now, whatever name you give the situation, that is what it answers to. Situation doesn't call itself problem until it encounters someone that calls it a problem. And that same situation will meet another person that will call it another name. Every situation in life comes without name tag on them. They expect whoever they meet should give them name, which they can answer to. And that's how life works. So you've got to make sure you put the right name on the situation you go through, so that you get the desired result, you get the right results, the good result that you want. So you put the right name on that situation. You name the situation the right name so that you can get the desired results that you want. Get back to work. Yes, you've got to get back to work. You have done some work, I know. You have accomplished some tasks. You have definitely progressed. You are not where you were when you started. You've made some changes. Yeah, quite alright. You have done some work. Good job. But it needs to be completed. It needs to be perfected. Let's go back to work. Many of us, we always have this temptation of having long rest from work. The moment we have a little break, there's this temptation of not going back to work on time. We want to take more rest, thinking at least we've done some work. Let's remember that time has not stopped working. Your resting time should be well calculated and be part of the allotted time for the task. So don't exceed the time for resting to get the job done at the right time. If you are hesitating or feeling reluctant in going back to work, remember what you want to achieve when the work is completed. There are benefits waiting for you as you make sure you finish the whole task. Nobody compliments or appreciates abandoned or incomplete projects, but everybody celebrates finished tasks or projects. Whatever comes from the project as a gain or benefit for you should be strong enough to motivate you and keep you to the end. Change. It's not difficult to work if we know how it works. What motivates you? You need to answer that question. Quite often, we've not really taken our time to answer some basic questions which will help us to move to the next level. Generally speaking, motivation is a force that helps us to get any job done. It gives us the energy to overcome barriers, obstacles, and force of inertia. Motivation gets you ready for the job. It gives you the reason why you should carry out a task and finish it. Now, you've got to find out what really motivates you. It is the energy that will keep you going. Motivation can be internal or external. Internal comes from inside, influence or force from inside. External motivation involves factors from outside, either from people or things around us. It's better to always be internally motivated than being externally motivated. Why? Because you may not be able to influence external factors that motivates, but you can always influence internal factors that motivate. Therefore, you can generate motivation at any time you want without necessarily depending on people or things around you to make you get the job done. This doesn't mean you should totally shun motivation from outside. It's good actually if you get it, but not to be dependent on it. It contributes a lot. I'm saying you shouldn't depend on it, and it makes a soul raising, and just make it a soul raising for you to get a job done. Let me give you an instance. If you are too dependent on people's opinions and ideas about you or what you're doing, and not being able to make decisions by yourself, you are already on your way to failure and disappointment. Because the point is, people will not always support everything you have to say or do. Therefore, if you base your whole life on people's opinions, you will be frustrated and not even get anything done. You see, the equation must be balanced. Consider opinions from outside, but don't base your life on it. This simply means you screen whatever comes in and select what is good, then discard what is not good. People giving good compliments, appreciating what you're doing, or even rewarding what you're doing could be good external motivation. But the moment all this stopped, will you still be able to continue to do what you're doing? Will you be able to do what you're doing? You see, what you've been doing before. We used to be able to maintain your standard and stand for what is right, your values. This is important. Internal motivation could be what you need to do something because it's a good way to add value to yourself, other people, or things. Another internal motivation could be things that you stand to gain unchangeably if you do what you want to do. Therefore, at the beginning of every task, make sure you gather enough motivation, enough reasons why you should do what you want to do, so that will keep you to the end even before you start. I refuse to be distracted. Distraction is one of the limiting factors that can hinder change. When we have planned to take a bold step, when we are ready to take action to make change, that is when sometimes we experience some distractions. They could come in form of people around us, they could come in form of situations, circumstances, or things happening around us. However, if we are ready to make change, we should not be distracted. Let's focus on what we want to do. Let's concentrate on the change we want to make. People may reject your opinion, people may kick against your idea, but the amazing thing is that they may, at the end of the day, come back and celebrate your idea when it has become something great. You see that? People do that most times. In fact, practically all the time. What if you have been let down of carrying out your action, not receiving support or motivation from people? You see, that will not be an excuse. You've got to internally motivate yourself without too much expectation from people. So which means if you didn't take that action that you're supposed to take because people didn't encourage you or they didn't motivate you, and then you lose out of the reward, out of the blessing that you're supposed to get from that action, right? So it's important to always focus on what you want to do, and not just to base everything about your life on people. I'm not saying you shouldn't get help from people. What I mean is, don't be let down by whatever anyone does to you. That will not be an excuse anyways. So you've got to take action. You've got to take whatever step you have to take without putting limitation or constraint on your path. Some of us are too dependent on people around us. We complain about people's actions and attitude towards us. We might decide not to do something because somebody is not happy with us, or just different things, like maybe your friend or your colleagues or people around you are not supporting what you're doing. That's why you're not doing it. But that wouldn't be an excuse anyway. You might refuse to take a step because of somebody's opinion about you or what you're doing. You get confined with such opinions and attitude that you almost ended up living your life for other people. I implore you to break out of that confinement today. You've got to do what you have to do without an excuse. Very important. Enforcing a change. When we've not understood the dynamics of change, we may wait and wait for the change we desire. While the time is passing by, we are still waiting. Unless a force is applied, we may not witness the change that we desire. In 1883, a creative engineer named John Rublin was inspired by an idea to build a spectacular bridge connecting New York City with a Long Island. However, bridge building experts throughout the world thought that this was an impossible feat and told Rublin to forget the idea. It just could not be done. It was not practical. It has never been done before, so Rublin could not ignore the vision he had in his mind of this bridge. He thought about it all the time, and he knew deep in his heart that it could be done. He just had to share the dream with someone else. Wow. And after much discussion and persuasion, he managed to convince his son Washington, an upcoming engineer, that the bridge in fact could be built. Working together for the first time, the father and son developed concepts of how it could be accomplished and how the obstacles can be overcome. With great excitement and inspiration, the headings of a wide challenge before him, they hired their crew and began to build their dream bridge. The project started well, but when it was only a few months underway, a tragic accident on the site took the life of John Rublin. Washington was was also injured and left with a certain amount of brain damage, which resulted in him not being able to walk or talk. We told them so, crazy men with their crazy dreams. It's foolish to chase wide visions. Everyone had a negative comment to make and felt the project should be scrapped, since Roblins were the only ones who knew how the bridge could be built. In spite of his handicap, Washington was never discouraged and still had a burning desire to complete the bridge project, and his mind was still as sharp as ever. He tried to inspire and pass on his enthusiasm to some of his friends, but they were too daunted by the task. As he lay on his bed in his hospital room, with the sunlight streaming through the windows, a gentle breeze blew the flimsy white curtains apart, and he was able to see the sky and the top of the trees outside for just a moment. It seemed that there was a message for him not to give up. Suddenly, an idea hit him. All he could do was move one finger, and he decided to make the best use of it. By moving this, he slowly developed a code of communication with his wife. He touched his wife's arm with that finger, indicating to her that he wanted her to call the engineers again. Then he used the same method of tapping her arm to tell the engineers what to do. It seemed foolish, but the project was underway again. For 13 years, Washington tapped out his instructions with his fingers on his wife's arm until the bridge was finally completed. Today, the spectacular Brooklyn Bridge stands in all its glory as a tribute to the triumph of one man's indomitable spirit and his determination not to be defeated by circumstances. It's also a tribute to the engineers and their teamwork and to their faith in a man who was considered mad by half of the world. It stands to as a tangible monument to the love and devotion of his wife, who for 13 long years patiently decoded the message of her husband and told the engineers what to do. Perhaps this is one of the best examples of a never say die attitude that overcomes a terrible physical handicap and achieves an impossible goal. Often, when we face obstacles in our day-to-day lives, our hurdles seem very small in comparison to what many others have to face. The Brooklyn Bridge shows us that dreams that seem impossible can be realized with determination and persistence. No matter what the odds are, go ahead and get that seemingly difficult job done. You can do it. Yes, I say you can. Powerful story. Powerful story. Be a desperate changer. In certain times, until you're desperate for change, you may not see the change you want. Being desperate gives you an unusual energy to make things happen. It is a catalyst that will speed up the rate of change that will happen. Positive change always requires force. A change that you are waiting for is a change that will never take place until you make it by yourself. Things will move at the sound of your desperate voice for change. Nature hears voice. Nature knows people who are serious. When you are ready for change, nothing else will matter to you than the change that you want to make. Your will make the way. You will get to your desired destination. Add value to yourself. The act of adding value to ourselves is what we should keep engaging continuously till our journey ends on earth. You shouldn't stop adding value to yourself. People that have become great men and highly successful today didn't inherit or even become it right from birth, but acquire it in the course of their lives. Success is what you plan. Success is what you plan to achieve, not what you inherit from your father or mother, no matter how highly successful they were. You've got to learn how things work. When you keep adding value to yourself, you keep attracting more good things to your life. Your level keep changing higher, and things keep getting better. There's no need to complain that people are not seeing you. There's no need to be bothered that people are not celebrating you. When you keep adding value to your life, you become a celebrity. Value actually turns you into magnet that attract people. Nobody wants to associate with parasites or people of low value. Nobody wants to know or relate with the poor, but everybody wants to become the friend to the rich or people of high value. Value actually makes you valuable. Very important. Develop yourself. Develop your gifts and talents. Discover your potentials and begin to manifest them. There's so much in you that you will ever know now. Take time to unleash those things, hidden treasures inside of you. It's amazing how a lot of us know many things about our environment. We know the latest news around. We know the latest celebrity in town, but have little or no idea about ourselves. We don't know who we are. We don't even know the gift. We don't know our gift. We don't know some even abilities that we have. We don't know all the gifts and talent that we have. Yet somebody keeps complaining there's economic or financial recession. You can add value to the economy of your nation, no matter how small it is. There's nobody that is short of ideas or something valuable. Every one of us has got something precious inside of us to give out as value to the environment, to our society. Starting from what comes out from you as a waste product is what is needed by the environment. Plants make use of carbon dioxide and water vapor that comes from your nostrils to make their own food under the activation of sunlight, a process that we call photosynthesis. Physics that even come out as waste product after your digestion of food inside your body could be used as manure to fertilize the soil and even increase the richness in organic nutrients. If what comes out from you as waste product could be useful to the system, how much more the treasures inside of you? They will add so much value to our world. But somebody may ask, I don't know any gift or talent that I have. How do I discover this? A very simple question that requires a simple answer. The first thing you must understand and believe is that you've got at least one gift or talent that your world is waiting for. Let me show that to you. The reason why a lot of us think we have nothing inside of us is that we've trivialized or derided what we have. There's something we call aptitude ability. This is an innate or inborn ability. What nobody ever taught you, but you grew up to do. It could be ability to talk eloquently, to dance, to write artistically, maybe to draw, maybe to sing. Maybe it could be on any of the sports. It could be reading, it could be cooking, it could be loving, being hospitable, being cordial, being friendly. All of these are expressed in our personalities, our temperament, and nature. Now, another way to discover your special gift is for you to study things that you are passionate about, inclinations, your likes and dislikes, your hobbies, and the environment where you grew up. Also important is people's comments or compliments about you when you were young. Things that people see about you and they keep talking about, even up to now, could be a pointer to your gift and special abilities. Begin to turn over your gifts, talents, and everything you've got to visible products that people can appreciate. Discover your gifts and talents. Times without number, I've heard some people said, oh, I don't have any gifts, I'm not talented in any way. But can I tell you that that's not true? I will prove that to you in a moment. If you've ever made this statement before, the challenge is you have not even taken time to discover what you have. Just like I mentioned in the previous session, you have more than what it takes, and you have more than what you think you have. There are ways to discover your gift and talent, just like the way I explained before. For many people, talent is whatever is so obvious that you do extraordinarily well with little or no effort. But then, your talent at first may not be so obvious or what you can easily find. You may have to bring it out yourself. Talent is a marked innate ability, a characteristic feature, a natural aptitude or skill useful for some activities. The same goes for your gift. Now, how do you discover your gift and talents? Simple. Whatever you can do that you didn't learn or acquire is your gift. So you take a moment and examine yourself. There are things you like doing now that you've never learned from anybody in your life. It could be a special way of talking, singing, dancing, sporting activities, artistic drawing, composing songs, relating with people, hospitality, expressing certain behaviors. In fact, it could even be using your senses in a special way, like having a very sensitive sense of vision, touch, hearing, smelling, or tasting substances that normal people cannot, and so on. Your gift or talent make your life easy and beautiful. The moment you discover your talent, start working on it and make it refined and presentable, even to a global standard. What kind of person do you want to become? Where you are should not limit who you are. Until you give a good answer to this question of who you are really, you have not started living your life. You can live for people by trying to please them, imitate them, or do whatever they ask you to do at the detriment of your own life. All these are happening because you've not found out your own identity. Who you are determines a lot of things, including what you do, what you have, and where you are going. It determines things like what you should do, what you should be doing now, who should be your friends, what should be your passion, and things like that. But in a case when you have not found out who you are, it is totally missing the road. Everything goes. It's a journey to frustration and meaningless life. Knowing who you are will determine what kind of person you will become in the future. The kind of person you want to become unfolds from the understanding of the kind of person you are. The starting point is to know who you are. In a simple way, knowing who you are and what you are here for. The question of identity and purpose. You can only know who you are from who created you. It's not your parents, it's not your tutors or pedagogues. It is God. It's amazing how some people think we only mention God for religious purpose and that's all. God is far more than limiting him to a religious circle. He is the father of creation, the creator of all mankind and everything living on earth. To save your life and define your purpose on earth, you've got to meet with God and let him tell you who he has created you to be and what he created you for. He is invisible but not abstract. He is everywhere and knows everything. Then the question is, how do you assess him? A lot of people have approached God with the religious mentality of God being somewhere that they are not sure about. He is everywhere. So the first thing you need to acknowledge is the fact that God exists, he created you, and he loves you and wants to talk with you. So take your time to meditate and ask him in prayer. He will answer you. Make sure you put your mind in it and you get ready for answer. I see your level changing. Alright? So reject fear. Fear is an attack on the mind. It's an unpleasant emotion caused by the threat of danger, pain, or harm. It gives you an unsettled, troubled mind. The mind cannot be productive under the attack of fear. Fear is an enemy of change. Fear is an enemy of progress. That's like when you allow negative form of fear, okay? Negative fear that cripples your mind, that makes you to be incapacitated, not to be moved to take action. That's the kind of fear we're talking about. The fear that cripples your mind. So it's an enemy of change, and it doesn't allow you to progress. So it's only God. So only God knows how many achievements and great accomplishments some people will have had by now, but couldn't because of fear. Fear destroys strength. It saps people's energy and take away their confidence. However, fear is an attack that comes to us virtually every day of life. I mean, through the thoughts that comes to our mind practically every time. So therefore, you've got to learn and understand how to handle fear in any situation. Fear has shaped some people's decisions that they ended up taking wrong steps. Because fear will always push you to the wrong side of life and attract negative things to your life. People that have made change in their lives and their environment have overcome the enemy of fear. At the point of taking a bold step, there's always this fear of uncertainty. What if it fails? What if it doesn't work? What if I'm embarrassed or disappointed? Those are negative statements of impossibility that flood the mind when a change is about to be made. But people of bold mind shun away distracting thoughts and go ahead to take that bold step. So they still have the thought of fear, but they still do it anyway. So not minding what could come their way. They are optimistic and tenacious. You see, those are the people that ended up making change in their world. Cowards can do little or nothing in the world that is full of risk and uncertainties. Only people with bold minds make difference in their world, despite all the odds and attack, and have massive results. Change. You cannot have lion share if you don't have lion heart. Powerful. Reject excuses. There's always factor for excuse around us. We are surrounded by circumstances and situations that could create reasons for us not to do something. You woke up early in the morning and realized that the weather temperature is very low. Here you are, having an important examination to write that morning. You won't give the excuse of low weather temperature and miss your examination. How much more things that are more important in your life, but you just try to look for flimsy excuses and dodge the responsibility. Greatness only attracts people that reject excuses. The point is, you will always find excuses around you, both the genuine and the ungenuine ones. They are always there. But do you know that excuses are enemies of progress? Excuse we always find at least one reason why you should not do something or why you should do it later. But do you know the opportunity you have at the moment, you may not have it again? More reason why you should always shun and reject any excuse that is against your progress and that change that you desire. So you go ahead and do what you have to do despite those available excuses, and make sure you shun them. How to overcome genuine excuses. There are certain excuses that are really genuine, but 1,000 of them will not make you achieve success. No excuse is genuine enough to add value to your life or give the change that you desire. But your ability to overcome every excuse, even the genuine ones, is the beginning of profitable wisdom. A genuine excuse could be what don't have power over. A genuine excuse could be what you don't even have power over or control in a way, but there's still a way you can summon those excuses. Can you imagine that? For instance, your gender could be an excuse if not being able to do something. Maybe you need to learn something important from someone of opposite sex. Now you are thinking, how do you cope or undo that situation? and it seems as if there is no alternative. The starting point is for you to have the right mindset about people. Whether somebody is of your sex or opposite sex, that doesn't matter. It doesn't hinder you from learning or gaining from them. It's a matter of putting right thoughts in your mind. This is followed by the desire to pursue whatever you want to achieve. Desire is a force that makes you see no other thing apart from what you want to achieve. You're seeing results already before you start. Desire removes every mountain of excuse and limiting factor around you and gets your mind focused on your goals. With this, your mind is already occupied. There's no empty space for frivolities. Any other thing that is being communicated, you don't even understand, you don't even want to know, except what you've already configured your mind to accomplish. Desire makes you concentrate and capture all your energy and attention in whatever you want to achieve. That is the way it is. Let nothing distract you. You might have people achieve some level of success. You might have noticed the change you want in the lives of some people around you. But be encouraged. Don't be discouraged. Let nothing distract you. Whatever good things you can see around, you can achieve. There's no limit to your greatness. Many a times when we look at how far some people around us have gone ahead, the success they've achieved, the number of materials they've possessed, the amount of wealth they've acquired, and you place your life side by side with theirs, you feel inferior, you feel somehow about your life, about how you're doing. But that is not true. That is not, there's no need to compare your life with any other person's life. You don't have the same life, you don't have the same destiny. You can learn from people's lives, but you don't need to compare your life with theirs. There's no basis for comparison, not even the identical twins. They have different destinies and so arrive at different destinations. Nobody has got your type of fingerprint on it. You are the original. You cannot be counterfeited. So there's no need to limit yourself, or there's no need to imitate or copy or doing copycats or whatever. So you've got to live your own life. It is well packaged. It is well designed. Live it. Live your life. Very important. Age is not a factor. It is a contributor. Some people think when they are young, they can't do something. They can't do nothing until they reach adulthood. So they take their youthful days for granted. It is when you are young that you should acquire most of the important values of life. Do things that will speak in your future. At a young age, that is when you have so much strength. You have the physical strength, the mental strength, the emotional strength, and the spiritual strength. Even you have the social strength. Yeah, we can generate so much ideas. We are so creative and innovative. We have capacity to do all lots of things. Why are you despising your youth and think you can't do nothing now until you have the opportunity, until all the opportunities are gone? I challenge you to wake up and begin to unleash your potentials. Begin to manifest your gifts and talents. Use those special abilities you have. Engage yourself in doing something meaningful. Acquire skills, acquire knowledge, study well. Nobody will improve your life for you. Nobody will add value to your life for you. It has to be done by you. It has to be your own conscious effort. Go ahead and do it. Your life is getting better. It is your responsibility. Do it. Yes, age can contribute to your greatness, but age is not a factor to your greatness. What does that mean? I will explain that your chronological or physical age is not a factor to your greatness. We have seen young people doing exploits, likewise old people. We have some people of tender age attaining positions that are more than their physical age. Therefore, physical age is not a factor but can contribute to your greatness. That is in the sense of years of experience and acquisition of knowledge and exposure, which in the real sense of it, that is not a limiting factor. What could be relevant in this context is your mental age, which talks about how sound and developed your mind is. It is independent of chronological age, but it depends on how much information you have acquired, and also knowledge, of course, and how well you can apply those things to your situations. What we can call intelligence. Intelligence is an important quality of great men. Most times we think intelligence is about how much information you have acquired or how knowledgeable you are, but to some extent that is not true. Intelligence is based on how well you can use your cognitive faculty, how well you can think, and how well you can extrapolate the information that you have to resolve a situation or give answer to a problem. Then we say you are intelligent. There are so many knowledge. Then in that case we say you are intelligent. There are so many knowledgeable people in our world today that are not known or not relevant because they've not put their knowledge to work. People believe more in seeing results than knowledge without results. Only intelligent people produce results. Knowledge without application, again, is useless. Okay, very important. Okay, need to do it. Okay, all right. So don't get angry. Learn from the situation. It is quite easy for us to get angry whenever we are irritated or get offended by somebody. But I tell you, many things that get us angry are opportunities that we should use to build our emotional strength and subdue those emotional tantrums. Watch closely. You can learn new things while somebody is annoying you. You can learn new relational skills. For instance, I was in the room when I was doing something very important that needed my attention and full concentration, and all of a sudden my roommate picked a call with raised voice, highly distracting and disturbing. Initially I was so upset, wanted to tell him to excuse me and with his call or reduce his voice. Then immediately I put myself in his shoes, that sometimes when I'm on call I unknowingly raise my voice too, and it's usually people around that notice that, not even the person on the call. The moment I realized that, I calmed down and just put on my earpiece, listening to music to take away the distracting noise. Then I realized that I could actually listen to music while I'm walking, doing something that requires my thinking faculty. Though it's taking little of my attention, but better for me than hearing the distracting noise. So I've developed the skill of multitasking and getting less distracted with the music I listen to. It's so amazing to just discover that instead of getting annoyed, I could take it as an opportunity to learn new skill. You can apply this in your own situation too. You can turn acrimonious situation to ceremonious one. Instead of being pissed off, you are being pleased in. That is a sign of growth and maturity. Change, okay, time and change. There's something that makes change possible. There's a factor that moves and causes other things to move. That factor is time. Time is the only factor that forces change on every event of life. Just waking up in the morning will indicate the day just begun. Before you know it, it's already afternoon. And then before you close your eyes and open it, the day is over. For someone that hasn't planned nothing into their time, they've just wasted it. For those that have planned something but didn't complete it, we feel a bit unfulfilled. However, time gives us a sense of recognizing and taking cognizance of change. If there wasn't change in what we see around us, like the sunlight, the rainfall, the weather conditions, we wouldn't have appreciated time. Perhaps if we don't have day and night, sunrise and sunset, cold and warm, summer and winter, spring and autumn, and what have you, we wouldn't have recognized that time made all those things possible. If the time stops, then change will cease to exist. Change keeps taking place because time keeps moving and never stops. Change is an incident, not an accident. For those that have good things of life fall on their laps. Some will say, oh, they are lucky. Others will say there's something special about them that probably is not found in others. But the truth is, to every man, God has given equal opportunity. The mistake we make oftentimes is that we want to have the same opportunity that another person has. Somebody's opportunity might be pecuniary, that's like money related. Another person might be material. It could be tangible or intangible, measurable or immeasurable. They are all opportunities that, when maximized, they open you up to a higher level of life. Another perspective to opportunities is some problems and challenges that come our way that look difficult and breathtaking could create a platform for us to shine. When we get solutions to problems, when we meet people's needs, when we get benefit from it. People celebrate us. They can give out their resources because of what we have done. Let's understand that change in life is not a coincidence or an accident. It is not what happens by mistake or gambling. It is an incident that is provoked and that is caused by a force, like we've established. Like every change is brought about by the law of force. Force brings about every change. Okay, as we established that in chapter 1, I think, in chapter 1. Alright, was that chapter 1 or chapter 2? Okay. The hallmarks of change. When a change has taken place, you don't need to announce it, neither does it need any publicity, because it will surely manifest itself. It becomes obvious for people to see. Positive or negative change, either ways, we always call attention. Positive change provokes good feelings. Negative change does opposite. When people are clamoring for change, what we must understand is the change starts from individuals. The change we want is inside of us. The change is within our capacity. It is what we have to do, not what has been done to us. Many people have been shifting the responsibility on other people, what they're supposed to do, they look at other people and they start asking them to do it. But no, you should do it. Until everybody starts taking responsibility and stop shifting blame on other people, the change that we want may not come. When you start changing inside, that is when you begin to see changes outside. The change you want outside would have manifested as a product or result of what is happening inside. So don't expect anything outside when nothing has been done inside. For instance, your mindset about people, life, and situations are very important. So good thoughts about people and situations give you good results. So we've always learned that thoughts are magnetic. They have force field that affects things in the universe. Right? So our thought has a way of attracting things to itself for manifestation. In other words, if you have dominating thought in your mind, that thought is already working on how it will materialize itself. It may take some time, but you can be sure that the process has already started. A change in your thoughts will always cause a change in your feelings or emotions and eventually change in your action. You may not be able to change your action if you have not changed your thoughts. Your thought is the hallmark of change, as we've established. So your thought is the hallmark of your life. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. He immediately becomes what he thinks. It doesn't matter whether it has happened before or not. What is important is the moment your mind accepts it, it becomes a dominating thought and it's on its way to materialization. Make the change here and now. The change must be here and now. That is the power of present. Things have happened in the past that you may not be able to influence or change. Things will happen in the future that you can change now. Don't regret about the past when there's opportunity to mold the future the way you want. It's the power you've got now. Make the change here and now. It simply root out every procrastination and excuses that could hinder your progress. You see, when you do that, it simply rules out procrastination and excuses that could hinder your progress, right? So make the change here means that you are looking for anything anywhere. Means you are not looking for anything anywhere. So you just got to focus on what you have, not what you want, right? As we also discussed in other chapters. But what it required to make a change is here with you. Make the change now means you are availing the power of present time, of the present moment. Whatever you can do tomorrow, you can do today. In this case, to make a change, you've got to start now. Now has got everything required. Okay? No need to wait for tomorrow. Though you are increasing in learning every day, you are gaining more experience and wisdom, but the basic requirement to make a change is what you have now. And this actually starts from your mind. So you've got to resolve in your mind that you have all it takes to make the change that you desire. Positive change happens to those that desire it and take steps towards it, not those that just dream about it and wish it will happen one day, perhaps by luck or by miracle. No, it won't happen. You can wait for donkey years expecting the change if you don't take a bold step here and now. So you've got to go ahead and make that change now. Change. If you can't change your feet, you can't change your seat. Interesting. The reality about problems. The reality about problems is that they will always exist. There's nothing any human can do to remove problems. They are engraved inside life. When you open up life, part of what you see is problems. Let's examine human life from onset, right from the time of conception to the moment of delivery, to the time of infancy, throughout the period of childhood, right from the stage of adolescence and adulthood, and all are filled with 1,001 problems. They are normal component of growth and development. Then what should we do? What actually is the agenda of problems? Should we be afraid of life because of problems or problems themselves? If these questions are bothering your mind or you just thought of them now, just in a moment I will give answer to those questions. Now, let's quickly take a look at what happened at the very beginning of life, the beginning of creation. The scriptures have it recorded that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. The next thing that followed was not nice. There were problems. God had problems. And really, yes, God actually did add problems. Then what did he do? He solved the problems. He solved them and brought beautiful things out of them. He didn't dodge those problems or look for excuses not to solve those problems, but he actually simply went ahead and dealt with those problems. Let's pay a close attention to God's attitude in solving the problems. Now, no matter how many problems you're facing right now, what is important is your attitude towards the problems. Very important. Alright, so how God solved problems. The problems that you see are not your property or assets. So you don't need to personalize them and say, my problem. No. They are not your problem. They are problem. They are just something for you to work on. There's never been any personal problem except the one you make personal. And the one you make yours. And personal in this context means the problem that is peculiar to you. Okay? No problem was custom made for you. There's no problem that somebody has never experienced before you. But all these, because all these things, are not true. Like, say you have a particular problem, or you have a personal problem or something. All those things are not true. When you experience a problem, it is not about you. So don't make any problem personal, but see them as raw materials for success, for blessings, for greatness in disguise. Don't be too religious about life, about problems or situations. Spiritual things are spiritual and physical things are physical. Humans are essentially spirit, but because we are living on earth, our physical attention to matters of life is needed. Now, we can decide to exercise control from the spirit realm, which is our very nature, or from other realms. Spiritual authority gives control over physical events and happenings of life. So I challenge you to engage your spirit in the affairs of life. Don't just look at things from the physical point of view, but you can solve problems from the spiritual realm, from the spirit realm. What God engaged to solve problems in his own words. He used his own words. He speaks his word into situations and has confidence in his word to make change and turn situations around. Your words too can work if you value and engage them. Okay? So your problem or a problem. So let's understand the difference between what is ours and what is not ours. Let's know what we have and what we don't have. Many people have put problem in their own possession as if it's a property or what they went to the market to buy. So problem is not in obligate possession of anybody. Neither should anyone put it in their own possession. The problem could be anything, living or non-living, human or non-human, and situations. A simple definition for it is anything that is capable of giving you discomfort or unpleasant feelings, something that is difficult to deal with, something that is a source of trouble or worry, and so on. In an ideal situation, you wouldn't want to have anything that will take away your comfort or peace. You would rather prefer to get rid of it. However, problems are inevitable in life. There's not been any human being on earth that has never had a situation that presented itself as a problem. So now the problem is not a problem, but the problem is the way the problem is handled. Okay, you get that? The problem is the way the problem is handled, not the problem itself. That's talking about the attitude. So the problem is our attitude to the problem, not the problem itself, because it will always be present whether we accept it or not. Meanwhile, your approach or attitude towards any problem is important. There's no need to put your name or tag yourself on any problem. It's never yours and it can never be yours. Only you can make it so. You can make it so. What is your mindset about problem? A lot of us have conditioned our mind to say negative things about problems. We wouldn't want to consider any benefits that we can derive from that situation that presented itself as a problem. The way you see problem is the way it will present itself to you. If you see problem good, it will yield good things for you. If you see problem bad, it will yield bad things for you. Great people always turn problems to opportunities, such as an avenue to make impact and give their own contribution for the betterment of our world. So we see that every time with people that solve problems, people that just focus on adding value to the world. So they just go after problems in the world, they solve them, and they make businesses out of those things, and they become rich. You see, so and we can also do the same. Looking around us, so many problems. So you look, which of the problems do you want to solve? Which one do you want to handle? You see, so you go ahead and make your own positive contribution on earth. Let nobody despise your youth. Being young is not a cause. It is not a reason for timidity, misbehavior, or irresponsibility. As a matter of fact, young people should be the ones ruling the world. They are people with reigning ideas. They have abilities. They have physical strength, mental strength, and tenacity. When it comes to issues about the youth, it is expedient to take them seriously because they determine the level of growth, development, and versatility of a nation. Youth are resourceful people that if they are ready, if they really given platform to manifest, they will draw wealth and riches to a nation. But what we have seen these days are youth that have lost focus, running after mundane things and have no interest in things of value. Many youths have been frustrated, disturbed, and embittered against the environment, against people around them, and against themselves. It is so pathetic how a youth that should be full of strength is complaining of weakness and fatigue, cannot stand for a single 1 hour, cannot even take 30 minutes walk. The so much comfort and enjoyment have made a lot of youth lazy and fatigued. It is high time youth of this generation woke up and take responsibility in setting good future for themselves and the upcoming ones. Challenges facing the youth age. We are in a generation where youth are beginning to lose core values of life. The attitude of youth towards learning these days is very poor. Everybody's looking for money and easiest way to become the latest billionaire in the world. Our value for hard work and patience is beginning to lose out. However, there are those that still hold on to these core values and principles. There are too many distractions in the world today. Distractions from virtually all quarters of human endeavor, such as music world, entertainment, fashion, business, information and technology, social media, social networks, and media houses, and even religious institutions all over. All have become agents of distraction that are not making youth to be productive well enough. Let me not be misunderstood here. The problem here is not even with those systems and institutions, but with the outcome or what is coming out of those places that youth have mismanaged or misengaged their time and strength into, thereby making them less productive. It looks as if we don't know where we are coming from or where we are going to. Youths are confused. The strength has been divided into so many trivial things. There's need for absolute concentration. You see, so all distractions must be shown, and there must be rest in the minds of youth so that they can be focused, productive, and creative. Be focused and one-minded. A lot of times we have challenge tapping into full power our mind has, especially our subconscious mind. A rolling stone, they say, gathers no moss. When the mind is not focused, no matter the idea you've got, you won't produce any tangible result. Your mind needs to be settled. Your mind does one thing at a time. It can do it faster and switch to another task faster, but cannot carry out too many tasks simultaneously. The idea of multitasking is not doing many things together at the same time. It is the ability to switch faster to other things conveniently without getting the mind confused. The more you develop your mind, the better it functions. Don't be bothered about the results you are getting now. Add more value to your mind and you will see things changing. Let nobody despise your idea. Idea is one of the major agents of change. To make a change, you need an idea. A change is almost impossible without an idea. See people that have impacted the world. Consider people that have made a change. People that have changed the status quo. They are people of ideas. They were tired of routines. They were tired of doing the same thing over and over again. Because they don't want to be insane. So just like the saying goes that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So the great people always focus on doing something different every time because they want to get different results. So they desire the change. And then what happened? They came up with an idea to solve a problem, an idea to meet people's needs, an idea to, and with those ideas, they rule the world. If you've got an idea, let nobody despise it, no matter how foolish it sounds. Just like the story of that great man we talked about, the man, the father of Washington. Yeah, so that was a very great story, the father and the son. So let nobody despise your idea, no matter how foolish it sounds. Once your idea can solve a problem, it has capacity to stand the test of time and make you known. So you go ahead and work on your ideas. Take steps towards making your ideas reality. And actually, your idea can be a multi-million idea. You see. So you don't need to trivialize it. Many of us, we've actually got great ideas in our minds, multi-million ideas, but because we don't work on them, so we don't see the result that it can give us. We don't see the potential in them to make us rich, because every great thing, every greatness always starts with an idea. You see, very important. And people that develop their ideas into multi-million businesses, or even multi-billion businesses that we can see today, actually started with an idea. You see, so let nobody despise your idea. Don't throw your ideas away. Make sure you work on it and let it be a blessing to the world. End of chapter 6. Oh boy. Wow. Chapter 7. The lasting change. You must keep changing to resist change. The lasting change. I remember when the whole struggle of coming to Ukraine started. I knew it would end, but never knew when. Every problem has expiry date is a common saying. The struggle involved a series of events, interesting and challenging. We had experienced delays and difficulties in almost every aspect of the processing. But for me, those moments were life-changing and eye-opening. Several ideas and strategies were got that would have future implications and applications. I know life is a journey that has many phases and different stages. The moment the first batch left the shores of Nigeria to Ukraine, there was relief in the air. That's going back to the story, talking about medical students, how we, after getting the visa, the first set that got visa, how they moved to Ukraine to continue our medical training, but a lot of us are still waiting behind. Okay, so the moment the first batch left the shores of Nigeria to Ukraine, there was relief in the air. After many times of changing flight dates, as a matter of fact, it was crazy that time. The time was just kept changing, due to some logistics and some issues here and there, but eventually they did travel. Our efforts have yielded results, thank God. Everybody was happy, at least to some extent. Just less than half of the team has been granted visas, so the rest of us were hope assured. Then, like over a month, nothing happened. After the first batch left, many thoughts came up, including the thoughts of the worst scenario. What can we do? The government team and parents kept working at their best. Weeks after, by God's grace, the second batch left. I was included. Hope for the rest of us was raised. Then, after a couple months, the rest of us came in batches as well. And wow, finally the long journey has ended. But as it really ended, a new journey in Ukraine just begun. Alright, so life in Ukraine. Just like in any setting, to get to a new environment, we involve a period of acclimatization, a period when one adapts and gets used to the new system. For us, it goes beyond the physical environment, okay? It involves academic and spiritual environment as well. We learned a lot of new things, language, diet, culture, Ukrainian people's mannerism, and so on, being in a new environment. Importantly, we got used to the weather system. We entered the country from winter through spring seasons. Some of us were exposed to harsh cold for the very first time, while others came when the weather has got better. It was totally a new system for us, but as people of high expectation and tenacity, we adapted easily with little reaction to the cold weather. The academic journey started. We did transfer to complete our medical training. We started from our former university in Nigeria. It was really a moment of adventure for a lot of us. So many activities started sprouting out, both academic and outside academic activities. We discovered ourselves and ventured into different things. The hallmark of those adventures was establishment of businesses and entrepreneurship. Some of us engaged in fashion designing, hairdressing, even barbing, artistic music, computer services, web designing, and so on. Even some that are into other things, a lot. The journey has been great so far, I suppose. It has been changed all the way, from one nice level to another. Even one of us won the Miss African award in Kharkov that time. So it was just a very great time for us. Our team was just having several achievements and great things to talk about. So it was just so nice to experience a lot of those things. Okay, now the lasting change. There's a change that's long lasting actually. When it happens, it can resist other change. Now the truth is, it doesn't just happen on its own, it is induced. Lasting change in this context will be a positive one, because that is what we want actually. Having got to the level of change that we desire, it is expedient for us, if we will not allow the good things that we have done to fall back to ground zero, to make sure we maintain the new change and make it last. So a lasting change requires a lasting force, and a lasting force will always require continuous conscious efforts. All right, at last, yes, it happened at last. At last, the change people have been clamoring for, the move people have been expecting all these years, then it only happened because we caused it to happen. It wouldn't have happened if we only expected it to happen and we didn't take any step further to make it happen. After several efforts have been put in, after a lot of activities have been involved, it happened that the change came at last. Change is not only in what we talk or shout about, it is in what we do. What we put to work that will be established. Therefore, to create a lasting change, we've got to put something to work. Okay, just like the way we know faith without work is dead. So we cannot claim we have faith without putting the work, because that is what is gonna give us the results. So lasting change requires lasting work. All right. So let's get to know you. I remember my early junior secondary school days when I used to get so intimidated by the performance of my fellow colleagues in the class. It seems I didn't know anything. I almost quit going to school. What was the problem? I couldn't figure it out at that time. It was later I realized that I knew nothing about myself at that time. It was embarrassing for me. First, what I needed to know about myself was, who am I and what do I have, or what can I do? The first is about my identity. The second is about my ability. My identity is that I'm brilliant, I'm intelligent. That is who I am. You see, now it is my decision to express that or not. If I didn't express it, that has not changed my identity, it doesn't change who I am. You see, in the same way for my ability, now I know I'm capable of doing some things. My ability is unlimited. You see, inasmuch as I have decided to do something, I see it done even before I started. It is that simple. I can study well, I can retain and reproduce knowledge, I can succeed in whatever I do. That is my mindset. Alright, so I'm telling you now, dear reader, that I want you to have that same understanding. You see, let nothing intimidate you. Let nothing take away your confidence. You are more than who you think you are. You have more than what you think you have. So you take your time and explore the treasures you have inside of you. There's so many values locked up inside of you. You got to get them out. You take your time, get them out. After that, you need to polish and package them well. You need knowledge. You need to educate and develop your mind. And I see you that you are on your way to the top. You will get there. Alright? Develop your mind. There's so much to know about the mind than what we've known now. New researches are coming out frequently about how human mind works. Mind is one of the most important gifts God will ever give to man. The extent of how you develop your mind is the extent to how you develop your life. We've established that throughout this book. Practically, we've established that. It's all about a mind. Mind, very important concept. Your life goes in the direction of your mind. Why? Because your mind is the only place where all the intangible things of life are made tangible. It is a place where all the hidden treasures are converted to visible products. A place where your dreams and visions become reality. Money will not stay in your hand if you don't have it in your mind. You can't enjoy good health in your body if you can't see it in your mind. Drugs and medications notwithstanding, for you to be successful in life, you've got to develop your mind. There are some things that you accept and there are some things that you reject, not necessarily because they are good or bad, but because of your mind. So you see, the way you've conditioned your mind about those things, consciously or subconsciously, your mind determines the capacity of your living. You've only lived hitherto to the extent of the capacity of your mind. That is why you should go to school. You see, so school should be a place where you should develop your mind, not just going through the system, but let the system go through you and be educated in your mind. That is why you should learn new things. Get good materials in your field or area of interest that you can feed your mind with good information. Plan time to study regularly, make it consistent. Your success lies in how consistent you are with doing the right things. Very important. Don't just work hard, work smart. I have found out that people with great results are not the ones that work the hardest, but the ones that work the smartest. This can make us differentiate between effectiveness and efficiency. Effectiveness has to do with having results with whatever you're doing. Efficiency has to do with having the best results with whatever you're doing. That's interesting, really. Okay, on average, working hard could give you results. Yes, but working smart could give you the best results. In other words, working hard could make you effective, but working smart could make you efficient. You know the right things to do and when you do them and how you do them. With this, good result is inevitable. That makes you relevant because people only celebrate those with results. They have no recognition for those with effort without results. So, your result makes you relevant. Now, relevance is a function of time. If you don't know how to manage your time well, you won't be relevant. You need to keep up with your good work. Keep succeeding. Don't let your past success hinder your future blessings. Focus on success ahead, not success behind. Your past success should only motivate you to do better, not to overwhelm you to do lesser. Nobody wants to associate with failure. Whenever you want to work, make sure you work smart. Before you start, ask and answer those questions. You see, answer this question I'm going to ask you now. Am I doing the right thing? Okay. Is it the right time to do it? Okay. If you've carefully answered these questions, then you're good to go. So look at those questions again. Are you actually doing the right thing? Okay. And then is that the right time to do it? Those two questions are very important. They're going to help you with achieving results. Opportunity to learn. Are there troubles on your way right now? Is there any difficult situation that is giving you tough time? Look at it again with a different perspective. There's an opportunity there. Opportunity to learn something new, to know something better, and have better results, and to be able to give good counsel to whoever will be in such situation in the future. Everything in life comes as two sides of the coin. You see, you choose the side that you want. Some people have seen some good things of life as problems, while some others have seen some bad things of life as a blessing. Why? Because through those bad things, they've learned more wisdom. They've got new ideas, acquire new skills, and so on. There's always an opportunity to learn in every situation, no matter how grievous it presents. In that situation that you are in right now, there's something to learn. So you've got to examine it critically and take note of your mistakes and pick lessons that you learn from them. You are living at the greatest time in all of human history. You are surrounded by abundant opportunities that you can take advantage of to realize your dreams. The only limit on what you can be, do, or have is the one you placed on yourself by your own thinking. Your future is virtually unlimited, practically unlimited actually, with unlimited resources around you to bring your good thoughts to pass. Get good thoughts in your mind and think over them. You see, get better, think better, work better, and your results will be better. take away unbelief. Unbelief is a barrier in your mind that blocks possibility. It is a state that puts someone in a lock. Quite easier for some people to believe evil than good. Sometimes it's even difficult for somebody to say something good about their life. They just believe it can't be possible. Can you imagine that? Like somebody will practically tell you, if you tell them, oh, you're gonna become rich. Oh no, I can't become rich. Like, how is that gonna be possible? I can't. They will even be vying for themselves that they cannot become rich. They can't just believe something good about themselves. See, if you ask them why, they have no reason. They have no reason. They can't believe their death. You see, now the point is, they can believe negative things. They can believe their death tomorrow than their success tomorrow. You can imagine that they can believe they will die tomorrow than they will succeed tomorrow. They always see possibility of negativity and the impossibility of positivity. Howbeit, it is a challenge of the mind. It is because of the way their minds have been programmed. Their minds have been blocked or blindfolded with the veil of unbelief to good things. They are allergic to good thoughts. As a matter of fact, they've got nothing to lose, but rather something to gain if they dare believe and make good confession to yourself. You see, so that's the point. So if maybe you are also like that, if you always have negative thoughts every time, you cannot even dare to believe something good, but it's not going to cost you anything anyways. So why not even dare to believe? Why not dare to believe yourself that you're going to be great, you're going to succeed, you're going to excel, you're going to prosper? Why not believe those good things? Why not say good things to yourself instead of just being attracting negative thoughts every time? You see, as a matter of fact, you've got nothing to lose. That's the point, but rather something to gain if you dare believe and make good confession to yourself. If you are not used to it, it's what you need to train yourself into doing. Nobody was born with it actually. So we train ourselves into it and it works. So don't do it for a while and then stop. No, keep doing it. Keep talking it. Keep believing good things. Even if at first it sounds awkward, it sounds like it sounds weird, it sounds unusual in your mouth, but don't worry, just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. You're gonna get better at it. Okay, very important. So you will get better, and then you will see how change will begin to manifest in your life. One of the greatest principles of all time is the principle that you become what you think, like we've established. Your outer world is very much the mirror image of your inner world. In other words, whatever has become your mindset, your usual way of thinking has become your life. Your life is an expression of what you have programmed in your mind. Okay? Negative people always see possibility of negativity and the impossibility of positivity in every situation. And then the reverse is also true. Positive people always see the possibility of positivity and impossibility of negativity in every situation. Okay, I want you to process that and think about it again. All right, your thoughts form your life. Let's make an adventure into the mind for a minute, where streams of thoughts flow. Hardly does a second pass without a thought in your mind. Your mind is extremely powerful, as we've established over and over and over in this book. I hope you're following through. Repetition is a power. Repetition is a power. You've got to keep repeating this till it sinks into your mind and enters into your subconscious. Very important. Your thoughts control and determine virtually everything that happens to you. Your thoughts can create or decrease your heart rate, your breathing, your body temperature, your urination, your defecation, and other body processes. In fact, your thoughts actually affect even your sexual drive, okay, your erection. Everything about you is just coming from your thoughts. Your thoughts can even make you sleep, okay, can keep you awake at night. Your thoughts can make you happy or sad. They can even keep you alert, aware, and get distracted or depressed, all kinds of feelings, emotions that you have. Your thoughts can give you confidence or fear. Your thoughts can also make you feel powerful or powerless, a victor or a victim, a hero or a coward. In your material life, your thoughts can make you a success or a failure, prosperous or poverty-stricken, respected or ignored. Your thoughts determine how you behave to people. Your thought determines how you respond to life situations. What I'm doing with you right now, is giving you information for new thoughts. Your thoughts are essentially from information that are available in your mind, and most times we get those information from our environment. They are in what we read, what we see, what we hear from people, from the media, from everywhere, and what we feel through our senses and so on. So your thoughts and the actions they trigger determine your life. And the best news of all is that they are all completely under your own control. Very important. Don't make enemies for yourself. You have just one enemy. Sometimes we get distracted and face things that are unprofitable. We create and make alive things that don't exist. Somehow, because of our backgrounds, we have some tenets and religion. There has been all kinds of superstitions that have been communicated to us, and we've been so gullible and naive to take all of those things without even having time to process them and find out the truth. We get so distracted by the issues of enemies here and there, devils now and then, witches and wizards, that it looks as if devil has become the second omnipotent and omnipresent of God. But the truth is that no devil or demon or Satan or whatever you call it could ever do anything in your life if you've not allowed them. But if you're already in devil's hand, he doesn't need permission to attack because you've handed your life to him. But if not, then you can always deal with him anytime and send him off your territory. Now, there's this problem of local and household enemies here and there, witches and wizards looking for you to attack, and you get so scared of people around you, not willing to be free with anyone and all of that. But that is a wrong ideology. We know we have just one enemy, and that is the devil. The mentality having many enemies is dangerous because it affects the way we relate with people. Many have believed that their spouse, their mother, their father, their aunt, their sister is their enemy. They've been told by their religious leaders or whoever they believe that the person behind their troubles and difficulties in life is their spouse or mother. This has affected marriages, caused divorce, and broken homes. It has caused misunderstandings and hatred, hostility, resentment between children and parents because of these false prophets that have a way of making elderly people, especially women, fall victim of being called witches having demonic powers and harassing them disrespectively. You see, so consequently, children have run away for their lives. They run away from their parents, and unless they are being slaughtered by their parents, okay, because they've claimed that they have witchcraft, okay. So they run away for their lives, lest they are being slaughtered by their parents with witchcraft spirit. Alas, this action of fleeing away has put curse on the children that they think it's actually what they were told that is the truth, but never knew it is their irresponsibility and wrong mindset that is putting curse on them. Did you see that? Very important. We've got to change this. This is quite common in Africa. It is a place where people are too conscious of demonic activities and fetish things, all kinds of superstitions. They believe devil is everywhere, but God is only in one place. God is only in one place, but devil is everywhere. We've given devil upper hand over their lives. They've given devil upper hand over their lives. They believe evil things easily, but find it difficult to accept and believe good things. To live a good life, it's high time we destroy these negative strongholds and allow good thoughts to dominate our minds. Very important. Let every moment count. Yes, I know there's a moment you've been waiting for. I know there's a time on your calendar that you want to celebrate. That's good. Meanwhile, don't throw away this moment. Let every moment in your life count. Relish this moment. Find something to celebrate about this moment. Don't let any moment pass you by without having maximized it. The time that you're waiting for will come. Yes, I know. While you're waiting for it, it's good that you get yourself engaged with something good. Be working on something good. I mean, it's good to prepare. Yeah, train yourself, learn new things, set new goals, dream new dreams. Yeah, it's all good. Opportunity in life comes in form of time as well. So you may not have this moment of your life again. So you've got to maximize it. Okay. So the opportunity you have now to make that decision, to meet with that person, to learn that thing, may not be always available. So make good use of it now and relish the moment, this particular moment of your life. Okay. Whatever you don't do, remain undone. Yes, everything remains in their state. Everything remains in their state until something comes to change it. Okay? Whatever you have in your mind will remain there until you take the right step towards achieving it. It is not enough to have a thought or an idea. It is important to communicate them out, to crystallize them. A lot of good ideas and concepts have disappeared in some people's minds because they failed to release them out. Can you imagine that? Many great ideas, perhaps because of procrastination, fear, or pessimism. Yeah? No magic will happen. Whatever you don't do remains undone. Let's consider what makes things happen. What makes things happen starts from inside of you. Whatever you have decided or made up your mind to do will come to pass. It will come out. So take that step and make that move. Nothing changes for better unless you make it happen. Alright? Doing the right thing does not make it right. A lot of us are concerned about doing the right things, okay? So we know it's good to acquire knowledge, it's nice to learn new things, but have you noticed that it is not everybody that did the right thing that has the result? It is not about doing the right thing, not just about that. It goes beyond it. It's about doing the right thing at the right time, okay? Doing the right thing does not make it right. It is doing the right thing at the right time that makes it right. We know cultivating on a land for a good yield is a good thing and a right thing for a nation that we have good food security to do, right? But it is not every time that farmers plant crop. There are times and seasons for planting, okay? Because there are conditions needed for the survival and germination of the crop, which come along with the right timing for planting that we call the season. Okay, that's why we have some crops in season. If a crop is planted at the wrong season, it won't yield good harvest if it yields at all, because the conditions needed for its germination and growth are not available. In the same vein, if right steps are taken at the wrong time, they won't yield results, because the right time makes the condition needed for production of results through steps taken to be available. This is very important. This is what leaders should take cognizance of when making decisions or executing plans. They should not only do the right things, but do them at the right time. That is what brings about results. Many people have done right things and have been frustrated with doing the right things that they have switched to doing wrong things. Okay, because they're not just doing it at the right time, you see, though they are doing the right thing, right? So, but that wouldn't make things better. Okay, now we know it's only right things that we do at the right time that we get good results. So when you know the right thing to do, know the right time to do it. Very important. Okay, so we're getting there, man. All right, you have one goal. Have you found out your ultimate goal? The reason why you're making those efforts and putting in those sacrifices, okay? The reason why you could go to any length to make sure you accomplish that goal. Let's summarize it in one word: satisfaction. Satisfaction is one of the most difficult words to achieve. Why? Because human needs are numerous. To satisfy someone will mean you have met all his needs. According to economists, human wants are unlimited and human needs are numerous, but resources available are limited. Consequently, it's difficult to meet all human needs because of limited resources. However, people that are smart in life have got better way of being satisfied even without having all their needs met. How? They put all their needs together and make them one. And that one need is God. Why God? Because God is an unending source. Our existence without Him will mean disconnection from the life source. Imagine fish outside water. Imagine plants detached from the soil. It's just a matter of time that they will die on their own. So is a man that will not recognize God as his source and disconnect from Him. Such could still be existing on earth, but has not started living until he connects back to his source. Man is essentially a spirit, and that is why he could connect to spirit realm and relate with God. Therefore, having God as a source and man's major and only need gives man easy access to satisfaction. Man is simply satisfied because all of his needs are definitely met in God, and therefore has nothing to be bothered about. And understanding that God is the source, is the unending source. It's let your conversation not be money minded, but be ye satisfied with what you have. For He has said, I will neither leave you nor forsake you, so that we can boldly say that the Lord is my helper. I shall not be afraid. What can man do to me? That's very important to note. Alright, laws of change. There are certain laws that invoke manifestation of change. They are systems of rules that when followed, they bring about change. Oftentimes we know the change we desire, but don't know how to achieve it. Other times, the desired change for some people happened by coincidence, that they didn't know how it happened and can't reproduce it. They can't reproduce it again. So when you understand law and how it works and put it to work, then it unveils its benefits. Law is not respecter of persons or place, just like God is not respecter of persons or place. Your opinion or idea is not needed. In fact, your personality is not a factor. Nothing about you. As far as law is concerned, it is a factor. The only issue to meet is the condition that the law provided, and you see it at work. So you can leverage actually on the law and make it give you results. So change. If you can't change your thinking, you can't change your living. Okay? The law of correspondence. This law says your outside manifests your inside. In other words, your outer world is a reflection of your inner world. In other words, okay, what is outside will always correspond with what is inside. Whatever you are, whatever you are on the inside, it will just be a matter of time. You will see it on the outside. That's what the law of correspondence is all about. As it is inside, so it is outside. As it is in heaven, so it is on earth. As it is, in your mind, so it is in your life. So yeah. So consequently, when you change your inside, you change your outside. A lot of us have got so distracted by the things we see outside, by the people and circumstances we see. We complain and complain, but nothing seems to happen. Things remain unchanged. But how do we change things that we see outside? By working on things that we have inside. That's the law. This law is a climax of laws. It applies to virtually everything we do. As a student in school, if you desire academic excellence and you configure your mind for it, that you are not an average student, and that that is your thinking all the time, in no time your academic performance will conform to your mindset, to your new mindset. This is because your new mindset set everything, your mindset set everything in your system in order to conform to it. So this gives you the right ability, desire, and corresponding action to take to bring it to pass. You see, so our system is such an amazing one that can change other systems and make them work the way we want, corresponding to the change we've made inside. Very important. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares whether you're living under the bridge or over a tree? Who sees whether you wear the latest dress or cruise the latest shoes in town? Many things that we care so much about are what people are not even giving attention to, not to talk of our Creator. Important things should be your business, not miniature, trivial, non-consequential things. There will always be issues to address, things to talk about that can easily while away your time. Instead, you could engage in better things you've already planned in your mind. People are too busy these days with their own issues than to concentrate on somebody's affairs. There are better jobs to do. Don't get carried away with the fantasies of fashion and technology. Somebody can be on their phone pressing it from morning to night without even doing anything tangible with their life. Don't allow the distraction of technology and new inventions to while away your life. You could spend your whole life living for other people, buying latest phones, cars, wares, houses, material possessions, jewelries, all kinds of things, and so on. And one thing about those newest items is that they are always very expensive, knowing fully well that there will be some people who will want to flaunt their too much money and superfluity. What is newest today with that expensive price will become obsolete and irrelevant tomorrow. Then expenses on those items will become a waste. In a real sense, I don't mean you shouldn't get good stuff. Get them according to your capacity. Let your intention not be extreme extravagance at the expense of important things. Live a life that will affect others positively. Take care about important things and drop trivial, non-consequential things. That is exactly the point. The law of courage. It says whatever you make up your mind to do, you will always get it done no matter the obstacles or limitations. Yeah, that's the law. In other words, the mind is as powerful as pulling down any obstacle on the way, be it physical or spiritual. This must imply that there is a potential force that's resident in the mind, that whenever it's put to work, it produces massive results, massive, tremendous results. But the problem with us most times is that since there's practically no impossibility around us, we create it in our minds by simply disbelieving what can be done. And so the potential force went on hibernation. Now it's time for us. Let's wake up the power in us and summon courage to pull down every mountain before us. We are making lasting change. Alright? Be proactive, not reactive. There are people that can see ahead. They can see ahead. There are just some people like that. Most of them are leaders, great leaders, successful people. There are those that can see things even before they happen. There are those that can see things. Okay, now let me explain again so that we get the context. There are people that can see things ahead, and there are those that can only see things when they happen. Okay, the former have learned to be proactive, so they plan ahead, they take appropriate actions, they take appropriate steps at the right time, and they avoid the evil that may be on the way. Proactiveness is a display of good foresight and insight. People who are reactive, on the other hand, they express shock and unpreparedness towards situations. They are agitated, they are worried and perplexed. But we can learn how to be proactive and not reactive. All is in the function of how we develop our mind. A well-informed mind, we have good attitude towards problems and challenges. Nothing is beyond solution. Nothing is beyond their knowledge and control. One of the greatest lessons, one of the greatest lessons I've ever learned in life is that nobody is responsible for whatever happens to me. That's very important. I take full responsibility for everything that happens to me. That makes me break free from every limitation and disappointment from men. We condemn people when we feel hurt or think they've done us bad. But wait a minute, nobody can do you bad if you've not done yourself bad. Many things that we think people do to hurt us are not a factor at all. As far as your life is concerned, the only person that has direct influence on your life is you, nobody else. That understanding will break you free from resentment and bitterness against people. Negative actions from people will no longer be of concern to you. More so, you will be free to love people genuinely no matter what you're receiving from them. Get ready. It's your turn. Don't let it be a surprise to you. Don't allow it to meet you unawares. Other people have been doing it. Now it's your own turn. It's your own time. You've been supportive. You've been committed and effective. Now you are the one people are waiting for. You mean for what? I mean for you to take up that position. Yeah. For you to make that move. For you to achieve that thing that has been long undone. That you've just left it, abandoned it for a long time. Yeah. Now it's your time. Don't say I've not prepared. Don't say you're not prepared. Don't say you're not ready for this. I tell you how to handle it. Okay? Now it's in two parts. First, learn how to always prepare ahead for anything in life. Smart people don't wait for opportunity to come. They simply prepare ahead. That is the point. That's why some people think they are lucky. Because they calculate, they believe opportunity will come anyways, will come sometime. So they always prepare ahead, long time before the opportunity comes. So when the opportunity comes and they maximize it, people say they are lucky. They don't know they've actually been preparing themselves long before the so-called luck comes their way. So by so doing, okay, now when opportunity meets your preparedness, you achieve excellent results. You see that? You achieve success. You don't have to wait for that thing to come before you learn how to use it. Okay, perhaps it may not even come, but if you learn ahead and get ready to use that thing, it will surely show up, because you have created a good atmosphere. Did you see that? And force feed around you that will attract that thing. The second part of this is that, okay, before I even get to the second part, look at that first part again where I mentioned the importance of preparation. So just like say, okay, you wanted a car, and then you start learning how to drive. You going to learn how to drive is already creating a good atmosphere for your mind to receive that new car that you want to be driving. You see, so you now preparing yourself, okay, going to learn how to drive a car and all that. Actually, it's setting you up to get your own car. It's very important. That's the power of preparation. The second part of this thing of this session is that sometimes you may not even have all you want to start that thing. Okay, let's say you want to take up a new position, or you want to start doing something new and you don't even know how to do it. So we mentioned first the part of preparation, and the second part is what we are talking about now. So you may not have enough skills, I understand. You may not have enough capital, enough resources to get things done, but don't worry about that. You start with what you have. Okay, start where you are. As time goes on, more resources will show up. You get people that will support you. You will acquire more skills. You will learn new knowledge. You will become better than the way you started. You see, in short, things will get better and easier as you get in and keep moving. Sometimes we are waiting for things to be 100% ready before we start. But we want to meet all the conditions. Because we want to meet all the conditions, we want to have the confidence to talk to people. We want to attain some level of maturity before we begin to do some things. But let me tell you that you acquire those things as you get started. But nobody actually started perfect. You see, nobody started perfect. You get perfect. You get perfect as time goes on. It's like somebody who wants to enter into business, and then a person is just going to read books about business. You can't learn how to do business until you start doing business. You see, so the best way to learn how to do business is enter into business. I know there's need for preparation. There's need for you to read books, educate your mind, but don't stay too long on that. Jump into the action. Jump into the process. Start doing something, because you learn better by doing. You learn better by doing, not just by staying back and saying you're preparing or waiting for things to get better before you take the action, right? Very important. So that's exactly what I'm telling you about. So professionalism is not perfected one day. It needs time. You need time to become a medical doctor. You need time to become a lawyer or barrister. The factor of time cannot be overruled. It's a principle. So you only follow your way through. You can't jump your way through. That's if you want to achieve real success. So I challenge you to start preparing for that future you aspire. Learn what you have to learn. Know what you need to know. That beautiful future awaits you. Okay? If you don't have the experience, you wouldn't know how it feels. You wouldn't know how it feels. If you've never got pregnant, you wouldn't know how it feels like. I mean, if you're a man and you've never got pregnant, or even if you're a single lady that you've never got pregnant, you wouldn't know how it feels, right? Even though you may have the full knowledge about it, if you've ever if you've never undergone the period of giving birth before, you wouldn't know how it feels like, no matter how much knowledge you have about it. Now, the point is, there are certain things in life you will not be able to explain well or even relate easily with people that have such experience unless you have the same experience. There are certain situations and circumstances that come our way that we cannot easily relate with people unless we've had such experience before. So whether it's we that had the experience of people, if you had an experience and you're trying to share your experience with people, if they've not had that same experience, it may be difficult to relate with you. The same way goes for people as well. So perhaps you have one or two examples of personal experience that you can corroborate with me. In literature context, we call some things theory and some other things practical. Most times, the two are not always the same, even if we are discussing the same subject. Therefore, it is important we understand this, so we will know how to handle life situations practically despite our theoretical knowledge, and know how to relate better with people, not to be quick to judge or criticize or condemn, but to give allowance for mutual understanding and live better lives. Very important. Don't be afraid to learn. Don't be afraid to learn. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. And that doesn't mean that we should be making mistakes all the time, okay? But let not be intimidated by it. As we keep living, we keep growing, we keep getting better, we keep learning. Every new day presents us with fresh trials and challenges. So you wouldn't know what you can do until you're faced with some situations, right? So you wouldn't know, okay? So you wouldn't know what you can do until you are faced with some situations. You wouldn't know how patient or how to be patient. You wouldn't know how patient or being easily upset you are until somebody troubled you and bring out your emotions. It is good if you learn things that you need to learn early in life, so a lot of mistakes will be avoided in future. And then when you make small mistakes, you can prevent bigger mistakes that could happen in the future. Certain things are constant about life. They are constant about life that you need to learn about. You can't dodge them. You can't skip them. They are part of basic requirements of life. So if you don't learn them now, you will learn them later in life. So it's very important we can think about them. There are like a lot of examples, like being a young person now. Part of things that you got to learn in life is, pain is required to have gain. There's no how you will have gain that you not experience some kind of pain, some kind of discomfort, like coming out of your comfort zone, like just going extra mile to achieve some goals, to achieve some things, you see. So it's not every time that everything will be like pleasure, easy kind of thing. Sometimes you have to encounter some challenges and difficulties for you to build your strength, your inner muscles, for you to do well in life. So all of these are very important. How do you respond in the midst of situations? We could be good preachers and teachers until we need to teach and preach ourselves. We could tell others what to do until we have things we need to do, you see, and tell ourselves what to do. But it's important we note that what we preach to others that worked should also be preached to ourselves. Principles are no respecter of persons. We've established that. Whether you are the sayer or the hearer, it's all the same. You know it, and you must apply it if you want results. When you are in a situation, how do you respond? Okay, the principle is don't make negative confessions, but you can always make the best out of every situation that comes your way. Desire good, and good will be your portion. Success is yours. All right. Now, God is the ultimate agent of change. God is sovereign. He is the creator of all things. He creates change whenever He wants. He can change anything and everything. He is an unchangeable changer. God doesn't change. Why? Because He lives in eternity. That is outside time. Okay? And as we've established that time is what controls change. Okay, so whatever functions with time or controlled by time is susceptible to change. Okay? The entire creation on Earth and other planets in the universe can't do without change because they exist with time, you see, and are being controlled by it. So therefore, all what God created on earth experience change as their normal occurrence. Sometimes God engages man to make change. Sometimes He engages other creatures to do it. He is not physical, but His work can be seen in the physical. Considering all what God created, there is none that doesn't undergo change. Change is part of God's plan to bring about growth, development, and multiplication. Change is part of God's strategy to make things work and life interesting. All right, so it has really been a nice journey all through this book. Hope you enjoyed it. I see you making remarkable and lasting change in your world from now on. Enjoy a great life. Blessings. All right, so this has been a great reading of this book, great book, The Language of Change by Samuel Owoeye, and read by the author. I think let me read about the book and about the author. Okay, about the book. The Language of Change is a book that transpired what happened to a group of medical students. Their future was gloomy and hopeless, but hope came alive. They got back on the track with so much joy of winning the top battle. The incident taught a lot of wisdom with proven principles that guarantee change. This book will give you a new perspective to change and make you understand 1. What is change? 2. How to decipher change. 3. How to consistently make and retain good change. And 4. The results of positive change. Okay, as we can see all of that in the book as I've read out in this audio program. About the author. As at the time of writing this book, at the time he wrote the book, about the author, Samuel Owoeye, was a student of medical school at Karazin University, Ukraine. He is an insightful leader. He's an insightful writer and leader. He was the head of the team of medical students that was sent to Ukraine on scholarship by the state government of Osun. He is passionate about health and agriculture, and he desires good health for all and has one goal of adding values to people's lives. He has participated in many international conferences and has published a number of abstracts in medical and non-medical fields. He is going into preventive medicine to educate people more about health and how to improve, maintain, and restore it. So I hope you enjoyed this audio program as I've read them to you, and have a good time. Thank you for listening.